The story kicks off with a young warrior gasping for air, clearly overwhelmed as he squares off against a terrifying monster. This towering creature turns out to be none other than Kerberos, the wingless dragon, a high-level dungeon boss feared by many. Found deep within level 67, the massive beast unleashes a brutal fire attack, instantly placing the entire party of adventurers in a life-threatening situation. Gripped by fear, the team's sorceress yells out a warning. She admits, trembling, that she isn't sure her defensive spell will be enough to withstand the oncoming blaze. But before anyone can act, the group's armored elder suddenly freezes, eyes widening. He's seen something unexpected. Out of the searing flames, a small green figure bursts into view. It's a goblin, an odd sight in such a deadly zone. The dragon snarls again, gearing up for another lethal blast, while the rest of the team stares in disbelief. Whispers spread. What could a goblin possibly be doing in a place like this? Then, in a flash, the goblin dashes forward with astonishing speed. Without pausing, the little creature swiftly dodges out of the attack zone and slams its wooden club into the dragon in a vicious counterattack. The adventurers are frozen in place, unable to process what just happened. The blonde youth among them stares in shock, questioning aloud how something so small could bring down such a monstrous opponent with such raw strength. Gradually, the truth sinks in. Kerberos, the mighty wingless dragon, has fallen to a single strike from a mere goblin. Confusion spreads. Was the goblin summoned by someone? The old man's sharp eyes catch movement on a nearby hill. He raises his hand, pointing out a lone figure in the distance. Everyone turns, and as the dust begins to settle, it becomes clear this man was behind the summoning. The mystery begins to unravel. Sometime before this shocking battle, far from the battlefield, the story shifts to a different scene. Kimchi Soo, the protagonist, is seen working a construction job. Despite the hard labor, he wears a cheerful smile that catches the attention of his co-workers, who ask why he seems so unusually happy. With a bag of cement slung over his shoulder, Kimchi Soo is deep in thought. Inwardly, he reflects on his reality. He thinks of himself as nothing more than a lowly goblin, weak, ordinary, and trapped in the lower levels of life. Even as he pauses to take a drink of water, his thoughts don't stray far from his frustration. Some people, he muses, seem to strike gold overnight. But others, people like him, remain nobodies no matter how much experience they gather. While lost in thought, he overhears his co-workers chatting about a man named Mr. Cha, who stopped coming to work. The reason? He's now making a living off Gate of Heaven, a virtual reality game that swept the world by storm. Fully immersive, the game blurs the line between reality and fantasy. Within its digital universe, players who discover hidden classes can earn unimaginable wealth. Kimchi Soo's memory stirs. He remembers hearing about this game, which had only recently launched. It was so captivating that players often lost track of the real world entirely. As the technology became more advanced, the price of the equipment rose, putting it out of reach for many. Luckily, internet cafes made it possible for even the less fortunate, like Kim, to step into the virtual world. The game's popularity didn't just grow, it exploded. Real-world money began to flood in, with powerful in-game items being sold for actual currency. A new kind of economy was taking shape inside the game. Kimchi Soo's thoughts ended on a bittersweet note, tinged with longing for the days when he truly enjoyed the game. The scene transitioned into the digital realm, where Kim was fully immersed in battle. He activated one of his combat skills, Rock Strike, launching a full-force attack. The blow landed cleanly, and in return, he received 3 ores as a reward. But the small win did little to ease his irritation. With a loud scream, Kim vented his frustration, calling the situation absurd. Despite putting in so much effort, the grind just never seemed to end. Even within this virtual world, he felt buried under a mountain of debt. He couldn't hold back anymore. Tears welled up as he yelled, wondering aloud when the part of the game would begin where he becomes a legendary hero, marries a beautiful woman, and lives the fantasy he always dreamed of. He questioned whether Gate of Heaven was even worth his time. In that moment of despair, Kim suddenly froze. His eyes widened as he spotted something glimmering nearby, an advanced healing crystal. His mind raced. This rare item could fetch at least 300,000 won. Elation surged through him. He erupted into wild laughter, overwhelmed with joy. This, he thought, was exactly why he endured the backbreaking mining. It was moments like this that made it all worthwhile. But his celebration was cut short when he realized he wasn't alone. A few players had appeared behind him, observing his outburst. One of the women in the group took note of his strange behavior. Embarrassment washed over him as he slowly turned around and saw them watching. Then his eyes landed on the woman's face, and he froze again, this time stunned by her breathtaking beauty. She approached and said casually that she had noticed him mining every day, so she figured his mining skill must be quite high. Trying not to seem flustered, Kim replied that he was all right at it. She then explained that her party was passing through the dungeon, but a huge boulder was blocking their way. Though her team members were powerful, none of them had the mining expertise needed to clear the path. She politely asked Kim Chil-soo if he could lend them a hand. Kim hesitated. He pointed out that his level was quite low, and going any deeper could put him in serious danger. Before he could finish the thought, one of the team members, short in stature and clearly a dwarf, spoke up confidently. He reassured Kim that his only task would be mining. The team would handle any monsters they encountered. Kim turned a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that from a dwarf. The dwarf noticed Kim's reaction and immediately called it out, accusing him of assuming that, just because he was a dwarf, he'd be the one doing the digging. He added that Kim probably thought dwarves weren't useful in battle. The dwarf's tone made it clear he felt offended by that stereotype. Kim took a breath and weighed the situation. Maybe this wasn't such a bad opportunity. He could gain some decent experience and possibly unearth a few more valuable ores. But deep down, he still felt nervous. The group was already pretty far into the dungeon, and he couldn't shake the sense of dread building in his gut. He remembered the dangerous entity that roamed this world, something terrifying enough to make players tremble, even in a game where resurrection was possible. Just the idea of encountering it made him feel uneasy. The beautiful woman stepped closer again, smiling sweetly. She made another request for his help, saying that he was exactly her type, a strong-armed man who knew how to mine. Kim's heart skipped a beat. Emotions rushed over him, and without thinking, he agreed. But the moment the words left his mouth, regret kicked in. He immediately questioned his decision, wondering why he had jumped in so carelessly. Soon after, they entered the cave. A monster appeared, its name, Gay Wolf. It was a level 7 beast, and Kim's reaction was immediate panic. Even though it wasn't as high level as he feared, the truth hit him. His current power was still nowhere near enough to deal with threats like this. The wolf charges at him with terrifying speed, and Kim instinctively screams in pure panic, crying out for his mother like a frightened child. But just before the beast can strike, a sudden burst of flames lights up the battlefield. A stunning woman appears, unleashing her fire spell, Salamander Flame, and effortlessly incinerating the monster. She walks over to check on Kim, her tone filled with concern as she asks if he's hurt. This powerful woman is Catherine Lee, a level 39 sorceress. Kim stares at her in awe, completely blown away by how she wiped out the enemy with a single attack. He quickly expresses his gratitude for saving him. Catherine gently warns him not to stray too far from her again. It's far too dangerous. For a brief moment, Kim dares to hope that this might be the beginning of the romantic adventure he's always dreamed of. Just then, another teammate joins the scene. A confident and muscular young man effortlessly dodges incoming monster attacks and scoffs at the situation, making it clear they're not there to fool around. With commanding energy, he activates a skill called Swing of the Giant Wheel, wiping out the rest of the monsters in one powerful move. He casually explains that they're on a mission to find a rare ore, one that can only be broken with high-level mining proficiency. That's the real reason Kim was brought along. But despite being invited specifically for this skill, Kim can't shake the feeling of being looked down on. The way they talk to him makes it obvious they see him as nothing more than a tool. Annoyed and insulted, Kim finally speaks up. He confronts the warrior directly, telling him he's not someone to be brushed aside. He insists that he has combat abilities too and refuses to be treated as a mere minor. Fueled by anger, Kim slams his fist into a massive boulder, yelling as he puts everything into the strike. He's determined to prove that he's not weak. But when the dust settles, the tall man and the dwarf quietly observe that the rock hasn't even cracked. They begin to question whether the intel they got about the orb behind the stone was even real. With tension rising, the tall man threatens the dwarf, warning him of the consequences if the information turns out to be false. Meanwhile, Kim feels a fresh wave of humiliation. He's been through enough, always being disrespected, risking his life for pocket change. Even now, he feels like he's hit rock bottom. He exhales slowly, trying to calm his frustration and deciding to just get the job done, convincing himself it's just another dull day. Then, something unbelievable happens. With a sudden crack, the rock splits apart. The entire team stares dumbfounded. Behind the rubble, something mysterious glows. Kim has uncovered a hidden door. It's a hidden dungeon. Shock spreads across the group, and Kim can hardly believe what he's looking at. His voice trembles with excitement as he declares that this discovery could mean huge rewards and even a shot at unlocking hidden classes. Overjoyed, Kim calls it the grand prize. Catherine smirks and sarcastically questions whether Kim is really part of the we. But Kim is too excited to care. For the first time, he feels like this might be his turning point, the moment he can escape his miserable routine and finally change his life, just like Mr. Cha. Then, without warning, everything shatters. The tall man suddenly activates PvP mode and attacks Kim violently. The blow sends him crashing to the ground, groaning in pain as 480 health points are ripped away. He struggles to breathe as the man mocks how hard it was just to find this hidden dungeon. Catherine joins in, mocking the situation too. She scoffs at the idea that all it took to reach this place was a low-level mining skill. Kim's eyes narrow as he listens to them. The words sting, especially when the tall man arrogantly claims that Kim had only been tagging along while they handled all the fighting. At that moment, the realization hits him like a second punch. They were the ones who turned on him. They knew about the hidden dungeon from the beginning. They used him. Grabbing Kim's head roughly, the tall man leans in close and laughs cruelly. Of course they knew, and since Kim helped them just a bit, they'll kill him quickly. Kim's eyes widen in shock, completely stunned by the betrayal. When he comes to, Kim finds himself still inside the dungeon. At first, Kim thinks maybe they didn't kill him after all. Maybe they spared him out of pity. But then his heart sinks. He notices the advanced healing crystal he kept shattered. It had activated automatically when his health dropped to 0, meaning he actually died, and was revived. The realization hits him hard. The crystal was worth 300,001, and now it's gone. He screams out in pure rage. But as he's still burning with fury, Kim notices something. The door to the hidden dungeon is still wide open. The dungeon hasn't been cleared, and after losing something so valuable, Kim knows there's no going back. He clenches his fists, swearing revenge on the party that mocked him. He's going to ruin everything for them. He's going to flip the table and turn his life upside down. He charges toward the glowing door at full force, shouting with all the fire in his chest that the hidden dungeon is waiting for him. But the moment he enters, chaos. The entrance isn't flat. Instead, there are stairs. Kim doesn't see them in time. He falls hard inside, crashing against the stone steps, his body taking another brutal hit. His health drops again, minus 80 points. In pain and frustration, he shouts angrily. They put stairs right after the entrance. When Kimchi Su finally regains consciousness, he finds himself lying on the cold dungeon floor. It's dark, silent. He groans as he sits up, and his heart skips. He's inside the hidden dungeon, but his health bar is barely hanging on. Only 20 points left. As he looks up, his eyes widen in disbelief. Sitting ahead of him is a massive, terrifying goblin, sitting like a king on a throne. Floating above, it is a glowing label, Temple of the Goblins. Kim frowns in confusion and mockery. He expected a secret dungeon to be something grand, something dangerous. Not just goblins. But then, something feels off. The entire area is silent. Too silent. Kim looks around nervously, wondering where the rest of the team went. That's when he notices it, a hand lying limply on the ground beside him. His breath catches. As he follows the sound and turns toward it, he freezes in horror. Lying on the floor, drenched in blood, is the dwarf. The same dwarf who was part of the group. Kim recognizes him immediately and feels a cold wave rush through him. What happened to him? A glowing screen pops up in front of Kim, asking if he has a resurrection skill. He mutters sadly that he doesn't, then guesses maybe the dwarf just doesn't want to press the button. Maybe he's too greedy to lose the chance to explore the dungeon. But before Kim can make sense of anything, a red warning flashes across his screen. A message appears. The dungeon you've entered is extremely difficult and far above your current level. Please leave immediately. And then a scream. Loud. Horrible. Kim spins around in panic. The voice, it belongs to one of the other party members. And then, out of nowhere, a massive hand appears. It grabs the tall man and crushes him violently. Kim stares in horror. This isn't some goblin. This is something else. And it's not just strong, it's on another level. The monster steps out of the shadows, its grotesque form towering over the others. Its name appears, Yerger, level 80. Kim's heart pounds in his chest. Level 80? He can't believe it. This was supposed to be a goblin temple. What is this thing doing here? He watches as Yerger grabs the tall man again and begins to devour him, violently, brutally. The sight turns Kim's stomach. The sounds, the gore, it's too much. He grips his chest and tries not to throw up. He forces himself to think. This can't be real, but it feels real. He remembers that Gate of Heaven uses a unique technology, one that replicates pain, emotion, even trauma. He thought safety systems were in place to prevent it from being too painful, but that only applied to low-level zones. And this was not low-level. Another scream slices through the air. It's Catherine. She's begging for help. Kim's legs freeze. He doesn't move. How can he? What can he possibly do against something like that? But his mind keeps racing. This isn't just a game. In rare cases, if the brain experiences too much pain, it can lead to real consequences. Even brain damage. Even death. Fear takes over. Kim starts running, away from the monster, away from the screams. He pants heavily, stumbling, swearing he won't die here. Not like this. As he runs, he tells himself again and again, it's not my fault. They left me. They betrayed me first. He admits to himself he's weak. He can't help anyone. And yet, he has to live. Just then, a strange message appears in front of him. The Goblin Lord senses a resemblance between you and him in cowardice and weakness. Kim freezes. What does that mean? He turns and looks up at the Goblin Lord sitting calmly on his throne. Kim feels something deep crack inside. Is that really what he is? Weak? Cowardly? Kim Chi-Su clenches his fists, his teeth grinding in anger. He stares at the Goblin Lord and says with a trembling voice, full of sadness and fury, I don't want to be that way. His eyes shift toward Catherine's battered body on the ground. The monster tramples her. Blood splashes. Kim chokes back a sob. He remembers his real life, the crushing debt his unknown parents left behind, the jobs he couldn't get, the humiliation, the fact that no one respected him. Not in real life, not in the game. He wanted to fight monsters, be strong, live with dignity, but they shoved him into mining. Kim bursts into tears. I haven't been able to achieve anything I wanted in life, and I didn't do anything wrong to deserve being labeled as weak. He wipes his face and storms forward, staring down the Goblin Lord with all the fire in his heart. You're just a goblin. Who are you to look down on me? His voice shakes as he yells. Even in real life, I was looked down on. Even in this game, they looked down on me. Now even a goblin pities me? Overwhelmed, Kim shouted that he truly was a nobody, and there was nothing wrong with that. Just then, a message popped up in front of him. He had become an honorary goblin, and goblins would now aid him at any time. Immediately after, another message followed. He had met the conditions to unlock a hidden class. It asked if he wanted to change his class to Goblin Summoner. Kim stared at the message in shock, trying to make sense of what a hidden class even meant. Despite the seemingly golden opportunity, Kim bitterly laughed and angrily rejected the offer, calling it ridiculous. But the system ignored his refusal. It coldly informed him that the class change to Goblin had already been completed. Kim's frustration boiled over, and just as he tried to process what was happening, the terrifying monster Jagger returned, roaring dreadfully as it approached him. Kim realized that escape was no longer possible. There was no point in running anymore. There was no coming back from this. Forced into action, Kim activated a skill from his newly changed class and summoned a goblin to fight for him. In response, a small, weak-looking goblin appeared, shrieking in a high-pitched tone. Kim was instantly disappointed by its pathetic appearance and planned to use it as bait so he could run away. He ordered the goblin to attack the monster and shouted encouragement, telling it to take the beast down. Surprisingly, the goblin charged forward with force. Jagger lunged into attack, brutal and aggressive. Kim turned to escape, convinced this was his moment to flee. But before he could move, he froze in disbelief. The frail goblin he summoned had just landed a devastating blow on the monster. Damage numbers exploded on screen, reading around 100 million points. Jagger collapsed, completely defeated. Kim stood there, stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. His experience points surged at a ridiculous rate. More system messages appeared, notifying him of new skills like goblin feeding and goblin walking. The summoned goblin's experience also skyrocketed. Kim could barely keep up. He finally realized in total shock that the weak-looking goblin was actually the strongest possible. It was max level. He stood frozen, his thoughts flashing back to the moment Jagger devoured the tall man from his team, piercing through his body and leaving him torn apart. Meanwhile, in the real world, Catherine looked absolutely horrified as she witnessed the scene unfold. Her face went pale with fear. Unable to handle what she was seeing, she screamed uncontrollably while still wearing the virtual reality headset. One of her staff rushed to her side, calling out in panic, trying to wake her. The staff member quickly pulled off the headset, realizing things had spiraled out of control. The man stared at her, heart sinking, as he realized Catherine had suffered a deep psychological shock, one so severe that she would never return to the game. She had entered a state of permanent retirement. Back in the game, the summoned goblin continued rampaging through monsters with terrifying ease, each strike causing millions in damage. Messages flooded Kim's screen as his level kept rising with every monster the goblin killed. Kim, overwhelmed by the notifications, eventually told the goblin to pause so he could gather the loot. He grinned as his bag filled with valuable drops, low-grade mana stones, wolf claws, until he could carry no more. He thought to himself that the moment Jagger fell, the hidden dungeon had been cleared. Yet everyone else in his team was dead. And now, the only exit was through death. He turned to look at the goblin that had solo cleared the entire dungeon and noticed something strange. Its level hadn't increased at all. Meanwhile, his own level had jumped to 31. Curious, Kim tried to view the goblin's stats, but the system denied access. The information was unavailable. Kim stared at the goblin in complete confusion, questioning how something that looked so weak could be this powerful. He began to suspect it might be a bug or glitch in the game. Suddenly, Kim shouted with excitement. None of it mattered. What mattered was that he could take advantage of this situation before anyone fixed it. Proudly, he declared that he didn't need to work in mining anymore. He would rise to the top of Gate of Heaven. The next day, Kim appeared at NAR Bank. His number 36 was called, and he sat in front of the clerk. She informed him that the wolf claws he brought in were worth 97.01 and asked if he wanted the amount transferred to his account. Kim requested the money be sent to another account instead. Then he remembered he had more items to sell and told the clerk about them. When Kim mentioned items like Jagger's membrane and heart, the clerk's eyes widened. The value of what he held stunned her. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Immediately, She called for the bank manager. Kim sat there puzzled, wondering why she needed her manager when he was already sitting right in front of her. Kim sat with the manager of NAR Bank, who smiled warmly as he poured him a cup of tea. "How's the tea?" the manager asked politely. Kim stared at the cup, his tone cold as he replied, "It's cold." The manager awkwardly admitted he forgot to boil the water. Kim raised an eyebrow, curious. "Why did you want to talk to me?" he asked. The manager leaned forward with a friendly smile, explaining that he had better places for Kim to invest his money, suggesting that keeping it in a standard account would be a waste. He offered Kim an investment option with great returns. Kim, slightly confused, directly asked, "Does something like this really need your personal attention?" The manager's smile widened, and he casually remarked that he assumed Kim understood the value of what he was holding. He went on to explain that Yerger's membrane and heart were worth a massive sum based on current rates. Kim blinked in shock when a manager revealed their real value, $230 million. Kim stared blankly, his teacup frozen in his hand as he tried to process the news. Later, Kim was seen happily holding the goblin, excitedly telling it that thanks to it, he had managed to pay off 10% of his debts. He playfully joked with it like it was a little puppy, adding that he didn't find it ugly. But immediately, he took the words back, silently admitting to himself that he couldn't lie like that. As they walked through the city, Kim tried to keep the goblin out of sight, but to his surprise, he couldn't unsummon it. The goblin began screaming loudly, drawing attention from everyone around. People mocked the goblin's bizarre appearance, sarcastically asking who would summon something like that and why it was in a public space. Kim's embarrassment reached new heights when some bystanders mistakenly assumed that he was the goblin, simply because he was standing so close. A deep, burning rage surged within him. He tried to steer the goblin away from the crowd, but it suddenly approached a stranger and began provoking them, drawing even more unwanted attention. At that moment, a large, angry man named Patton appeared, loudly objecting to the sight of a goblin roaming freely through the city. Whispers spread among the crowd, people calling Patton the Destroyer in a mocking tone, despite the fact that he wasn't widely known. Kim's expression changed to one of concern. Someone who called themselves the Destroyer clearly wasn't just some average guy. Panic set in as Kim quickly tried to explain to Patton that the goblin wasn't hostile, but Patton ignored him. Without warning, he launched a powerful attack toward the goblin. In a flash, the goblin countered with lightning speed, launching a devastating counterattack that easily defeated Patton, dealing massive damage. As Patton lay defeated, a system message appeared on Kim's screen, explaining that PK mode had been activated and that pain levels were limited to prevent higher-level players from bullying lower-level ones. The crowd stood in stunned silence, completely horrified by what they had just witnessed. Whispers spread rapidly as people questioned how a small goblin had defeated someone like Patton. Kim's heart raced as he realized the full extent of the danger he was in. If word got out that the deadly goblin belonged to him, his life would spiral out of control. Panic gripped him, and anxiety overtook his every thought. Just as Kim feared, several members of Patton's guild appeared on the scene. Their leader, Hyak, mocked Patton for being defeated by such a small goblin, calling it a disgrace. Then, Hyak turned to Kim, his tone dripping with disdain as he declared that the goblin was just a worthless monster. But still, he insisted that it had to be held accountable for the damage it had caused to their guild. Kim could feel the tension building as the situation rapidly spiraled out of control. While he knew his goblin could easily take them all down, he realized that doing so would bring nothing but trouble. His heart raced, and he quickly tried to intervene, shouting that he'd handle the goblin himself. But the guild members ignored him. Instead, they threatened to kill him if he tried to stop them. Out of options, Kim tried to reason with them, warning that ganging up on a tiny goblin wouldn't end well for them. But before he could say more, the goblin suddenly launched an attack, using the skill rock throw. With terrifying speed, the goblin struck one of the guild members, Minyoung, the master of speed, delivering a devastating blow that instantly brought him down. The guild members exploded in rage. Kim could hardly believe how quickly things were escalating. Feeling the weight of the situation, he He turned and ran as fast as he could, narrowly escaping the chaos that had unfolded. As he fled, Kim couldn't help but reflect on his earlier hope that life would become easier with such a powerful goblin by his side. Instead, he was filled with regret. He had been overly optimistic, thinking the goblin would make things better, but now everything was falling apart. As Kim ran through the streets, a mysterious old man suddenly appeared in front of him. Urgently, the man called out, telling Kim to follow him and that there was no time to explain. Kim hesitated for only a moment, then decided to follow, desperate for some direction. But to his horror, Kim soon realized that the man had tricked him, leading him straight into an ambush. The old man mockingly told Kim that this was his path to death. Suddenly, a system message appeared, congratulating Kim for his cleverness. It claimed the Goblin Lord was impressed by his cunning in using the enemy's weakness and distraction to his advantage. Kim's blood boiled as he read the message. "Cunning," he shouted in fury. How could the system label him like this? He remembered the Goblin Lord's cruel words, calling him weak and pathetic. Now, the system was calling him cunning. Kim couldn't understand why he was being labeled this way when he hadn't done anything wrong. Bitterly, Kim ranted to himself. It wasn't him who had caused all this trouble, it was the others. They had invited him to their party, betrayed him, and attacked him for no reason. After a deep breath, Kim turned to his goblin, his eyes filled with fiery determination. "I'm tired of being seen as weak," he muttered. "Things are going to change now. I'll take revenge. I'll destroy the Inten Guild." The goblin seemed to perk up at his words, its excitement palpable. Kim could feel a surge of energy, knowing he had a plan in motion. Meanwhile, two guild members were leaping across rooftops, tracking Kim and his goblin. Ji-Hoon turned to her companion, Inuk the Shadow, and asked, "Is it really necessary for you to come with me on such a simple mission? I can handle it on my own." But Inuk warned her not to underestimate the goblin. Even though Patton had been the weakest member of the guild, the goblin had taken him down with a single blow. There was something strange about the goblin's power, and Inuk knew that they couldn't take it lightly. Just as they were speaking, a loud scream echoed from below. Inuk and Ji-Hoon stopped in their tracks, concern flooding their faces. They looked down to see their guild mate, Sungreal the Cunning, being hurled violently from above. Horror gripped Inuk as he realized what was happening. Then, the goblin appeared behind them, sending a chill down Inuk's spine. Before Inuk could react, he attacked the goblin, launching a fierce strike. But to his shock, the attack had no effect. The goblin didn't even flinch. Inuk realized then that this goblin was no illusion. It truly possessed terrifying power. Fear surged through him as he understood that he was in a critical situation, one that could very well cost him his life. Inhuk's desperation was palpable. With a swift, quick strike, he attempted to save himself, but the goblin effortlessly dodged the attack. Fear and disbelief coursed through Inhuk's veins. Never in his wildest dreams did he think he'd encounter a creature capable of avoiding his strike so easily. His confidence crumbled, and his mind raced with confusion. From behind him, Ji-Hoon's furious voice rang out, scolding Inhuk for standing there frozen. She couldn't believe he was letting a mere goblin have the upper hand. Inhuk tried to shake off the panic and calm himself, telling himself it was just a small goblin, but his worry grew. How could such a weak-looking monster deal millions in damage? There had to be some trickery involved. The thought of the goblin's overwhelming strength haunted him, and he knew he had to do something drastic. Then, Inhuk activated a special skill called Absolute Evil, greatly enhancing his power. His body surged with newfound strength, though his speed took a massive hit, dropping by 90%. He could feel the overwhelming force building inside him, ready to strike down the goblin. His irritation flared, and he muttered under his breath, expressing his frustration at the situation. Ji-Hoon, watching in disbelief, couldn't understand why Inhuk would use such a powerful skill on a simple goblin, especially one that drained half of his mana. Inhuk explained that it was likely an auto-triggered skill, a safety measure that had activated due to the dire circumstances. With the skill activated, Inhuk prepared for his final move, reverse fist stance. The stance greatly increased his attack power but reduced his critical hit chances. The situation had reached a critical point, and he knew he had to end it quickly. Frustrated, Ji-hun finally agreed, realizing that they needed to take down the goblin before anyone else saw them in this embarrassing position. She activated her special archer skill, Storm Arrows, which removed all movement-slowing effect from the area. With her frustration mounting, she grumbled about needing to use such a powerful skill just to take down a goblin. The Storm Arrows skill cleared the debuffs from Inhuk, allowing him to charge forward with full speed once again. His fury burned in his eyes as he lunged at the goblin, delivering a fast, powerful strike. But as his fist made contact, a cold wave of disbelief swept over him. The result? 0 damage. His attack had no effect whatsoever. Inhuk froze in shock. 0 damage. Again, he couldn't believe it. Was anything going to work? He wondered. His mind scrambled to find a solution, but before he could think further, the goblin gave a sinister grin, clearly enjoying the chaos it had caused. The sight of that grin sent chills down Inhuk's spine. And then, without warning, the goblin struck. In a terrifying, unexpected move, it launched a devastating surprise attack, dealing massive damage in the millions. The force of the blow sent Inhuk to the ground, and he screamed in agony, his body racked with pain. Ji-hun stood frozen in shock. Her mind couldn't comprehend what she had just witnessed. As she slowly processed the events, Ji-hun began to piece things together. This goblin was no ordinary monster. Her eyes widened in realization. This goblin was something much more dangerous than they had ever anticipated. Kim, watching the scene unfold with a sinister smile, approached her. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "I'm the one who summoned the goblin," he admitted, his voice low and dark. Ji-hun's expression shifted from shock to a mix of confusion and dread. Everything had changed in an instant. She was now facing a far greater threat than she could have ever imagined. As the goblin stood beside Kim, laughing eerily, Ji-hun's shock deepened. How could a mere goblin possess such immense power? After all, Inhyuk, the Shadow, was one of the strongest members of the Everton Guild, and yet here he was, overwhelmed by this creature. Her mind raced, trying to comprehend the impossible. But Kim, now with a truly deranged look on his face, simply dismissed her thoughts with a cold, twisted smile. "It's none of your business," he said with terrifying intensity, his voice carrying an edge of anger. "And right now, I'm beyond pissed." Ji-hun's nerves were on edge, and she felt her heart race. With her voice trembling, she demanded to know what Kim wanted from her. "What have I done to deserve this?" she shouted, her fear giving way to a burst of anger. Kim grinned cruelly, the smile spreading unervingly wide. "It's all your fault," he sneered. "You started this." Her blood ran cold at the sinister words. She screamed, calling him insane, but Kim, realizing how his words had come across, tried to backtrack. His intentions were never to sound like this. No, you've misunderstood," he stammered, his voice shaky. "It's not what you think. You attacked me first. That's why my goblin and I are furious with you." But Ji-hun wasn't calming down. Her panic only escalated, her screams filling the air, and Kim felt the embarrassment sink deep into his gut. It wasn't supposed to be like this. He turned to the goblin, his face turning red from the heat of the awkwardness. "Stop her from screaming," he yelled, hoping the goblin would get the message and keep things from spiraling further. As the commotion continued, several people nearby heard the ruckus and looked around, their curiosity piqued. When their eyes landed on the scene unfolding on the rooftop, one of them shouted, pointing, "It's them, the ones we saw earlier." Kim's heart sank as he realized the crowd below was starting to gather. Panic gripped him, and his mind raced for a solution. He knew they had to leave before the situation got worse. "We need to end this fast," he muttered to the goblin. "Let's get out of here." Panic spread like wildfire among the onlookers. "The goblin destroyed the Everton Guild," one of them shouted. Now it's going to kill the last woman. Are we next? Kim felt his heart race, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the situation. This wasn't supposed to happen like this. He never meant for things to escalate so out of control. His desperation fueled his voice as he screamed at the goblin to stop. "No, leave her alone," he demanded, his voice filled with fear and urgency. To his surprise, the goblin halted mid-lunge, obeying the command. Ji-hoon, still paralyzed with fear, could only watch in horror, unable to move. The crowd below, witnessing the spectacle, was in awe of Kim's bravery. Despite looking like a beginner in low-level gear, he had stood up to a goblin that even the Everton Guild had been unable to handle. Their admiration was palpable, and soon they began to cheer for him. "Good luck," one of them shouted. "You can do it. You're going to beat that goblin." Kim was stunned, his mind reeling at the unexpected praise. What? This wasn't the reaction he had expected. Instead of mocking him, they were cheering, treating him like a hero. Confusion and surprise flooded him as the cheers grew louder. They didn't understand what had actually happened. They didn't know that the goblin was summoned by him. Then it hit him. He was being misinterpreted. Kim was left speechless, staring at the jubilant crowd, unsure how to handle the realization. He had come here with vengeance in mind, but now he was caught in a web of misunderstanding. Kim couldn't shake off the image of himself heroically protecting Ji-hoon from the goblin, a figure of bravery in the eyes of the crowd. He pictured her looking at him with admiration, gratitude shining in her eyes as he commanded the goblin to back off. He imagined himself delivering a dramatic line like, "Your time is up," making him feel like a true hero. The idea of being the fearless savior, risking his life to protect her from the deadly monster, excited him to no end. His twisted imagination took over, and he laughed eerily at the thought. But that excitement grew even more intense when he considered how people would view him now. A true hero who had saved the woman from the goblin. He laughed louder, imagining the applause, the cheers. He could almost hear it. But his thoughts turned quickly as he walked toward Ji-hoon with a terrifying expression. He needed her to understand who was in control. "Do you want to die in pain, like your comrades?" he sneered, stepping closer. "Swear to remain silent and never tell anyone about me or the goblin, and I'll spare you." Terrified, Ji-hoon quickly agreed, promising to keep silent. Kim's smile was calm, almost serene, as he confirmed her promise. She wouldn't tell anyone about his connection to the goblin. But in a sudden shift, Kim's demeanor changed, turning into something far more intense. He shouted dramatically at the goblin, accusing it of attacking innocent villagers and causing chaos. The crowd watched in stunned silence as Kim declared, with righteous fury, that he would put an end to the farce. With a flair for the theatrical, Kim activated his skill, Goblin Walk. A chain materialized around the goblin's neck, binding it under his control. Kim dragged the creature forward by the chain, yelling that he wouldn't forgive it. His strength was undeniable, but the goblin's confused expression suggested it didn't understand what was happening. With a powerful motion, Kim slammed the goblin to the ground, continuing to drag it with a growl of confidence. The crowd gasped, stunned by what they were witnessing. Some whispered, awed by the chains of light, a skill capable of restraining monsters. They were astonished that a player in a beginner village had access to such advanced abilities. The praise was immediate, murmurs of admiration spreading through the crowd. Kim's confusion grew as he received a system message informing him that the goblin's mood had improved due to Goblin Walk. Was his skill somehow making the goblin like him? He barely had time to process it before he continued playing the role of the hero. He urged the crowd to back up, warning them that the situation was still dangerous, though he could barely contain the goblin. Ji-hoon, watching from a distance, came to an eye-opening realization. "I get it now," she murmured. "The Everton Guild couldn't defeat the goblin because your level is above 50. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. They had assumed Everton's failure was due to weakness, but now they understood. It wasn't the guild's fault. It was Kim's overwhelming strength. Kim pretended to struggle with the goblin, but used his skill again to push it away. Then, with a dramatic flourish, he summoned a piece of goblin-specific food with the goblin feeding skill and threw it far away. "This is your end," he shouted, as the goblin darted after the food, moving with lightning speed. The crowd watched in awe as the goblin chased after the food, and Kim seized the moment. He ordered the city gates closed quickly, ensuring the goblin couldn't return. The gates slammed shut just as the goblin exited, and the crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Is it really over?" they asked each other, unsure of the outcome. Kim, exhausted but pleased with his performance, quietly asked, "Are you all okay?" The crowd erupted into cheers, clapping and shouting their thanks. Kim's heart swelled as he realized they truly believed he had saved them, driving away the goblin and protecting them from disaster. As the crowd continued their celebration, Kim couldn't help but smile, relieved. He had almost become known as the lunatic who destroyed an entire guild, but now he was a hero. Ji-hoon approached Kim, her face somber. She told him that all her guild mates had respawned at the Resurrection Temple in Pascal, and she was the only one who knew the full truth about his connection to the goblin. Kim immediately recognized her as the same woman from earlier, and she assured him that she would keep her promise. She wouldn't tell anyone about what had happened. Seeing an opportunity, Kim asked, "Is Pascal really a sacred zone where players have infinite HP and are protected from monsters and other players?" A frightening expression flashed across Kim's face as he suddenly threatened Ji-hoon. If she broke her promise, he warned, he would find a way to kill her repeatedly at the Resurrection Temple, inflicting endless damage. Ji-hoon, terrified, vehemently denied any intention of breaking her word. Her fear was palpable, her scream echoing through the city as the weight of Kim's threat crushed her spirit. Kim, finally feeling a sense of ease, lay down on, reflecting on how all this chaos had spiraled out of control. It never was meant to be like this, he thought to himself. Lying in bed, exhausted but content, Kim basked in the comfort of his new, beautiful room. He couldn't help but feel proud of himself, thinking how great it was that he had been rewarded for his actions. But then, his expression grew serious, and regret washed over him as he remembered someone. Catherine. He had failed to save her, and that thought still haunted him. Suddenly, something important crossed his mind. He had completely forgotten the goblin point he'd received from the Goblin Lord. A panel appeared in front of him, displaying his name and current class. Kim Su, Goblin Summoner. He had 1 goblin point. Kim scoffed. "Will the goblins start calling me their brother if I keep earning these points?" He mused, knowing he had gotten them through trickery rather than genuine strength. Curious, Kim decided to open the Goblin skill shop. But when he tried to access the advanced skills, he found them locked. His eyes scanned the screen, and with a sigh, he selected the only available skill, Goblin Gathering. What did it do? Before he could think further, a terrifying force slammed into his room. The goblin he had summoned earlier burst in, causing chaos as it tore through the space. Kim screamed in panic, realizing that Goblin Gathering was a summoning skill, not a regular one. The goblin's sudden appearance made him anxious, and he feared someone would discover the creature in his room. Frantically, he tried to calm the goblin down, panicking about what to do. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The innkeeper called out, "Are you all right?" Kim, caught off guard, responded awkwardly, "I'm fine. Just leave if you don't want to die." He quickly corrected himself. "Actually, just go away." As the panic intensified, Kim knew that keeping the goblin's presence a secret was his only option. Kim tried to calm the goblin, quickly offering an apology for what had happened earlier. He gently asked it to calm down and drop whatever it was holding. Later that night, Kim sat quietly beside the goblin, venting his frustrations over the day's events. He spoke in a soft tone, expressing how unfair everything felt, that he had been mocked and attacked even though he hadn't done anything wrong. Looking at the goblin with a heavy heart, he said that they were the same. In response, the goblin let out a quiet sound, as if agreeing. Kim continued talking while lying on the bed next to it, muttering that this world was full of bad people. Elsewhere in the city, the doors of a tavern swung open, and a staff member greeted incoming guests. Inside, a few members of the Everton Guild were seated around a table. One of them suddenly pointed toward the entrance and remarked sharply that the person who just entered was the jerk from yesterday. Kim, clearly flustered, shyly admitted it was him. He added that he was the one who saved a member of the Everton Guild, though he felt uneasy being in such a crowded place without his goblin. Inhuk, the harbinger of death from the Everton Guild, fixed his piercing gaze on Kim and said there was no real reason for Kim to help them after what had happened, but thanked him anyway in a chilling tone. The coldness in his voice left Kim terrified, prompting him to beg Inhuk not to thank him with that scary look. Giant, another guild member, told Inhuk there was no need to be so cautious. Kim didn't seem like someone looking for a fight. However, deep down, she knew they were being completely fooled by him, since Kim was hiding the truth about the goblin. Kim confirmed the situation and openly admitted he helped them despite their previous attempt to kill him, because he needed something from them. Inhuk agreed with Kim's honesty, acknowledging that they owed him. He emphasized that the Everton Guild never forgets a favor, and they'd help him however they could. Kim explained that there was no longer any reason for him to stay in the beginner zone. Now that he was past level 30, he wanted to move on to a new region. He asked if they knew how to get there. Inhuk asked if he was referring to a place called Fjornail and mentioned that he might know someone who could help him reach it. Just then, an old man interrupted from across the room, claiming that he knew exactly how to get to Fjornail. He approached Kim quickly and offered a sincere apology for a previous encounter between them. Speaking in a calm tone, the old man explained that after witnessing what Kim had accomplished with just one goblin, it was clear Kim was incredibly strong. Peyton the Destroyer, level 28, chimed in, saying that Kim might even be stronger than they were, which annoyed him a bit. Kim began thinking to himself, clearly denying it in his mind. He knew he wasn't stronger than them. He added silently that if Inhuk had actually followed through and attacked him the day before, he would have died from a single hit. The beginner zone, known as Leaf, consisted of 5 standard dungeons: the grassy area where slimes appeared, the mine dungeon, the dark forest, and others. These were considered open field dungeons, meaning players could enter them anytime. The old man explained that if Kim wanted to leave the Leaf zone, he would need to clear a raid boss dungeon. This made Kim curiously ask what a raid boss dungeon actually was. The old man clarified that raid dungeons were different from open field ones. They had gates that opened and closed at set times, with limited entry attempts and time constraints. Inhuk added that the raid boss dungeon was the final challenge of every area, and players needed to reach a high enough level before attempting it. He went on to explain that the raid boss dungeon in Leaf only opened once a month, and the reason everyone was gathered now was to prepare for that event. At that moment, Kim realized their presence here wasn't a coincidence. Something big was going on. Inhuk confirmed it, explaining that the dungeon had opened the day before, but everything was ruined because of a certain goblin that suddenly appeared and destroyed everything. Kim was stunned by this revelation. The realization hit him hard. He was now stuck in a Leaf zone until the raid boss dungeon opened again 1 month later. Furious, he remembered earning over $200,000 from defeating a level 80 monster and thought bitterly about how the goblin he could probably clear even more difficult dungeons. And yet, he was now going to be stuck doing nothing for a whole month. In a fit of rage, Kim grabbed Inhuk by the collar and shouted, demanding to know if there was another way out. He wasn't about to waste his precious time. Inhuk calmly told him there wasn't. Everyone else was angry about the wasted chance, too. He added that, with this, their debt to Kim was settled. The Everton Guild then started preparing to leave. Kim stood in place, looking visibly disappointed and frustrated about the turn of events. As they walked away, Giant glanced back at him with a sympathetic expression before following the others outside. Outside, under the cover of night, the Everton Guild members quietly left the area. Meanwhile, hidden behind a wooden crate, the goblin peeked out, laughing softly to itself. The goblin suddenly lifted its head, sensing something strange. The night sky above them remained clear and calm, but there was an unexpected shift in the air. The raid boss dungeon gate, which had been closed just the day before, suddenly creaked open again. A system message flashed in front of Kim. Raid Boss Dungeon has been opened. The shock rippled through everyone present. The old man, staring at the gate in disbelief, exclaimed that there should have been a 30-day wait before the next raid. Inhuck's eyes narrowed as he stared at the gate, repeating in his mind that the Raid Boss Dungeon was not supposed to open now. Before Kim could process what was happening, another system message appeared before him. Raid Boss Dungeon has reopened. Kim stood frozen in stunned disbelief. The room was filled with murmurs of surprise. Peyton, the Destroyer, shook his head in astonishment. The Raid Boss Dungeon has already reopened? The group stood before the open gate, their faces reflecting shock at the unexpected turn of events. Inhuck turned to the old man, asking how many people were currently inside the dungeon. The old man replied that no one was there at the moment since the team that had been prepared had already completed it yesterday and moved on to the next area. This means we're the only ones here now, Inhuck muttered as he considered their position. Kim's eyes glinted with malicious intent. I knew something felt off, he sneered, looking directly at the guild members. You guys are trying to trick me into falling behind, so you could go ahead. You betrayed me. He was seething, fury rising in his chest. I should have known better than to trust you, he screamed, his voice breaking with frustration. I won't let you enjoy the rewards without me. Giant, visibly startled, quickly tried to deny the accusation. Kim, you're completely misunderstanding the situation. We didn't deceive you. Please, but Inhuck, calm as ever, cut her off. Do you want to join us or not, Kim? He asked, ignoring the tension. Kim's face twisted in anger, but he firmly stated, I'm not letting you go in alone. Inhuck nodded, accepting Kim's response, and prepared to explain the situation. Our intel suggests that the raid dungeon consists of a single room with the boss right at the start. We need to be fully prepared before we go in. It shouldn't be too dangerous, considering our levels are much higher than the dungeons, but we should still exercise caution. Peyton, ever the arrogant one, snorted. We don't need caution. The guild leader isn't even here, and we still have all of Everton's top members. We'll finish this in 10 seconds. Inhuck didn't flinch, his tone as confident as always. Let's get started. With the plan in place, everyone moved toward the gate. Kim turned to the Goblin, which was still hidden behind a crate, and whispered, It'll be a hassle if they find out about you. Stay hidden until I summon you. As he checked his inventory, Kim remembered the past betrayal that still stung, and he swore he wouldn't make the same mistake again. His eyes scanned his items, landing on an advanced healing stone, an item that revived him with 100 HP if he ever reached 0. He was surprised to still have it, considering it should have been used earlier. Doesn't matter now, he muttered under his breath, deciding to push the thought aside. Without another word, he rushed toward the gate, stepping through into the dungeon. The moment Kim crossed into the dungeon, his breath caught in awe. The environment was unlike anything he had seen before. So this is the Raid Boss Dungeon, he said, amazed at the surroundings. Suddenly, a massive steel giant, level 40, appeared before them. The air filled with panic as the team screamed in alarm. This isn't a regular dungeon, one of the members yelled. A clear system message appeared on their screens. Hidden dungeon, steel giant's lair. Inhuck turned to the old man, his voice seething with anger. What kind of plan is this? He shouted, demanding an explanation. The old man responded in confusion. I don't know anything about this. Giant's voice quivered with fear as she shouted at Kim. What are you doing? Run to the gate. But Kim, unfazed, smirked sarcastically and retorted. You think I'm going to run from this? Are you all seriously backing out now? He turned his sharp gaze to the team, daring them to retreat. Do you have any idea what kind of rewards this dungeon holds? If you all back down now, I'll take it all for myself. One of the guild members snapped back. Everyone already knows that, but the boss is level 40. A single hit from it could be disastrous, not just a regular kill. It could have serious consequences. Kim grinned, unshaken. The level difference is only 10, he said confidently. At worst, we'll get some serious injuries. But no one's getting permanently wiped out. You think rewards like these come easily? With that, he activated his special Goblin Summoner skill. Goblin, come save me, he shouted, his voice filled with authority. But the goblin, still hidden outside the dungeon, was confused, unable to understand the summoning. Meanwhile, the steel giant roared and charged toward Kim with terrifying speed. Kim screamed in frustration, yelling for the goblin to come out immediately. But the summon wasn't successful in time. The steel giant's massive fist collided with Kim, and in an instant, the force of the blow crushed him, killing him instantly. A system message popped up, announcing Kim's death. His lifeless body lay sprawled on the ground. Peyton looked down at him with mockery, disbelief in his voice as he said, "I can't believe this is the same guy who fought the goblin yesterday. Only to go down like this." Inhuk, his face cold and indifferent, dismissed Kim's death with a shrug. "We don't care what happens to him." But his expression shifted when he noticed something unsettling. The gate had suddenly closed behind them. His shock was evident. The old man, his voice grave, explained the situation. "We underestimated this dungeon. It's extremely rare for a hidden dungeon to emerge from a standard raid. This is why we're facing a level 40 steel giant." He paused, then added with a grim tone, "We have no choice but to fight." Meanwhile, Kim's body began to twitch as he woke up with a scream of pain. The shock was overwhelming. "What the hell?" he roared. "I'm over level 30. How did I die in one hit?" His mind raced, but then he froze, realizing with deep disappointment that he had completely forgotten to use his available stat points. 26 points, completely unused, could have made all the difference in that fight. As the realization hit him, regret flooded in. He had also forgotten to summon the goblin before he died. The treasure. It was so close. Kim muttered bitterly, his anger rising. He blamed the goblin for not responding quickly enough, cursing the delay. Just then, the Everton team leader, full of energy, shouted, "Let's attack. Begin the hunt." Kim's jaw dropped in disbelief. He couldn't process what he was hearing. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Without missing a beat, Ji-Hoon launched her special skill, Wind Arrow. The skill doubled the movement speed of all the team members, setting the stage for their attack. Inhuk, the Shadow, and Minyong, the Speed Master, dashed forward at breakneck speed, preparing to strike the steel giant. The old man quickly gave orders, directing Inhuk and Minyong to lead the charge. "Go first, attack the monster, and try to figure out its weak point." Ji-Hoon's speed boost should make it difficult for the monster to counter. Inhuk and Minyong struck with precision, launching their attacks from different angles. The steel giant roared, resisting their blows with surprising strength. The two of them didn't falter, though. They quickly synchronized their movements, executing a joint skill known as Sequential Slash, which consisted of 16 consecutive hits. The old man watched closely, his eyes calculating. "Every monster has a weak point," he said. "If we hit hard enough, we should find it." After the attack, Inhuk turned to Minyong, his expression serious. "Did you find his weak point?" Minyong shook his head, confusion written across his face. "No." The total damage dealt was 0. Inhuk frowned, considering the possibilities. "There are 2 reasons this could have happened," he muttered. "Either its defense is off the charts, or there's something else we're missing." They glanced at the steel giant, which let out a furious roar, confirming that something wasn't right. Before they could process further, Inhuk, his black cloak swirling, leaped forward with a powerful strike using Peerless Blade. The impact shook the ground, but even after this strong attack, the leader was forced to admit, "Our weaker hits are useless." He clenched his fists in frustration. "It has a passive ability called Hatred of the Weak," he explained. "Any attack that deals less than 5% of the monster's total HP is nullified." Peyton, his voice growing louder, shouted at Inhuk, "You're the only one who can deal damage to this level 40 monster. Go all out." But the old man shook his head firmly, replying, "Inhuk isn't the one with the strongest attack here. There's someone else who could do far better, depending on the situation." At that moment, Ji-Hoon stepped forward, her expression resolute. She prepared her powerful skill, Final Death Arrow. As she readied herself, she thought to herself, "If the guild knew I had this skill, they want me to be the guild leader." Peyton, overhearing this, was taken aback. "What? "What is that?" he asked, his tone a mix of awe and disbelief. "I don't even know what it does, but I'll buy you enough time to use it, no matter what it costs." He then activated his skill, War Cry, roaring with intensity to draw the monster's attention toward himself. It worked. The monster roared back in rage and focused its attack entirely on Peyton. Meanwhile, Kim, still lying on the ground, watched the events unfold with tension and frustration, calling Peyton an idiot for drawing the monster's attention instead of running. The monster attacked with brutal force and dealt massive damage, but Peyton managed to withstand it without dying. Peyton mocked the monster after the blow, saying he expected it to be stronger, claiming the damage was minor. But the old man shouted at Peyton, warning him not to be careless, stressing that their success depended on not making any mistakes. At that point, the old man used the skill pain sharing, which splits incoming damage between him and Peyton. He explained that the one with higher HP would take more of the damage. Kim observed the situation carefully, noticing that their levels were relatively low and that none of them had hidden classes, which only increased his confusion about their true strength. At the same time, the leader of the assassination team declared that their plan relied on the two warriors distracting the monster, while the assassination team would reduce the monster's defense using their passive skills. He explained they had a passive skill called Weak Point Reduction, which decreased the enemy's defense by 2% with a 1% chance per attack, and it could stack up to 5 times. Kim was amazed by their impressive coordination and power. As he watched the battle between them and the monster, he began to wonder to himself if this was the true strength of a powerful, well-organized guild. Kim felt frustrated because he was dead and wouldn't gain any experience or rewards if the monster was defeated by someone else. He feared he might lose everything. At that moment, the monster suddenly focused its attention on Patton again, who was startled and felt uneasy by the monster's terrifying approach. Peyton shouted angrily at the monster, asking why it was looking elsewhere and reminding it that he was the enemy it should be attacking. But the monster slammed the ground with tremendous force, causing a powerful tremor that showed just how strong it truly was. At that moment, Kim stood up, having decided to use the advanced healing stone to revive himself. He sarcastically said he couldn't watch these losers fight anymore, and that he would help them since he had the highest level among them. A system message appeared confirming that the advanced healing stone revives the player with 100 horsepower when their health reaches 0. Kim smirked and said to himself that the hero always arrives late. Suddenly, the system announced that the Steel Giant had chosen Kimchil Su as its target. The Steel Giant used a wide area skill called Surface Destruction, instantly killing many team members. Kim screamed in anger, wishing he had revived earlier. Several team members were thrown back by the sheer force of the attack, severely injured by the impact. Peyton stood stunned as he saw his teammates lying injured around him, then shouted in fury at the monster, demanding to know how it dared hurt his allies. The old man yelled, warning Peyton not to lose focus now. But Peyton ignored the warning and unleashed his powerful skill, Giant Slash, charging at the monster with great force. Despite the strength of the attack, the damage Peyton inflicted was only 3,890 points, demonstrating how powerful and difficult this monster truly was. The old man continues using the skill pain distribution to share damage with Patton, but he takes a very heavy hit, 2,456 horsepower, and mutters in pain and regret that his plan didn't work. A system message then appears announcing the deaths of both Peyton the Destroyer and the cunning old man. Kim stands frozen in place, shocked and confused, wondering what he just did. Furious, Kim begins shouting defensively, saying it wasn't his fault, and all he did was simply revive himself. At that moment, Inhuk the Shadow reappears in a battle stance, ready to act. He recalls how monsters usually prefer targeting healers or ranged fighters before heavily armored tanks. Inyuk continues analyzing, pointing out that because of PTON's War Cry skill, which provoked the monster, it focused its attacks on Peyton instead of going after the healers. He concludes that Kim's unexpected resurrection disrupted the monster's target priority, causing it to suddenly refocus and wipe out the entire team before they could react. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun, the bringer of death, nervously asks In-huk what she should do. Should she release her arrow now or not? Her skill, one-shot death bow, consumes her own HP when used, and her current HP is only at 46%. But In-huk yells angrily, demanding that she not fire the arrow now, explaining that it could ruin their entire plan. He further clarifies that the assassination team's passive skill hasn't reached its full potential yet. It is only stacked 3 out of 5 times, which is not enough to defeat the monster in a single blow. In-huk decides to take responsibility for drawing the monster's attention and instructs Ji-hyun not to cancel her skill under any circumstances. He clearly states that if Ji-hyun fails to land her finishing blow, they will have no chance of victory. Meanwhile, Kim cautiously tries to offer his help to Ji-hyun, hesitantly asking if there's anything he can do to assist. But Ji-hyun responds harshly, mocking him and asking what he could possibly do without his goblin, and tells him to do nothing because he's just a nuisance to them right now. Kim wonders sadly why she looks at him like that. Was it simply because he didn't have his goblin with him now? He then starts blaming the others internally, saying it's their fault he couldn't bring his goblin. With a crazed smile, Kim continues his inner monologue, insisting that they're the real culprits despite being so weak and wondering why they treat him this way, even though they desperately need him. Kim starts remembering his goblin's level 999 and sarcastically tells himself that he'll just let them suffer and die on their own. At that moment, the steel giant selects Ji-hyun, the bringer of death, as its next target and charges toward her with incredible speed. In-huk realizes the monster is now focusing on Ji-hyun, just as he predicted since she's the long-range damage dealer. He tries to redirect the monster's attention back to himself, yelling at it that he is the one it should be fighting. He uses a powerful offensive skill called Twin Blade Frenzy, dealing 1,920 damage to the monster. But the monster immediately retaliates with a terrifying roar and an immensely strong attack. In-huk leaps high, barely dodging the strike, and shouts that the battle isn't over yet. He resumes his assault once again, trying to pull the monster's focus back to him. He uses Twin Blade Frenzy again, dealing an additional 1,980 damage. He continues striking quickly and relentlessly, trying to force the monster to view him as the primary threat. He attacks the monster a third time with the same skill, landing another 1,912 damage. Finally, In-huk pauses for a moment, surprised that it took 3 full-powered hits before the monster even started to see him as a real threat. The steel giant continues its terrifying roar, and a message appears confirming that it has selected In-huk, the shadow, as its target. Another screen shows the monster's current HP, still at 22,460 out of 30,000. In-huk is puzzled that his previous attacks weren't enough despite the 3 stacks of the defense-reducing skill. He realizes that all he can do now is buy time for Ji-hyun. So he taunts the monster, mockingly asking if it's angry yet. In-huk uses a special assassination skill called Rapid Evasion, which allows him to dodge all physical attacks for 3 seconds. He declares that the next 3 seconds belong to him. But at a critical moment, a terrifying message appears before him. He lacks enough mana to activate the skill. In-huk is struck with horror and disbelief. Because of the mana shortage, In-huk takes a direct, powerful hit from the monster, sending him flying as he screams in pain from the massive damage. At that moment, Kim stands in shock as In-huk's body collapses at his feet. A system message appears declaring the death of In-huk, the shadow. Kim begins screaming hysterically, accusing the team of being stupid and weak. He says he would have been better off staying dead and deeply regrets reviving himself in this situation. But Giona shouts at him in fury, yelling that his revival is what ruined everything and caused the situation to spiral out of control. The two enter into a heated, tense argument. Giona insists that if she had just 10 more seconds, she could have finished it. Kim yells back that he'd rather everyone die than let them take the rewards without him. At that moment, the steel giant lets out another earth-shaking roar. Both Kim and Ji Hyun turn toward the monster, screaming in fear as they realize it has now targeted them. A message confirms that the steel giant has selected Ji Hyun, the bringer of death, as its target and is rapidly closing in on them. Ji Hyun stops arguing and screams that now isn't the time for blame. She decides to fire her arrow immediately, even though it hasn't fully charged, but she notices Kim standing strangely beside her and asks with confusion what he's doing. Kim turns to her with a sinister smile and asks her an ominous question, saying she can't move while charging her arrow, right? Ji-hun is startled and asks nervously what he's planning to do. She screams in terror, begging Kim not to come near her, but Kim suddenly grabs her and begins running at full speed, shouting that she was the one who said she needed 10 more seconds, while Ji-hyun screams in shock and fear. Kim leaps, dodging the monster's attack at the last second, laughing maniacally as he enjoys the dangerous chase. Jian is stunned by Kim's speed and asks how he could possibly be moving so fast, like Inhuk the Shadow. In his mind, Kim reveals that he allocated all 26 of his unspent stat points into speed, making him exceptionally fast. Fast enough to rival professional assassins. Suddenly, Kim realizes that his earlier argument with Jian earned him an additional Goblin point. He begins to wonder if the Goblin Lord is trying to tell him that he was the one in the wrong. At that moment, Jian shouts that her arrow is ready to fire, and Kim yells at her to shoot now. Jian warns him angrily and nervously that if she misses, it's all over. She begs him not to pressure her. Kim ignores her plea, throws her over his shoulder, and shouts that he wants compensation for all the blood he lost and the expensive healing stone he used earlier. The monster begins spinning around violently, preparing for a devastating area attack. It then unleashes the attack with tremendous force, causing massive destruction across the area. At the critical moment, Ji Hyun finally releases her special skill, One-Shot Death Bow, aiming it directly at the monster. Kim charges forward, carrying Ji Hyun at full speed toward the monster, shouting at the top of his lungs for her to end it. Now, as she prepares to release her decisive arrow, the steel giant lets out a massive roar and uses an incredibly powerful skill called World Destruction Skill. The giant slams the ground with tremendous force, causing debris to scatter everywhere around them. Kim Soo is in utter shock, thinking to himself that the monster had been hiding such a dangerous skill all along. Kim quickly realizes that this attack affects the entire area and remembers that Jian only has 18 HP left while he has 100 HP because he recently revived, meaning both of them would die instantly if hit directly. Ji-hun tries to aim at the monster but struggles due to the overwhelming amount of flying debris. She anxiously says she can't land a clean shot in these conditions, and Kim replies that he's beginning to see something strange in his mind. At first, Ji Hyun thinks what he's seeing might be a solution to their current predicament, so she asks about his vision, but is quickly shocked when he tells her it's just memories of playing with his friends in the past. Jian sarcastically comments that what he's seeing must be his life flashing before his eyes. Suddenly, something unexpected happens. A strange rift opens in the air, and a sharp, clawed hand reaches out. It's quickly revealed that the hand belongs to Kim's Goblin, who enters the area in a terrifying way, laughing maniacally. Kim begins screaming angrily at the Goblin, yelling that it took far too long to arrive, and saying it felt like a whole week since he used the summoning skill. Jian is utterly shocked by what she's witnessing and thinks to herself that she can't believe what she just saw. She wonders in disbelief if the Goblin actually tore through the fabric of the dungeon itself to enter, thinking such a thing should be completely impossible. Suddenly, Kim excitedly announces that he's using a secret skill called Goblin Shield, a defensive ability. The steel giant roars in fury and looks like it's preparing to launch its final attack. But Kim smirks confidently and mocks the monster, saying, "Those are pretty bold last words for a hidden dungeon boss." Kim and Ji Hyun stand behind the Goblin and declare together that the climax of the battle has finally arrived. Jian finally unleashes her ultimate skill, One-Shot Death Bow. After fully charging it, dealing a massive 22,524 damage to the giant. The powerful strike pierces through the steel giant's body, freezing it in place as cracks begin to spread across it. The steel giant finally collapses to the ground, defeated, and a system message appears telling them they have successfully cleared the hidden dungeon, Steel Giant's chamber. Jian stands in awe and repeats, joyfully and in disbelief, that they actually won, that they managed to clear the hidden dungeon. A system message then appears announcing that Juna's level has increased from 27 to 31. Another message informs Kim that his level has also increased from level 31 to level 34, and he jumped for joy at the achievement. With overwhelming excitement, Kim begins screaming hysterically, demanding to see what reward he earned from clearing the dungeon. A system message appears announcing that all characters who fell during the raid have been revived upon its completion, and the team leader in the black cloak begins asking if everyone is all right. One team member replies that he feels a bit of blood in his mouth, but confirms he's okay. He expresses relief that they defeated the monster and says that if its level had been just a bit higher, they would have been in serious danger. Suddenly, someone says with concern that Zyongle isn't breathing, but another member sarcastically replies that if they smack him hard enough, he'll wake up. The Black Cloak leader looks sternly at Kim and Ji Hoon-ae and asks if they can explain exactly what just happened. But Kim at this moment is acting very strange, hugging all the loot that dropped from the monster and screaming hysterically, begging everyone not to come near him. Ji Hoon-ae looks at the leader and hesitantly says that she doesn't know how to explain what's going on with Kim right now. But the system message that appears before him shocks him. It states that he hasn't fulfilled the conditions to unlock a hidden class yet. Ji-hun is also disappointed when a similar message informs her that she too hasn't met the requirements for a hidden class. She wonders in confusion if clearing a hidden dungeon isn't enough to obtain a hidden class. At the same time, Kim reflects deeply and concludes that just like he received the Goblin class due to the Goblin Lord's favor, there must be other conditions that need to be met inside the hidden dungeon itself to qualify for a hidden class. Kim also realizes that it would have made more sense to obtain the hidden class before defeating the dungeon boss, but he stops thinking about it and decides there's no point in overthinking it now. He starts screaming again, shouting that he has to collect the monster's loot before it's too late. Ji-hun quickly yells at him to stop, saying that even though they were the ones who landed the final blow, everyone contributed to the battle and the loot should be shared after consulting the group. But Kim keeps screaming wildly and refuses to listen, hugging the rewards even tighter. The leader and another member stand beside Ji Hoon-ae, watching Kim with surprise and mockery, wondering aloud if he's turning into Gollum because of his obsession with the loot. Kim shouts back defensively that the loot is precious to him. The leader calmly tells Kim that despite helping them twice, they've achieved their primary goal and don't intend to be greedy about the extra loot. This surprises Kim, who wasn't expecting such nobility. Suddenly, the old man approaches Kim and smacks him hard on the head, then sternly says he told Inyuk, the shadow, from the start that they shouldn't have caused all this trouble. Kim becomes furious and starts yelling angrily at the old man and the team members, accusing them of betraying him not once but twice. But the team leader replies calmly yet firmly, saying that removing Kim right now wouldn't be difficult, and if they wanted to use force, they already would have. Then the leader points to Kim and tells him that he can keep all the loot. But he points specifically to the bow Kim picked up and informs him that it's a unique item, the Iron Giant's bow, and asks if Kim realizes how valuable it is. Kim is thrown into panic and nervously yells, asking what that means, especially since he's not an archer and doesn't know how to use it. Kim internally realizes that this is a unique item that can't be sold or used unless the player belongs to a specific class, archer. But Kim shouts stubbornly, declaring that he still wants to keep it, arguing that everyone else has unique items except for him. One member snaps angrily, telling Kim to stop being greedy and hand the bow over to Ji-hyun, the bringer of death. But Kim gives a cunning smile and agrees to give up the bow, only if he gets something in return. The leader is stunned and says in disbelief that this item cannot be traded or sold, which makes it incredibly valuable. But Kim laughs maniacally and mockingly tells them that in the end, they'll have to buy the item from him, or they'll never get it. Kim laughs loudly and maniacally with his goblin, while one of the guild members watches in disgust, thinking to himself that Kim really does resemble that goblin they encountered earlier. At the same time, Kim's goblin is seen hiding cautiously behind some rocks, looking nervous due to Kim's current cooperation with the Everton team, and lets out a small, anxious sound. Ji Hyun, the bringer of death, holds the new unique bow that Kim gave her and comments that it's very heavy. Kim sarcastically thanks the Everton team for the exchange, and the team leader in the black cloak replies that he's been thinking about this for a while, that Kim has a special talent for making people hate him. The black cloak leader asks Kim where he plans to go after this, and Kim quickly and confidently answers, "Isn't it obvious?" Kim follows up with a wicked smile, saying that he's going somewhere they aren't. The leader comments that Kim is a truly twisted man. The team leader, agreeing with Kim's plan, calls it a good idea and asks if everyone is ready to leave. As they head out, Jian casts a glance at Kim, a look filled with curiosity and interest. Kim and his goblin stand confidently, preparing to leave as well. A system message confirms that the hidden raid dungeon has been successfully completed. Kim reflects on the situation. While losing the unique bow was unfortunate, the thief's glove he received as a consumable item is incredibly useful. It grants him the ability to steal one item from a character lower level than him. But Kim realizes the true prize is the high-purity steel he obtained. Aware that he was once a mining-focused player, he laughs joyfully and thinks to himself that, while everyone was obsessed with the unique weapon, none of them noticed the true value of the rare metal. The following day, Kim arrives in Fjornale, a city located in the Phoenix Market area. Surrounded by high-level players dressed in extravagant gear, he can't help but feel awe and admiration. He wonders aloud how much money these players must be making from the game. Then, in a strange outburst, Kim announces that he can smell the scent of money in the air. However, his excitement quickly fades as he realizes that before he can start making money, he needs to upgrade his gear. The shocking reminder of how easily he died from a single hit by a monster 9 levels below him hits him hard. Kim realizes the reason for his defeat. He's still wearing his old, worn-out armor from when he was level 3. He's stunned to find that the armor even gives him negative defense stats. Suddenly, the goblin screams loudly to grab Kim's attention. Kim turns to the goblin, warning it in frustration that if it causes any trouble in the village, he'll be seriously angry. But just as he finishes speaking, a massive monster appears in front of them, causing Kim to scream in terror. "A monster!" he yells, bewildered. He demands to know why a boss-level monster would be in a place like this, and orders the goblin to protect him immediately. Before Kim can react further, he hears a calm, surprised voice. "I've never seen anyone use a goblin as a summoned creature before." Kim turns to find a beautiful and powerful-looking woman named Irene lounging atop the monster. She asks Kim if the goblin is truly his summoned creature. Kim, stunned, realizes someone is riding the monster, and wonders if it means the monster is a summoned beast under another player's control. Irene calmly explains that Michelle, the monster, is very obedient within the village, but Kim's anxiety grows. He shouts that the monster is drooling heavily while eyeing him. Kim glances at Irene and immediately senses how strong she is. He thinks to himself that he doesn't need to fight her to know her power. She's so formidable that even guilds like Everton wouldn't stand a chance against her. Irene approaches Kim gently and asks, "Sweet little one, would you grant me the honor of knowing your name?" Kim hesitates, but finally replies, "Kim Cheol-soo." The woman smiles softly, then tells him, "I wasn't talking to you," and points to the goblin, which is still screaming excitedly. Surprised, asks if the goblin has a name and whether he hasn't named it yet. Irritated, Kim responds that it's not important. Who would even think of naming a summon monster? He adds in disbelief, "You just called that ugly goblin cute?" Irene smiles calmly and replies, "One-sided relationships are usually unstable." She advises Kim to take a good look at his goblin from atop the monster she's riding. Irene continued, explaining that the goblin had immediately taken a defensive stance for Kim the moment it heard the command to protect him. Despite not even being given a name, this act showed just how loyal the goblin was. She looked at Kim again with a soft gaze and told him she hoped he wouldn't be too boring the next time they met. She then bid him farewell by name, Kim Ch-soo, and instructed her monster, Michelle, to move. Kim, still sarcastic, shouted after her, "Thanks so much for the advice," and added loudly, "I don't need your advice at all. My goblin and I don't have problems with each other." He then commanded the goblin to move. Later, while browsing a gear shop, Kim was met with a harsh stare from the shopkeeper, who criticized his outfit. The shopkeeper, an NPC named Humphrey the Sharp-Tongued, told Kim that his clothes were literal trash, and that wearing actual garbage would be an improvement. Flustered, Kim tried to defend himself, saying that was exactly why he came to buy better gear. Humphrey, mocking him, showed him a sturdy piece of metal armor and sarcastically declared it perfect for someone like him. Kim was shocked when he saw that the armor cost 350 gold, about 40 real-world dollars. As he thought deeply, Kim realized that even with a top-tier summon creature, if he died, he'd lose instantly. So, decent defense was a must. He decided to buy the armor. Humphrey acknowledged that Kim at least had good taste in gear, telling him to use it well since it had been crafted especially for idiots like him, using top-quality steel. Kim muttered himself that this guy really lived up to his name. Kim eagerly put on the new armor, feeling incredibly happy. "Oh, this armor is really nice," he said. But moments later, he screamed in frustration and rage when he realized he couldn't move at all due to the armor's weight. Humphrey, casually telling him that people like him shouldn't be moving in the first place, watched Kim struggle. Kim realized the problem. He had invested all his stat points into agility during his fight with the steel giant. Now, with this heavy armor, he couldn't move. He needed to sell it immediately. Humphrey offered to buy it back for just 30 gold and mocked the armor as garbage, which only made Kim shout in anger, furious that he was being ripped off by an NPC. Suddenly, Kim noticed a golden exclamation mark above Humphrey's head. Confused, he asked about it. Humphrey began looking around in a panic, saying he couldn't find anything. Then, he discovered that his special blacksmith hammer was missing and screamed in frustration, saying he couldn't craft anything without it. Kim, unfazed, coldly told Humphrey that he had plenty of other hammers, but Humphrey insisted that this hammer was different, that he needed it back right away. Humphrey explained that the hammer was located in the underground waterway dungeon near the village entrance and firmly asked him to go retrieve it for him. A message appeared in front of Kim, notifying him that he had received the quest, Humphrey's problem, with the reward being the ability to refine materials to craft armor. Kim suddenly realized why the materials he obtained from the hidden monster were so valuable. They could be turned into high-tier equipment. He grinned wickedly, accepted the quest, and confidently repeated the dungeon's name, Underground Waterway. Standing at the dungeon entrance, Kim declared that he didn't need to worry about anyone else. "Other party members will only slow me down," he said with an even bigger smile. "I'll finish this easy dungeon in under 30 minutes. But a system message soon appeared, announcing a quest condition. Kim stood stunned, confused by the strange requirement. He was shocked to see Humphrey behind him, yelling in frustration and urgently demanding that he retrieve his hammer immediately. The message clarified that the quest would fail if Humphrey died. Kim screamed in confusion and annoyance, asking, "Why is this NPC following me into the dungeon?" As our protagonist, Kim, approached the cave, he noticed a blacksmith standing right in front of it. The man was holding a hammer in each hand and staring directly at him. Kim blinked in confusion, trying to make sense of a notification he'd received earlier. His thoughts raced, and the worry showed clearly on his face. If he dies, the quest fails. May have to drag around a level 13 tumor. Unexpected variable. But then, out of nowhere, the blacksmith suddenly shouted at him, his voice booming. "Why are you just standing there staring? Hurry up and move." Kim didn't answer. A nervous sweat rolled down his face as he silently calculated his next move. In his mind, he thought, no need to keep pace with him. He decided to outmaneuver the blacksmith, to finish the job before the guy could even get up. That way, he wouldn't have to bother protecting him. I'm maxed out agility, so I'm pretty fast. I'll just ignore the trash mobs and rush the boss. Smiling with excitement, Kim dashed into the cave and muttered under his breath, "Ah, I was just about to leave." As he ran deeper into the cave, he kept thinking to himself, I know all about this kind of quest. NPCs are weird. They follow players but stop as soon as they're too far. He planned to take advantage of that, just leave the blacksmith behind. But before he could finish that thought, Kim suddenly froze mid-run. His eyes widened in shock at the sight ahead. At that exact moment, a notification popped up. In front of him, the blacksmith was already deep in battle, surrounded by a pack of wolf monsters. They were all lunging at him, and his health bar was dropping fast. But even while being swarmed, the blacksmith shouted with pride, "Humph! You dare challenge me, Humphrey the Great?" The scene was ridiculous. His words didn't match his desperate situation at all. Kim yelled back at him in frustration, "No, you dumb NPC. Stop fighting and stay back." Panicking at how close he was to failing, Kim shouted toward his companion, "Goblin!" In an instant, Dark Goblin shot forward like a blur. His speed was unreal. Every attack he landed dealt a whopping 9999999 damage, instantly wiping out the monsters one after another. When the last monster fell, Dark Goblin swung his hammer with a flourish, flicking the blood off. He turned toward Kim with his ugly smile and said, "Kisha Shishi." Kim had no idea what it meant, but it sent a chill down his spine. The blacksmith, still full of himself, declared, "As expected, you're no match for the mighty Humphrey." He acted like he hadn't just been seconds from death. From behind, Kim made a twisted, angry face and grumbled, "Gizlu, bull brggh." But suddenly, the blacksmith's eyes shifted. He had noticed something far off in the distance. He tensed, clearly sensing a presence, and shouted, "You over there?" Without another word, he sprinted off toward the source, leaving Kim behind in the dust. Watching him disappear, Kim clenched his teeth and muttered bitterly in his mind, "Should I just kill him? Seriously." Even as the quest continued, that thought lingered. Then, our protagonist Kim narrowed his eyes and stared intensely at the blacksmith in the distance. Thoughts swirled in his head. This is a pain. Charging in like that without knowing he could die. Have the goblin guard him while I run to the boss. No. If I call the goblin back to me at the wrong time and he dies, it's over. Realizing there was no easy way out of this growing problem, Kim clenched his fist. His mind cleared, and with confidence, he thought, there's only one way. Turning to his companion, he called out boldly, "Goblin, we're changing strategy. For now on, wipe out every trash mob along the way." And as soon as he heard those words, the goblin burst into laughter like a total maniac. Keek. Meanwhile, deeper inside the kid dungeon, the blacksmith stood tall, his hammer in each hand, facing off against a horde of rat monsters. His eyes were wild as he growled, "These filthy bastards. Not only did they claim Phoenix El Barsa's territory, they even stole my hammer." With a furious roar, he leaped forward to attack, shouting, "I'll wipe them all out." But just before he could even land a single hit, Dark Goblin appeared like a blur, his face twisted into that same ugly grin, his long nose leading the way. He effortlessly slaughtered the monsters before the blacksmith could even swing. Still, the blacksmith kept charging in, blindly attacking empty air as if it were full of enemies. He bellowed, "Take my ultimate technique." In front of him, the goblin continued his rampage, killing every rat with max-level speed and overwhelming force. Back a little, Kim stood with his hands on his waist, grinning confidently. "All right, it's been a while since I've gone all out." "All right." He took a breath and nodded. "It'll take more time than expected, but it's definitely safer to clear everything on the way. That damn old man won't die either this way." But then, the blacksmith started to realize something. His eyes darted around, He hadn't killed a single monster. Frustrated, he turned and saw Kim glowing with confidence, a soft golden aura radiating from his body. The blacksmith clenched his jaw and shouted, "These bastards, are they seriously ignoring me?" Kim tried to calm him gently, his voice soft. "No, they're not ignoring me." But the blacksmith seemed to pick up something in Kim's tone. His eyes lit up with rage, and he roared, "Before I'm a blacksmith." His whole body shook with fury as he finished. "I was a proud warrior." And right then, his rage boiled over. A burst of energy surged from him. Warcry skill activated, a loud system notification popped up in front of Kim. Seeing that, Kim immediately lost his cool. "You bull-headed bastard." Far deeper inside the dungeon, skeletons that had been resting in silence suddenly jolted awake from the skill's effect. One of them opened its jaw wide and let out a terrifying scream. Cool. In no time, undead skeleton soldiers appeared before Kim and the group, swords in hand, eyes glowing. These weren't weaklings. Their levels were above 30. But strangely, the blacksmith stood right at the front, ready to face them all. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, "Did even ancient spirits awaken from my shout? Now, this is finally getting interesting." Kim could hardly believe it. He glared at him and replied, "So what you're saying is that skill just now woke up monsters that wouldn't have attacked if we just walked past?" Frustration exploded from within Kim. His voice was sharp and loud. "You're telling me we're supposed to clear a quest like this now? I'm very pissed off right now. This better be your last trolling stunt, right?" Keek! Dark Goblin cackled wildly, picked up a nearby stone, and gripped it tightly in his hand. Then, with a powerful toss, he hurled it at the skeleton soldiers. The stone landed with a massive impact, instantly killing them all. But even after that impressive display, Kim's irritation didn't fade. He muttered coldly, "If you mess with me again like this, I'll kill everything, quest or not." Time passed. 3 exhausting hours later, our protagonist was staggering through the dungeon with his companions. His face dripped with sweat, completely out of stamina. Kim Kyolsu had now reached level 37, but with that came a price. His face, already far from handsome, had somehow become even uglier. Every step he took, he leaned against the rough stone walls of the dungeon for support, thinking bitterly to himself, "This insane bastard. He just won't stop trolling." Bringing him along makes this feel like hard difficulty dungeon mode. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the blacksmith spoke up. "I'm still Humphrey." But just then, click. Unknowingly, Kim stepped on something. A sharp noise echoed through the corridor. Startled, he looked down. What was that sound? Behind him, the blacksmith's eyes widened in panic. He screamed out, "Dodge it! It's a trap!" A golden flash erupted from the side of the room. In an instant, 3 glowing arrows launched through the air, headed straight for Kim. Without hesitation, Kim grabbed his overpowered goblin and yanked him up like a living shield, yelling as if casting a powerful skill. The arrows slammed into the goblin's tough frame, splintering and scattering across the ground. The danger passed. Kim stood there trembling slightly, sweat rolling down his face as he exhaled. That startled me. Why did a trap suddenly activate? I didn't even do anything. Then he glanced at the floor and spotted the skeletal head he had unknowingly stepped on. That was the trigger. Just as he started to calm down, his heart skipped. He turned his head and saw the blacksmith. An arrow had pierced directly into his chest. Blood was dripping slowly from the wound and from the corner of his mouth. The blacksmith gritted his teeth, staring ahead with a grimace. "Guh, you cowards. That garbage ditched me to save himself." Hearing those words, Kim's face tightened. He clenched his teeth, his body shaking with frustration. Then, a system notification blinked in front of him. He watched helplessly as Humphrey's health dropped, second by second, until it finally hit 0. A final notification appeared. The silence that followed was broken by a sudden, wild scream. Kim snapped. He charged out of the dungeon like a deranged beast and stormed into town, shouting at the top of his lungs, "I'm gonna kill him again! You crazy f***ing blacksmith! You're already dead, but I'll kill you anyway." As Kim tore through the city streets, a mysterious figure watched him from above, quiet, still, and intense. Eyes narrowed like blades, the man stared down at Kim and muttered in a low, threatening tone, "Finally found you." His gaze sharpened even further as he spoke the name. Scheme Kool-Soo. When the protagonist finally arrived at the blacksmith shop, he skidded to a dramatic stop, just like a hero from the movies, and shouted the blacksmith's name. Humphrey, the blacksmith, noticed him standing outside the shop and immediately reacted to the gear he was wearing with a sharp, critical glare. With a mix of shock and annoyance, he insulted the protagonist harshly. In response, the protagonist smiled devilishly, holding up the goblin in his hand like a toy, and replied with mocking confidence. But surprisingly, instead of continuing the argument, Humphrey abruptly changed the topic and thanked him for retrieving his hammer, as if he hadn't just insulted him seconds before. The protagonist, baffled by the sudden shift, reacted loudly in disbelief. At that moment, a system notification appeared in front of him, confirming the quest was complete and that Humphrey's forging hammer had been successfully returned. It also unlocked the ability for him to craft equipment using materials. Seeing the message, the protagonist looked confused, questioning how the hammer had already dropped. Humphrey, still as blunt as ever, explained that it had dropped right after they killed the rat. Hearing this, the protagonist erupted in anger, demanding to know why this information was being revealed only now. But Humphrey, unbothered, just repeated that the protagonist was trash, like always. Later inside the shop, Humphrey worked on the armor without even glancing at the protagonist. He explained that the quality of equipment was influenced by the blacksmith's sweat. As he hammered away, he instructed the protagonist to watch carefully, stating that high-quality materials in the hands of a skilled blacksmith are reborn into something greater. Once he finished, he stepped back, arms crossed, and declared that a fine piece of gear had been forged, then insulted the protagonist again, claiming it was wasted on someone like him. The protagonist looked at Humphrey's calm expression and pointed out that he hadn't even broken a sweat, questioning the earlier claim about sweat being important. Humphrey, dead serious, responded that's exactly why the quality was low. When the protagonist put on the armor, he looked at his hands, eyes wide with excitement, a bead of sweat sliding down his face. In his mind, he was overwhelmed by the thought that this was his very first rare armor, rarer even than loot from a hidden dungeon, and crafted from materials dropped by a hidden boss raid. As he admired the armor, players started gathering around him, clearly in awe, though he didn't even notice. He was too busy marveling at the armor. A system panel appeared, listing the item stats: rare blue steel light armor, with level and agility requirements, and a chance to activate skill. Just then, Humphrey reappeared and told the protagonist he wouldn't be taking money for this one, adding that he didn't want any disgusting gratitude. The protagonist, without missing a beat, retorted that he hadn't planned to pay anyway. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. PK mode had been activated. Though the protagonist hadn't done anything, his instincts kicked in and he immediately sensed danger. A sharp blade suddenly appeared from behind him. He dodged just in time, turning to see the same man who had been watching him run through the city earlier. Seeing that the attack had failed, the man paused. The protagonist, still trying to process what had just happened, questioned the sudden aggression. The man, with a confident air, acknowledged the dodge and accused the protagonist of being strong enough to have left a certain young woman half dead. A crowd started to gather as the man's accusations drew more attention. In a panic, the protagonist muttered to himself about his agility stat before snapping out of it and loudly questioning what was going on and who this young lady even was. The man ignored his confusion, calling out the protagonist's name and stating that he was the last person the young lady had partied with. Without finishing his sentence, he accused the protagonist again, this time more forcefully, of pretending not to know someone named Catherine, while launching another attack. The protagonist dodged again, now holding his head in confusion as he tried to recall who Catherine was. Then it hit him. He remembered the moment he met the girl who had tricked him into joining her party, only to betray him inside a hidden dungeon. Snapping back to the present, the protagonist shouted in frustration, insisting that he was actually the victim, that she had betrayed and backstabbed him first. But the man's expression darkened. He coldly reminded the protagonist that while he was alive and well, the young lady in question had ended up in a vegetative state. The accusation hit hard. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock, sweat rolling down his face, mouth agape, and with a trembling voice, he asked if she had really become a vegetable. As the protagonist stood frozen in place, the man's accusations rang in his ears. His mind suddenly flashed back to the moment at the shrine when Catherine had been attacked by the boss monster. He remembered vividly how the monstrous gauger had slammed its massive foot down on her. The image burned into his memory. In that instant, a horrifying thought struck him. Was it because of the damage she took from Gauger? He had known the shock of that attack would be devastating, but for her to end up in a coma, because of him? No, he couldn't accept that. Trying to justify himself, the protagonist shouted back at the man, panic written all over his face, sweat pouring down. He insisted it was Gauger's fault. He hadn't done anything wrong. He tried to explain, but the words caught in his throat. The man, however, wasn't interested in hearing explanations. His expression was cold and resolute as he stepped forward with deadly intent. He declared that it wasn't up to the protagonist to decide whether he was at fault. What mattered was what had happened to her, and now, because of it, the heir to the Dizmyeon group was in jeopardy. Without waiting for a response, the man thrust his sword straight toward the protagonist. But then, something unexpected happened. The blow connected, yet it didn't do any damage. The man froze, his mind reeling. No damage? That's when it hit him. The protagonist hadn't taken any damage at all because he was protected by the overpowered goblin shield. And standing there with a smug grin, the protagonist revealed the secret. With his shield held high and the two hideous goblin faces on it snickering in sync, he laughed and mocked the man. Why hadn't they just started with this from the beginning? The chairman's daughter from the Semyeon group was unwell. So what? Both goblin faces laughed together like classic villains. Oh, but let's not forget, his name is Lloyd. So, how many of you know about Lloyd? Let me know in the comments. As the man finished explaining the full situation, the weight of it all sank in. The protagonist began calculating everything in his head. Thoughts raced. He remembered why he kept pushing forward even though working on manhwas was hard. The message from demonic scans echoed in his mind. Please, if you like our work, consider donating here. Then the name hit him like a truck, Dizmyeon Group. Cars, phones, semiconductors, and soon, more. A massive conglomerate known not just in Korea, but all around the world. Just getting a job, there was considered a major life achievement. And now here he was, sitting in a hospital room, staring at the unconscious daughter of that conglomerate's chairman. Her body lay still on the bed, an oxygen mask strapped to her face. He couldn't believe it. She had collapsed while running a party with him, and now she was lying there like that. Because of a game, the man across from him finally broke the silence. He questioned the protagonist directly, asking whether the young lady was really attacked by a level 80 monster in a hidden dungeon. Nervous, the protagonist stammered. Sweat rolled down his face as he struggled to answer. He muttered a clumsy explanation, saying yes, probably. Maybe it was the trauma of total incapacitation. That's what she must have gone through. But the man wasn't convinced. He leaned in, voice sharp, demanding to know how the protagonist managed to escape, especially when he had only been level 3 at the time. Meanwhile, the girl, who was close to level 40, ended up like this. How was it that he came out unscathed? Panicked, the protagonist blurted out more excuses. He claimed he'd changed to a hidden class and barely escaped. Said it was just luck. Then, in a moment of guilt, he admitted she should have been the one to get the class, not him. Looking down at the girl again, he thought to himself that the doctors had done everything they could. They'd given her the utmost care, but she still wouldn't wake up. If it were him in her place, he knew he'd be long dead. The man's expression darkened. He repeated the impossible scenario, how a level 3 player had gotten a hidden class and escaped from a level 80 monster. That wasn't some miracle cure, he pointed out. The protagonist could only laugh awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head. Then, as if grasping at something, he asked carefully, was there barely any chance she'd recover? But the man shot back sharply, warning him to watch his mouth. She wasn't dead, just unconscious. He explained that even the best doctors had said the same thing. They didn't know why she wouldn't wake up. For now, there was nothing more they could do. Hearing that, the protagonist's expression fell. He looked at her and muttered, so they were just supposed to sit and wait for her to wake up? Then, almost hesitantly, he pointed out that since the injury happened inside the game. The man turned and looked at him intensely, not saying a word. Still, the protagonist pushed on. What if they tried to heal her through the game? The man adjusted his glasses and told him to continue. So, the protagonist began explaining further, making a thoughtful pose and holding his chin. He claimed to have read an article once, something from the US, about a person who had lost consciousness and was about to be given up on by their family, but they regained consciousness while logged into Heaven's Gate. Something like that. But even as he spoke, he knew it was a lie. He said aloud it was a long shot like a 1 in 9. 9 million chance, and laughed it off. But inside, he admitted to himself, I'm lying to these desperate people right now. Then, with a shift in his tone, he put on a serious expression. He gently took the man's hand and, feigning concern, said with gravity, but instead of just sitting here doing nothing, shouldn't you at least try grabbing at straws? Because deep down, the protagonist thought bitterly, they lied to me too. And even though our protagonist's concerned expression was fake, he didn't realize just how convincing it looked. The man stared at him in silence for a moment, seemingly contemplating something deeply. Then the scene shifted. Next day, inside the game. The girl's avatar appeared, but her expression was completely blank. Her eyes were dull, her body unmoving like a lifeless puppet. She didn't say a word. A nearby goblin looked at her and got excited, his tongue sticking out as he started laughing like a pervert. Meanwhile, our protagonist stood frozen, panic washing over him. His eyes widened with a mix of shock and disbelief as he exclaimed, the chairman actually gave permission. They actually let her log in while unconscious. Then gritting his teeth and clutching his chin, he thought, these people must really be desperate. Still, as the weight of the situation sank in, a darker thought crept in his head. If they find out I lied to Dee's Myung group, I'll disappear without a trace. He began circling around the girl who stood silently in the middle of the city. His thoughts churned faster. Recovering lost consciousness through a game? That's bullshit. I've never heard of such a thing. But suddenly, a wicked grin formed across his face. At the very least, I'll be remembered as someone who tried to save her. And then, jumping up in the air like a lunatic in the middle of the town square, he shouted to himself, that big corporation, to save the #1 heir that everyone gave up on, could they really ignore someone who tried this hard? The goblin kept laughing behind him, unfazed, but our protagonist didn't care at all. He was fully immersed in the fantasy he was building for himself. If I get lucky and she actually wakes up, jackpot. Even if it doesn't work, I've got nothing to lose. He then stepped close to the girl and stared at her blank expression intensely. Gently, he held her chin with one hand and muttered with a mock serious tone, I pretend to be trying to save her for a while. Then mimicking a crying voice, he wailed dramatically that they should prepare for the worst. After that fake act, he hugged himself like a mad genius, spinning in place while laughing. Am I a genius or what? After calming down a little, he looked at her again and sighed. So anyway, I'll have to bring her around for a while. But how the hell do I drag around someone who can't walk? His eyes landed on the goblin. Taking a deep breath, he finally said, that's it. The goblin tilted his head and looked up at him curiously. Then, a short while later, the girl's avatar was seen walking stiffly behind our protagonist, being dragged along by a rope tied around her waist like a slave. The goblin, holding the robe, snickered gleefully. Our protagonist confirmed his theory. As expected, if I pull her physically, the system makes her follow. This will do. So, with him leading in front and the goblin dragging her from behind, the girl now followed like an obedient puppet. But soon, he began to notice the stairs. Whispers surrounded them. His expression twisted awkwardly, sweat forming on his face. Is this really okay? Townspeople nearby started murmuring to each other. Oh my, look at that. He's making a goblin drag a female player around. He's the absolute worst. I hope he dies. He was stunned. His face contorted in disbelief as he screamed in his thoughts. It's absolutely not okay. Panicking, he quickly tried to defend himself. I swear I'm close with this, but a girl scoffed and replied coldly, treating someone you're close with like that. Then a guy next to her chimed in, if I get close to you, are you going to hit me too? His mind shattered in real time. Eyes wide, mouth agape, he whispered, what? Then completely panicking, his inner monologue went wild. This is bad. I'm completely cornered. This is no different from the last town. And just like that, right on cue, a voice shouted from a distance. This way. Our protagonist turned his head, and there he was, the old man, appearing once again like some kind of weird savior. Our protagonist squinted. You, pointing toward the back of a building, the old man urged, no time to explain. Come on, this way. But this time our protagonist didn't immediately obey. Instead, he crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow with a cocky smirk. Explain. Unless you want to die. Didn't expect to run into you again. As they continued walking through the area, Scheme suddenly halted. With suspicion in his eyes, he turned toward the old man beside him and addressed him directly, calling him by a known nickname. The old man, unfazed by the insult, confirmed his identity with a calm demeanor. Scheme immediately linked the goblin from earlier to the old man, confirming his suspicion about it being a summoned creature. Ignoring any attempt from Sungryul to explain further, Scheme went straight to questioning his motives. He acknowledged the old man's assistance, but made it clear that he didn't trust him or his guild. He directly asked what the Evaton guild was scheming this time. Sungryul leaned against the wall, clearly annoyed by the assumption. He explained that the guild had only assembled for a raid and that they didn't stay together consistently. Scheme didn't press the point further and brushed off the topic altogether. Meanwhile, the goblin, who had been dragging the unconscious girl by her robe, looked towards Sungryul with a faint smile. Scheme turned back to the old man and questioned whether he acted as a scout for the Evaton guild. He asked for information about the region, admitting he was still unfamiliar with it. Sungryul, considering the request, suggested they move to a different location before beginning his explanation. He then walked ahead, passing through a laser-guarded pathway and gesturing for Scheme to follow. Sometime later, a system notification appeared in front of Scheme, stating that player kill mode had been activated. In the aftermath, Scheme stood with his hand bloodied, while the old man lay injured on the ground, his body scarred and battered. Despite his condition, Sungryul began explaining what little he knew about the Pyramidal region. He revealed that boss raids in this area didn't follow the usual monthly schedule. Like in the game Rev, instead, they required specific conditions to be met. He then questioned Scheme's obsession with dungeons, noting his intense behavior whenever a dungeon clear was delayed. Scheme, sweating from anxiety, stammered out a reason, claiming it was all about money, since tougher dungeons paid more. Internally, however, he kept the real reason to himself. He was exploiting a bug for profit. Despite the tension, Sungryul offered some genuine advice. He emphasized that progression should follow a certain order and reminded Scheme that he had only just entered the Pyramidal region. He recommended starting in Phoenix El Baysar, a royal city where the game's main quest line could be taken on and where even high-level players frequently traveled. Hearing this, Scheme became instantly ecstatic. He shouted in excitement, finally realizing the importance of the main quest. In a frenzy, he grabbed Sungryul by the collar and shook him, berating himself for not thinking of it earlier. Then, energized by the revelation, he turned and declared that they were heading out, ready to go, with the goblins. But something was wrong. He quickly noticed the girl was missing. Confused, he looked toward the goblin, stunned in his silence. In a moment of desperation, he asked about her whereabouts. Meanwhile, in a white, featureless space, the girl stood motionless, blank-eyed, like a puppet. Two men stood in front of her, both eyeing her with twisted interest. One commented on her looks and questioned why she was with Scheme's group, suggesting they treat her better. The other noticed her high-quality equipment and pointed out mockingly. Their leader speculated that she had simply logged in with valuable gear and left her device unattended. Noting her lack of resistance, he shifted the blame onto her and rationalized their actions. The two men moved in closer, practically drooling, pretending they wanted to call guards for her protection, while clearly implying something far more sinister. Panic surged through Schem's mind as he sprinted through the streets, searching desperately for the missing girl. His thoughts raced, weighed down by dread. If she took any damage while unconscious, he knew he wouldn't be able to explain his way out of this one. Not this time. Just then, his communication device buzzed. It was a video call from the man with the glasses. The man's first words were laced with suspicion as he asked whether the girl was safe. Schem, panting and exhausted, forced out a weak, breathless confirmation. But the man didn't buy it. He immediately demanded proof. He wanted to see her face. Caught off guard, Schem tried to deflect. He told the man to send the money first, stammering and correcting himself with a hasty excuse that he and the girl were in the middle of something. His heavy breathing, however, betrayed the lie. The man noticed. He pointed out Schem's condition, wondering aloud why he sounded so out of breath. Annoyed, Schem snapped and said he'd show the girl later because he was busy right now. The man, unconvinced, threw back a mocking response, demanding to know what exactly Schem planned to show. Without giving him another second, Schem hung up. Staring at the ended call, the man muttered angrily, calling Schem a bastard. An older man sitting beside him remained calm and unbothered. He told him to let it go, brushing off the situation as nothing serious. The man immediately apologized for the disturbance, referring to the older man respectfully as chairman. This older gentleman was none other than the chairman of the semi-young group. The chairman turned to the man with the glasses and reminded him of something vital, that Catherine was the heir to the entire semi-young empire. In his view, what could someone like Schem possibly do to change anything? He then addressed the man directly by name. Han Jamun. Han, still visibly concerned, asked the chairman why he would trust someone like Schem with the young lady's safety. If healing her inside the game was really possible, wouldn't it be better for them to take care of her directly? The chairman, however, was unmoved. He brushed off the idea of treatment, saying it was hopeless anyway. If Catherine were to die, he said, what difference would it really make? Han's eyes widened in shock at the cold response. Continuing, the chairman reflected on Catherine's life. She had lived bound by the expectations of the semi-young bloodline, never able to make her own choices. The only thing she had chosen freely was entering heaven's door. That virtual world was her escape. It gave her the freedom she never had in reality. To him, it was far better that her final sight be something of her choosing, rather than the ceiling of a hospital room. Back in the game, Schem kept running through the massive city, frustration bubbling up. The game's realism was overwhelming. Even the sensation of running out of breath was simulated. He cursed the size of the town, questioning how he was ever going to find her in a place this huge. Then, an idea sparked in his mind. He recalled something strange that had happened in the dungeon earlier. Even though he hadn't done anything wrong, he'd somehow earned a goblin point. That triggered the unlock of a new skill. His eyes widened as the system displayed the newly unlocked ability, Goblin HP Share. He read the description. Uses your HP to recover the goblin's HP by the same percentage. It didn't impress him. Why would he need to heal something that barely even got hit? He quickly moved on to check for other new skills, and one caught his attention, Goblin Throwing. The ability simply allowed him to throw the goblin in any direction. That one at least seemed useful. Without hesitation, Schem summoned his goblin companion. The creature appeared instantly, and Schem grabbed it, holding it like a paper plane. Looking up into the sky, he took aim and hurled the goblin with all his strength. The goblin soared through the air, shouting with excitement. Suddenly, mid-flight, it pointed toward a direction, signaling the girl's location. Schem followed the goblin's finger and, recognizing the direction, burst out in laughter and called her name. He arrived on the scene like a dramatic hero, landing in front of the two men standing over the girl. With a cocky attitude and a tongue flick that screamed troublemaker, he made a bold declaration, claiming to have come to pick her up and insisting they'd be together forever. The two men recognized him immediately. With disdain in their voices, they acknowledged that it was the same ugly guy from before. One of them taunted him, asking if he still hadn't given up. They both declared that they were the ones who'd make the lady feel good. Scheme's face twisted in anger. He shouted back, saying he wasn't dragging her around for that reason, and demanded to know who they even were. The men responded with arrogant flair. They called themselves the handsome duo who saved women in danger just for fun. That only pushed Scheme further into rage. He yelled that Catherine was in danger because of them in the first place. Offended, the two men lashed out, charging at him with threats. They called him an ugly bastard and told him to die. But before they could land a blow, Scheme's Goblin stepped in. With swift, brutal efficiency, the Goblin beat both of them down. In an instant, the arrogant duo was lying unconscious on the ground, covered in blood. After beating those two arrogant punks to a bloody pulp, our protagonist bursts into laughter, shouting out loud like a man possessed. "Wah! Serves you right, you dumb bastards. How does it feel to lose to an ugly guy?" I said, "How does it?" His hysterical laughter echoes through the streets like a villain's final monologue. It rings so loud, even the city guard station blocks away start perking up. What's that sound? Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, still giggling like a maniac, our protagonist grabbed Catherine's hand and starts dragging her along by the rope. But just as he rounds the corner, his eyes widen. He sees something up ahead. His laughter dies instantly. I'm fucked. Just as Scheme Chulsuz was leaving the area with his wife, thinking the trouble was behind him, a soldier suddenly appeared and blocked their path. His spear was raised with sharp intent, and he accused Scheme of murder and kidnapping, his voice loud and unwavering. Scheme, caught off guard, instinctively raised both hands in surrender. He tried to explain that it was all a misunderstanding, that he was only defending himself, but even to his own ears, the excuse sounded painfully weak. In his mind, Scheme was already weighing his options. The excuse wouldn't hold water, and he knew he didn't have the time to argue. There was only one soldier in front of him, and he seriously considered taking him down before reinforcements showed up. But just as that dangerous thought crept in, something unexpected happened. A goblin casually walked toward the soldier with a sly grin, almost as if it were part of some strange plan. And then, out of nowhere, an old bald man appeared and placed a hand on the soldier's shoulder, interrupting the tension with a cheerful voice. He acted like he'd been looking for Scheme everywhere, drawing the soldier's attention away. Scheme's eyes widened in disbelief. He recognized the old man, a smooth-talking liar he'd encountered before. Confused and suspicious, he asked what the man was doing here, but the old man leaned in and quietly warned him. Killing a god NPC, he explained, would trigger consequences far worse than Scheme could handle. If Scheme didn't want to be relentlessly hunted by NPCs, he needed to stay calm and play along. The old man promised to handle the situation. With surprising confidence, the old man then turned to the soldier and thanked him for his service. But the soldier wasn't convinced. He eyed the old man cautiously, questioning their connection and growing more suspicious by the second. When he noticed the pouch hidden behind the old man's back, he demanded to know what it was. In response, the old man activated a skill, NPC gifting. This ability was meant to improve relationships with NPCs through thoughtful presence. Holding out a pouch of gold, he placed a friendly hand on the soldier's shoulder and offered it as a silent bribe, hoping to settle things peacefully. At first, the soldier was stunned by the amount of gold, but the moment passed quickly and his expression twisted with rage. Grabbing the old man by the collar, he exploded in fury, shouting at him for trying to bribe an honest man. What was meant to raise goodwill had the exact opposite effect. Their relationship level dropped instantly. Scheme watched the whole thing unfold in stunned silence. The soldier arrested the old man on the spot, while leaving him completely untouched. For a brief moment, Scheme stared at the scene with a strange mix of confusion and gratitude. Somehow, that slippery old man had managed to get arrested in his place. And as the soldier dragged him away, Scheme couldn't help but wonder. Was he actually a good guy after all? Sometime later, Scheme Chulsuz found himself standing at the gates of the Grand Palace, frustration bubbling as he argued with one of the soldiers guarding the entrance. He asked, almost demanding, why he wasn't allowed inside. But the soldier didn't even flinch. His expression remained blank, and his answer was firm. No means no. Scheme tried again, insisting that the main quest was supposed to begin here, inside this palace. But he was met with the same unshakable silence. Then, from nearby, a relaxed voice cut through the tension. Leaning casually against a wall, a blonde-haired man watched Scheme with an amused smirk. He told him not to bother. That door wasn't going to open anytime soon. Scheme turned, a little annoyed and slightly curious. He asked who the guy was. The blonde simply pointed at himself with a laid-back smile and introduced himself as Shin. Scheme's eyes flicked to the icon floating above Shin's head. A blinking exclamation mark. His thoughts immediately clicked into place. This idiot was giving him a quest. Shin stared at Scheme with a strange intensity that didn't match his chill demeanor, then smiled gently and pointed out that Scheme must be new in town, judging by the racket he was making at the gate. He even went as far as to compliment Scheme's eyes. That alone made Scheme pull a face so strange. Even he didn't know what kind of expression it was. But Shin wasn't done. He explained that Scheme had the look of an adventurer, someone capable. And then, without warning, he pointed right at Scheme and suggested he help with something. Something about a lost ruin. Something about proving his worth. Scheme didn't wait for the rest. He immediately brought up his system panel and skipped the entire speech. Still smiling, Shin tried to continue, promising that if Scheme helped, he'd let him into the castle. Scheme skipped that too. Shin tried again, this time losing his patience and starting to curse. But the moment he opened his mouth, Scheme skipped that as well. Just then, a notification popped up in front of Scheme. Main quest. Show your skills, bring the core from the golem that's present in the lost ruins, and prove your skills to Shin. Core of the Golem 01. Reward 250G. Later, inside the dungeon, known as the Lost Ruins, Scheme stood at the edge of a dangerous-looking lava pool. He let out a frustrated sigh, muttering to himself that someone really should have told him what kind of dungeon this was. Cursing the NPC under his breath, he stared into the bubbling heat below. With his arms crossed and sweat trickling down his face, he scanned the zone ahead. So this was the famous Lost Ruin, huh? He smirked dryly to himself. Are you sure the name isn't Lost Lives? He glanced back at the one following him, his half-slave wife. Knowing he couldn't leave her behind, he calculated his approach. With his maxed-out agility, getting across would be a breeze for him alone. But this time, he had to make it through while ensuring she stayed completely safe without taking a single hit. And that made all the difference. Standing at the edge of the lava pool, Scheme Chulsuz let out a sigh and waved his hand. Even though he didn't particularly like the person behind him, he couldn't stand the thought of her getting hurt. Muttering to himself, he admitted, I don't like you, but I don't want to deal with you getting hurt either. He handed the rope to the goblin beside him and instructed, Here, goblin, I'll call you with Rally, so keep a hold of that leash. With the rope now tied securely, Scheme crouched down into a sprinter's stance, just like an athlete preparing to launch. He took one deep breath, and in a single explosive motion, he leapt across the lava. His jump carried him smoothly to the other side, landing with grace and speed. From his new position, he shouted, Now, Goblin, and activated his Goblin summoner skill, Rally. Responding instantly, the Goblin grinned that usual ugly grin and jumped with surprising energy. With one solid bounce, he made it across and landed clumsily but safely in front of Scheme. But the girl, his half-slave wife, was still stranded on the far side, with a rope still tied to the goblin. Scheme gave a small, satisfied smile as he watched the plan in action. Oh wow, this really is a useful skill, he thought, impressed. But then everything started going wrong. The goblin, noticing the rope was still connected, turned to look back. The sudden tautness of the rope, combined with the pull from the goblin's landing, caused the girl to get yanked forward, dangerously close to the edge of the lava. Her feet stumbled forward, nearly sliding straight into the molten pool. Schem's eyes went wide. "No, she's falling in," he shouted. Panic surged through his voice. "Goblin, do something, damn it." The goblin, confused but trying to follow orders, pulled hard on the rope. Too hard. The girl went flying through the air, flung across the lava like a rag doll. Scheme froze in disbelief, his hand over his face, peeking through the gaps in his fingers as she crash-landed on the ground in front of him, in a ridiculous, tangled-up position. He stared at her in horror. "Catherine," he called out. His expression shifted from stunned to pure panic as he dropped to his knees beside her. Her eyes were shut, and she wasn't moving. "Hey, wake up. You can't die in a place like this, or I'm completely screwed." His voice cracked with urgency. "Please, get a hold of yourself." But Catherine wasn't hearing him. Somewhere in her unconscious mind, she was reliving a dark, buried memory. She saw her home. Her father stood before her, holding a golf bat in his hand, anger twisting his face. "You came home late because you were out with your friends?" he said coldly. "I've told you many times, friends at your age are nothing but fleeting, worthless nobodies who were bound to be forgotten." Tears welled up in her eyes as he raised the bat. "With your shortened skirt and makeup that makes you look like some whore," he snarled, "have you decided to live the same way as those subhuman filth?" His voice echoed louder and harsher. "What will people think of me when they find out I have a daughter like this? I'll teach you a lesson today. You are my only flaw." Catherine had fallen to the floor, sobbing, hands clasped together as she begged. "I am sorry. I won't do it again. I'll never do it again." Catherine kept crying, apologizing again and again, begging for help. Her voice broke as she cried for the only person she hoped could save her. Mom, Dad's trying to kill me," she screamed, voice trembling in desperation. "Please stop him. Please do something." The only response was silence. Her mother watched from behind a closed door, hiding, refusing to intervene, and then quietly left the room. The father's gaze turned cold and threatening as he looked at Catherine, saying she was his only flower, his possession. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the present. Our protagonist, Scheme Chul-Suz, called out Catherine's name, sweat dripping down his face from the tension. A goblin nearby made a strange, sharp noise, and Scheme shot back with a sarcastic comment, mocking the idea that someone like the goblin would ever experience the warmth of a woman, and even joked that it should take this chance to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. But inside, Scheme was sweating nervously. Mouth-to-mouth? In this game? He knew it wasn't possible to actually blow air and feel touch here. Still, when he looked down at Catherine's blank, lifeless face, he thought maybe it didn't matter. She was already gone. Maybe trying was worth a shot. Kneeling beside her, he gently held her face, recalling stories about a mysterious healing technique called Nice Samarami, or something like that. Maybe the mental shock of his attempt could jolt her awake. He told himself this wasn't about any selfish desire. It was the right thing to do. He was performing CPR, trying to bring her back. Just as he leaned in, almost touching his lips to hers, a sudden interruption appeared. The butler, Paul, popped up on a video call panel in front of him, cutting through the tension without any greeting. Without missing a beat, Paul bluntly asked how the lady was doing, adding a sharp curse for good measure. As soon as the butler appeared on the video panel, Scheme panicked and shouted, "Manhwa?" The butler. The sight of him alone was enough to jolt him into full-blown anxiety. But Manhwa wasn't here to chit-chat. With a deathly serious glare, the butler stared him down. "So this is what you wanted to show me. I'll kill you." Scheme frantically waved his hands and tried to explain. No, I swear she's fine. She's not dead at all. Please, just listen." But Manhwa wasn't fooled. His tone was sharp but controlled as he cut through the chaos. "I'm well aware that she's doing fine. I'm logged into the game right now for work. The medical team's sending me her real-time vitals. Her gear is the best available for her level. Unless you somehow end up in a hidden dungeon, she won't take any lethal damage." That hit Scheme like a wave of relief. So, she wasn't dead. Not even close. Manhwa continued, his voice colder now. "The reason I'm here is simple. I'm making sure not even a single strand of your filthy hair touches the young miss while she's unconscious. Now show me how she's. Before he could finish, Scheme smashed the call panel and ended the call on the spot. There was no way he was letting that conversation go any further. On the other side, Manhwa stared at the blank screen, fists clenched, teeth grinding. His anger didn't need words. Meanwhile, Scheme turned toward the goblins and said flatly, "You heard him." The goblins, with their glowing eyes, turned to look at Catherine, Scheme's half-slave wife, with wide grins on their faces. Scheme let out a tired sigh. "We're running to the boss room. Full speed. Let's go." The goblins cackled in response, and just like that, they were off. Moments later, inside a dimly lit dungeon, Scheme was sprinting for his life, dodging traps and evading a massive rolling boulder. In a panic, he grabbed Catherine, still unconscious, and without hesitation, used her like a skateboard. Standing on her back, he slid across the dungeon floor, dodging obstacles while the goblins acrobatically avoided traps. At this point, I don't know about you guys, but I'm starting to think even dumber than a goblin. A little while later, the team came to a broken bridge. With no hesitation, one of the goblins hurled Catherine across to the other side. She landed with a solid thud. Then, tying a rope to her, the goblins created a makeshift line and helped Scheme cross safely by crawling across like a tightrope artist. Finally, they reached the boss room. Standing before them was a massive golem. Scheme, still full of chaotic energy, grabbed Catherine once more, this time using her as a weapon, and hurled her straight at the golem like a human javelin. The golem reacted instantly, punching her midair and knocking her flat. Scheme's face went pale. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. In his head, all he could think was, "Oh no. I got too excited and just tossed her like a projectile." Right then, a system notification appeared before his eyes. "You have gained a goblin point." He clenched his fists, rage bubbling inside him. Standing beside the goblins, he shouted, "How dare you attack my multi-purpose anti-trap diffuser?" Then, pointing at the golem like a war general, he barked, "Finish him in one hit, goblins." As the goblins charged ahead with crazed laughter, Catherine still sat slumped on the ground in the background, clearly having the roughest day of her in-game life. Just when it seemed like she was completely out, Catherine's hand twitched, barely noticeable, but it moved. Unconscious or not, something inside her was stirring. Back in the middle of the chaos, the golem launched a rocket punch straight at Scheme. The massive fist blasted forward with terrifying speed, and when it hit, an ear-shattering explosion followed. Smoke and dust filled the air, but from within it, one of the goblins emerged with a devilish grin. Without hesitation, the goblin leaped through the smoke and drove its weapon straight through the golem's body with a single, clean strike. Scheme stood with arms crossed, oozing confidence. I'm not even phased," he said coolly. "Now I just need to bring back the core of the golem." But before he could take a step, something unexpected happened. The golem's body, despite being pierced, started reforming. Bit by bit, it pulled itself back together, larger, fiercer than before. Its eyes glowed, and it stood tall, looming over Scheme like a nightmare. The confident smirk on Scheme's face vanished. What the fuck? Why did it get bigger? Panic set in, but so did excitement. He was sweating, but with a manic grin, he shouted, "Whatever, Goblin, just destroy it." At his command, the Goblin charged again, landing a devastating strike. This time, the system registered an insane number, 999 damage, and the golem crumbled to the ground. Scheme wiped the sweat off his brow, smiling in disbelief. "Good. Now we've finally..." He didn't even get to finish his sentence. With a sudden jolt, the golem's body reassembled once again. Pink lightning crackled around it. The entire room lit up with its fierce energy. Scheme's face twisted with frustration. "Hey, stop resurrecting, you damn rock pile." The golem didn't care. It attacked again, and Scheme quickly activated his goblin summoner skill, Rally. "Hey, don't destroy it this time," he shouted. "Just block the attacks. Every time you kill it, it gets stronger." But goblins were goblins. One of them jumped in front of the punch, tanked it like a champ, and caused another massive explosion that blew up everything behind them. Scheme barely dodged the blast, already screaming and running for his life. Behind him, the golem continued its onslaught. Every punch caused another explosion, tearing through the dungeon. Scheme weaved between falling debris, trying to stay alive. As he ran, he thought, if I don't destroy the core, this thing's gonna keep coming back. Forever. He suddenly remembered what the old man had said earlier about the golem's weakness being its core. But I don't have a special pointer system like the Evaton Guild. How the hell am I supposed to find it? Scheme glanced over his shoulder. The golem wasn't letting up. Should I just destroy every piece of it? What if it levels up again? What if it ends up stronger than even the goblins? Just then, Catherine, still lying on the ground, her usual blank expression was there. But then, everything changed. The golem's massive fist was coming right for her. And in that split second, her mind snapped back to that terrifying moment, back in the hidden dungeon where she had once faced a monster just like this. Her face twisted in horror as the memory overwhelmed her. Her eyes widened, her breath caught, and then, with a scream ripping from her throat, her consciousness fully returned, and she started shouting in panic, her entire body trembling with fear. The calm blank slate she once wore was gone, replaced with pure terror. A loud explosion erupts where the golem's foot slams into the ground, shaking the surroundings. Amid the chaos, our protagonist, Kimchul, catches sight of a girl. His expression shifts into something indescribable, almost otherworldly, and he shouts her name, Catherine. Seeing the golem going on a rampage, our protagonist begins to panic. The monster's destructive power shakes the ground and sends debris flying, creating a scene of utter chaos. Kimchul's heart races as he watches the devastation unfold. He tries to calm himself, muttering internally that for a like-off Catherine, this level of damage shouldn't be fatal. He clings to that hope, but as the golem's rampage intensifies, smashing everything in its path, his anxiety only worsens. The more violent the golem becomes, the more Kimchul's panic grows alongside it, his fear mounting with each explosive impact. Kimchul, who resembles a human goblin, instinctively puts his hand in his mouth out of pure shock. Right beside him, his pet goblin companion mimics him, shoving a wooden stick into its mouth in imitation. Meanwhile, Catherine stands unsteadily, breathing heavily and using her staff to support herself. She looks at Kimchul and demands in a panicked, bewildered voice, "What is this? What the hell? This is crazy." Kimchul stares back at her, surprised, and a thought crosses his mind. She's awake. Catherine, clearly disoriented, looks directly at Kimchul with wide, teary eyes and asks, "Why am I here? Who are you? What's going on?" Still gripping her staff tightly, on the verge of tears, she cries out again, "What happened? A beautiful magician like me obviously has an emergency escape skill. What the hell is going on? I almost died, you idiot." Seeing her panic and tears, Kimchul starts to sweat nervously. His thoughts race. She's really awake. Please don't tell me she remembers everything I did. But as he studies her face, something about her expression calms his nerves. Even if I did something. She's fine now, right? She woke up. She should be thanking me instead of yelling. With that thought, Kimchul puts on a dazzling smile, perhaps the most charming smile in the world, and thinks to himself, I just saved the heir of the semi-young group. I'm going to get a massive reward. But Catherine isn't having it. She sees Kimchul completely ignoring her questions and yells again, furious. "Hey, wanna die? Didn't I ask you to explain everything?" Kimchul's expression suddenly changes, his smile turning sly and greedy, like a wolf sniffing money. He responds smoothly, yes, of course. "So here's what happened. After you lost consciousness from a monster attack in the hidden dungeon, I got permission from the chairman to take care of you with all my heart and soul. And then you woke up." Before he can finish, he's abruptly punched by the large standing nearby, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. As the dust settles, Kimchul gets up angrily and shouts, "Why didn't you tell me a punch was coming?" But Catherine doesn't respond. She's frozen, staring at the monster in shock before suddenly bolting in fear. Seeing her run, Kimchul mutters in disbelief, she ran off to save herself? What a scumbag. As Catherine flees, still clutching her staff, tears stream down her face. She repeats over and over, "I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared." Suddenly, flashes of her past flood her mind. A terrifying thought grips her. Dad knows I used Heaven's Door. He might kill me. She starts mumbling, more frantic than before. "I'm scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared." Back in the real world, her physical body begins trembling violently. The doctors watching her are alarmed, sweat beading on their faces. A butler rushes over and, seeing her condition, asks one of the doctors, "Did she wake up?" One of the doctors responds cautiously, "Yes, she regained consciousness. But something has gone terribly wrong inside the game. She's extremely frightened." The butler grits his teeth, rage building inside him as he remembers Kim Chul. That bastard Kim Chul-soo. He thinks furiously, recalling the moment he first encountered the man. What the hell did he do to her? Gripping Catherine's hand tightly, he turns to the doctor and demands, "Is it possible to force her to log out right now? What if we just cut the power?" But the doctor immediately shakes his head. "No, she just regained consciousness. We can't waste this opportunity." After hearing the doctor's explanation, the butler adjusts his glasses, sweat running down his face. He mutters, acknowledging the danger. Since pain is synchronized with real sensations, a forced disconnection could be extremely risky. Moreover, logging out during a dungeon raid is disabled. But then, with a determined look in his eyes, the butler makes a decision. If Kim Chul-soo is in the middle of the dungeon with her, then I'll go in myself and confirm what's going on. The scene cuts to the game world. Inside the dungeon, our protagonist Kim Chul is still dealing with the golem's relentless attacks. The creature launches a rock missile at Catherine, who is frantically trying to escape. When she glances back at the monster, her fear worsens and she panics, screaming uncontrollably. Just as the missile is about to hit her, the goblin companion jumps in and smashes the projectile midair. Dust explodes in every direction, even reaching Kim Chul, who looks visibly irritated. He scolds the girl, telling her she can't possibly outrun the golem at her speed. Then, noticing her condition more closely, he asks if she's okay. Catherine collapses to the ground, her legs giving out as she bursts into tears. "I'm scared. I'm scared," she sobs. Kim Chul approaches and stands in front of her, thinking, what's wrong with her? This is getting out of hand. I need to take care of this before it gets worse. He signals to the goblin, who instantly understands and appears behind Catherine, ready to follow Kim Chul's orders. Internally, Kim Chul resolves to knock her out. She's only a burden like this. But just as he's about to act, he notices something in Catherine's expression and stops. He asks her what's wrong. Through her tears, Catherine looks up at him and pleads, "Help me. You have to help me. I don't know how you're connected to my dad's company, but I'll pay you more than he ever could. Just help me, please." Kim Chul hesitates, surprised by her desperation. He stammers, trying to reassure her that he will help her and that they'll escape together safely. But Catherine's sobbing intensifies. "That's not what I mean." She cries, "I don't care how. Drag me out. Kill everyone if you have to. I just want to get away from the Semyon group. From those awful employees, my dad, my mom. My whole family. Just get me out of there." Kim Chul freezes, stunned by her words. Sweat rolls down his face. Catherine continues, crying uncontrollably. "I don't want to get hit anymore." Behind her, the goblin still holds the large wooden stick, ready to knock her out. Moments later, a call comes through. It's the butler, and his voice is furious. "Kim Chul-soo, you bastard. I've had enough. If you don't show me Miss Catherine right now, I will come to wherever you are," and before the butler can finish, the goblin starts moving toward Catherine. But Kim Chul quickly stops him. "Goblin, quit it. Go stall that thing for a minute." The goblin lets out a chuckle and runs off, following Kim Chul's order. Turning back to the call, Kim Chul sighs. "Sheesh, you're persistent. What, you think I'm going to eat her? How am I supposed to work with someone who doubts me like this?" He gently lifts Catherine's face and shows her to the butler. "See? She'll smile for you. That should ease your nerves. Business is about trust, right? I'm not kidnapping her. I'm helping her recover. Got it? The butler stares at them through his mobile screen. Kimchul insists she's doing fine, so relax. But the butler senses something is off. What's going on here? He wonders. Looking closely at Catherine, he observes her carefully and realizes she doesn't even seem conscious. So that reaction earlier, it was just a seizure? Could that really be possible? Adjusting his glasses, the butler finally responds. Looks like there was a misunderstanding, but she's clearly not well. If you're still in a dungeon, get out of there. Also, we're ending this arrangement. I'm taking her back. Kimchul's face twists in frustration. He shouts back, you can't just end things like that. This is a critical moment. But the call ends abruptly. Kimchul stares at the blank screen, gritting his teeth. Sorry, but I can't let you pull out like that, mister. He exhales deeply, the tension leaving his body for a brief moment. Man, that scared the hell out of me. Turning to Catherine, he says bluntly, look, I'll be frank. You better keep your word about the money. Still crying, Catherine replies that was a lie. Kimchul's temper snaps. You little. He kneels in front of her, still angry. You got it all wrong. Listen, I need a lot of money. If you don't pay up, I'll tell them you woke up and collect a reward from the Semyon group. Catherine, still trembling, promises through her tears, I'll figure something out. Even if I have to sell all my gear. Just, please keep this a secret. Everything I'm wearing is top tier, super expensive stuff. You can have it. Kimchul looks annoyed. Are you joking? Even if you sell all that, how much could you possibly? He stops mid-sentence as Catherine erupts. 100 million. That one number changes everything. Kimchul instantly stands up, clapping his hands. He shouts to the Goblin, time to work. The Goblin glances at him, now ignoring the Golem entirely, awaiting further orders. But before anything else, Kimchul notices the Golem again. This time it's bigger, much bigger, and its level has risen. Shocked, he points at it. It has 4 arms now. He yells at the Goblin. You were supposed to stall it, not let it power up while I talked. Before they can react, the Golem charges, and both Kimchul and the Goblin start running for the dungeon exit. Kimchul shouts, level 170. Damn it, one hit from that thing, and I'm dead. Suddenly, the Golem stops moving. Kimchul looks back, stunned. It froze. Did we get it? Then he realizes it's Catherine. She cast a freezing spell. It's temporary and not guaranteed to hold stronger enemies, but it's working for now. Catherine, still holding the spell, yells, why are you standing there? You want to fight a level 170 monster? She starts running. Run. It'll break free soon. Right on cue, the Golem shatters the ice and resumes its pursuit. Kimchul spots the exit. Over there. But just as they near it, Catherine's robe gets caught on a rock. She trips and falls. Kimchul doesn't notice at first, but when he finally looks back and sees her on the ground, the Golem is almost upon her. Catherine pleads for help. Sweat rolls down Kimchul's face. He remembers the first time she asked him for help. This time, it's different. I ran before because I was weak. He closes his eyes tightly, pain and resolve on his face. But now I have to save her. If she fainted from a level 80 monster, she'll definitely die from this. Even so, Kimchul continues running toward the door. You might have doctors to save you again. But I don't. Catherine watches him run, tears in her eyes. No matter how loud I scream, you won't come back. You're just like the rest. Lying there, helpless, she murmurs, no one ever saved me. As the Golem raises its massive fist, ready to strike her down, suddenly, a sword gleaming with golden light slices through the air, striking the Golem's hand. A figure lands between Catherine and the monster. Kimchul, hearing the clash, looks back. Sweat dripping from his chin, he thinks that guy is. But before he can finish the thought, the mysterious NPC turns and smiles brightly at him. Now, it's my turn to take care of the rest. Kimchul stares, confused and wary. Why the hell is this guy here? Kimchul stared at the NPC in front of him, processing the situation quietly in his mind. He reflected on the design of artificial creatures in the game. Some were intentionally made to lose under specific circumstances. He realized that if he had acted impulsively, the system would have simply reset the encounter, nullifying all his efforts. Understanding the mechanics better, he thought again. Rushing in blindly without knowing the enemy's pattern usually led to a scripted loss. That's when the game would smoothly transition into a cinematic cutscene, where the NPC would heroically overpower the enemy, perfectly showcasing their strength to move the narrative forward. Then, remembering how he had been struck earlier by the golem, he recalled something odd. It hadn't actually caused him any pain. He reasoned that it must have been a safety feature embedded in the system to prevent unintended injuries during these events. Right then, the NPC stepped up with determination, readying his sword as he barked out in anger at the golem for attacking his subordinate. Seeing this, Skimchul accepted the situation with a sigh. He wasn't exactly thrilled to leave the fight to the NPC, but for now, he decided it was best to let him handle it. The NPC lunged at the golem, warning it to brace itself. Watching him charge in, Skimchul pinned his hopes on the man, silently cheering him on. But the moment the golem landed a hit, the NPC was sent flying straight into a wall. Skimchul was thrown into confusion. However, the NPC quickly stood up, brushing off the hit, and claimed it wasn't even a proper warm-up. Skimchul was baffled by the NPC's confidence. The guy was talking like he had full control of the situation, even after being knocked around. But then again, the NPC went for another attack, and was immediately hit again, landing flat on the ground. Yet even while lying there, he repeated the same line, "It wasn't even worth a warm-up." Panic rising, Skimchul shouted out, reminding the NPC that he was level 70. Then he quickly did the mental math. Players who usually receive this quest were typically around level 30 to 40. The Ruins Golem started at level 40, and an average player could barely scrape by. Even if they managed to win, the Golem would come back stronger at level 46. And then, when it returned at level 50, most would be utterly defeated. That's when the story would introduce a high-level NPC who would easily dispatch the Golem, creating a dramatic, satisfying moment for the player. But when Skimchul looked at the Goblin casually lying on the ground, something didn't sit right. He realized no ordinary player could push the Golem to level 170. It was never supposed to go this far. This entire scenario was already way beyond the usual conditions. Then, the NPC stood up again, holding his sword with confidence, repeating his favorite line about warm-ups. But something was wrong. He kept repeating it, as if stuck in a loop. The cutscene clearly couldn't continue properly. Skimchul's eyes widened. The NPC in front of him was the one who was supposed to end the quest, which meant, as long as the golem wasn't destroyed, the event wouldn't conclude. His thoughts raced, analyzing the situation. It could be that the moment the powerful NPC appeared, the golem core also became active or materialized within the story. While Skimchul was still piecing things together, the NPC was already back at it, charging the golem once again. Skimchul, still deep in thought, speculated what might trigger the conclusion. But just as the NPC shouted out his usual line and moved into strike, a rock came flying through the air and slammed into the golem, thrown by none other than the Goblin. Skimchul followed the Goblin's direction with his eyes, realizing that the rock had struck exactly where the NPC had been aiming. In an instant, the golem crumbled completely. The NPC, now standing beside Skimchul, repeated his boast once more, claiming the fight wasn't even a warm-up and reminding everyone that without him, they'd all be dead. Skimchul looked at the fallen golem and quietly wondered if this was really the end of it. The NPC turned to him with a more relaxed tone now, saying that what mattered most was that everyone was safe. But Skimchul's attention shifted toward Catherine. He repeated the word in his mind, safe, as if questioning whether that was really true. Sometime later, the group emerged from the dungeon. Skimchul was holding his head in embarrassment, overwhelmed by how awkward everything had become. He silently cursed the situation, feeling like he was going to die from secondhand shame. Right then, the same NPC marched confidently in front of them and proudly declared that he had judged Skimchul correctly. Surviving the dungeon alone, he said, was proof of his strength, and now things could get serious. Skimchul, still mortified, groaned internally. This just made him look even worse than before. And as if that wasn't enough, the NPC kept going. He announced that the vice-captain of the Royal Knights, Alphonse, was personally acquainted with them, though he warned not to ask questions since he had his own circumstances to deal with. Skimchul barely paid attention to the details. All he could think about was how unexpected it was for someone like this guy to say something even remotely helpful. But strangely enough, instead of skipping through the awkward moment, he felt oddly thankful. The NPC's loud, overconfident chatter had somehow softened the tension. Just then, the NPC suddenly turned to Skimchul's group with an enthusiastic smile. He cheerfully announced that they'd see each other again and warned them not to get carried away thinking they were equals, since, as he put it, he was above the clouds. With that eccentric statement, he confidently walked away and returned to his usual position, acting like nothing unusual had happened. Skimchul watched him go and muttered with a deadpan expression that the man was seriously not right in the head. Then, shifting his attention toward Catherine, Skimchul glanced at her awkwardly. Feeling the weight of the earlier moment, he nervously bowed his head and apologized for his behavior, admitting that it was his fault. But before she could respond, a confident voice rang out from behind them, addressing Catherine. The voice remarked that she had finally woken up. Skimchul turned toward the source and was instantly on alert. The man standing there wore gear he had never seen before, top-grade equipment, nothing like what ordinary players could afford or even acquire. Just by his presence alone, Skimchul could tell this person was on a completely different level. He couldn't help but wonder, was this man simply filthy rich, or was he a highly skilled player? Either way, this wasn't someone you could oppose casually. But then Catherine's expression shifted dramatically. Her eyes widened in horror as she looked at the man and called him her father. The man, Chairman Han Kamun, looked at her warmly. He revealed that he had known Catherine regained consciousness the moment she had that in-game seizure. He expressed genuine worry, admitting that he had been deeply concerned day and night. He then commented with a familiar tone, suggesting that even though he hoped she'd settle down upon reaching adulthood, she was still pulling reckless stunts like this. Turning his attention to Skimchul, the chairman's tone softened. With a kind smile, he thanked Skimchul for taking care of his daughter. He acknowledged that their belief in her recovery had finally paid off. He promised that the staff would make sure Skimchul received a proper reward and that they'd be in touch soon. Then, looking back at Catherine, he gently asked her if they should head out together. Skimchul stood frozen, his thoughts spiraling. He harshly criticized himself internally, calling himself trash, utterly beyond redemption. As he watched Catherine walk away with her father, a storm of emotions swirled inside him. He pleaded silently, wishing she would just stop and scold him, say something, anything, instead of looking like she was walking off to her own funeral. His mind screamed, asking why she wouldn't say it again, why she wouldn't reach out for help like before and beg to be saved. He admitted to himself that he was the one who ran away and wasn't trustworthy. But maybe, just maybe, this time, he could be the one to save her. And with that desperate thought, he suddenly shouted out, calling them to wait. Catherine and her father stopped and turned toward him. Skimchul gathered his courage and declared that even someone like him knew who the man was, Han Kamun, the president of Semyeon Group, a man praised for his kindness, compassion, and nobility. Looking Catherine straight in the eyes, he pressed her. Wasn't this the man she knew? Wasn't he supposed to be that incredible person? He stepped forward, now standing directly in front of the chairman, and asked a hard-hitting question. Why did Catherine's face look like she was dying inside when this great man came to take her away? He grabbed her hand, refusing to let her go like this. He shouted that she had to come with him and demanded to know why she was hesitating. But in the very next second, reality crashed back in. Skimchul looked down, and his hand was empty. Everything he imagined, saving her, pulling her back, confronting the chairman, had only happened in his head. In truth, he was still standing there, helplessly watching Catherine walk away with her father. All those bold declarations existed only in his mind. He stared at her retreating figure, overwhelmed with bitter thoughts. Save her? How could he? What right did he even have? He saw himself clearly now, a coward, someone who broke promises without hesitation. He didn't even expect to be saved himself. So what was he thinking? Trying to be someone else's hero? Left behind in the middle of the city, Skimchul stood still, lost in thought. He concluded coldly that he would always belong with the goblins. Someone like him didn't deserve anything more. Just then, a player nearby glanced toward Han Kamun and whispered in awe. He recognized the man, not just as some corporate big shot, but as one of the legendary trio who cleared the... That sparked a commotion. More players rushed over, gathering around the chairman. One of them shouted, asking if that really was the famous Night King, Han Kamun, the president of Semyeon Group. Excited voices rang out. One pleaded for a screenshot, another simply admired him. Even while still walking, the chairman casually waved back at them, Then one player looked at Catherine walking beside him and blurted out, asking who the beautiful lady next to him was. To that, the chairman responded coolly with a chuckle, simply saying she was just someone I happened to meet and party with. At that moment, Catherine's father, without even sparing her a glance, waved to the surrounding crowd with a pleasant smile. But his words, directed only to her, came out in a cold and threatening tone. He warned her to remember what she was witnessing, how the world saw him with admiration, and how they viewed her. The implication was brutal. If anyone found out he had a daughter like her, the backlash would be enormous. His entire reputation could be jeopardized. Skimchul continued to stand there silently, a gloomy expression cast over his face. Then a rush of people came from the side, charging toward the chairman, excitedly calling out his name, Han Kamun, the Night King, the president of Semyeon Group. Someone even barked at Skimchul, annoyed that he was standing in the way, warning that if he made them miss their chance to meet Han Kamun, he'd have to answer for it. Skimchul didn't move. He just stood there brooding. His thoughts grew heavier. He acknowledged to himself that Catherine was indeed the treasured daughter of the powerful Semyeon Group. He then bitterly questioned how terrible her life could really be. Surely it wasn't worse than his own. Trying to suppress his guilt and calm himself down, he reminded himself again that he had done his part. He got his reward. This was the end of his involvement. But just then, an old voice called out from a hidden spot nearby. Sungryul, the old man, had been watching everything. He muttered something in surprise about a sudden big shot appearance and rambled a bit about being an AI cunning warrior, clearly confused by the situation. Skimchul turned toward him, stunned to see him there. The man was disheveled and hiding out in what looked like a back alley or sewer. Skimchul asked if he'd been trapped in a place like this all along, clearly appalled. He couldn't believe anyone would be kept like that, regardless of the reason. The old man calmly explained that it wasn't like a sewer, it literally was a sewer. He had been arrested by guards, and after barely escaping, he'd been hiding out here ever since. Surprisingly, he didn't seem bitter about it. He said that the views from his hiding place were unique, things you wouldn't get to see outside. Skimchul, fed up, snapped back at him, calling him a criminal. But then the old man's tone grew serious. He brought up Catherine, pointing out something that Skimchul had missed. The chairman had introduced her as just a party member, but she appeared far more injured than he did. Skimchul's body tensed, trying to avoid eye contact. He panicked and quickly tried to dismiss it. He stuttered, pretending not to know what the old man meant. Maybe she got injured fighting monsters, he said. Maybe it wasn't serious. He insisted Sungryul stop digging into it. But the old man didn't stop. He calmly explained that in this virtual world, pain was only transmitted as signals to the brain, so the body didn't bruise or swell in the way it did in real life. Any physical evidence of harm should be impossible inside the game. Then, pointing toward Catherine, he stated clearly, her body had actual signs of physical abuse. Skimchul froze. The revelation hit him like a wave. His mind stalled in horror. But after a moment of silence, something inside him snapped. He turned and, with burning resolve, shouted at the top of his lungs toward the crowd. He called out to the chairman, demanding he stop right there. Stepping into the center of the street, Skimchul stood tall and furious. He pointed at Han Kamun and called him trash, accusing him of kidnapping someone in broad daylight in front of a massive crowd. He asked how a man like that could have no shame. All eyes turned to him. Catherine and her father looked back, stunned. The chairman responded with practiced calm, smiling gently and feigning ignorance. He said he had no idea what Skimchul was talking about and politely asked him to stop making such statements, warning that his words might cause public misunderstandings. But Skimchul wasn't backing down. He mocked the chairman's fake politeness, imitating his tone with exaggerated speech, repeating his words in a childish, taunting way. Riff Wayne Fum, swaying, swatch twings. He pointed again and demanded to know if being the president of a major company meant he didn't have to follow the law. Then, turning to the crowd, he shouted loudly so everyone could hear, "She's my girlfriend." The crowd gasped. Skimchul, completely worked up, screamed again, saying they had already done everything together, even things better left censored. That bold declaration left everyone speechless. Even Catherine was in shock. She stood frozen, her hands covering her face, her mouth open in disbelief as she looked at Skimchul in utter horror. The crowd erupted into whispers. Some people wondered aloud if it could be true. If it was, it would be an explosive scandal. But others were skeptical, saying there was no proof, and that powerful corporations often faced fake accusations and slander anyway. The crowd looked closely at the chairman's face. Despite everything that had just been said, not even a flicker of emotion appeared. His expression remained calm, perfectly composed, still wearing that gentle smile. Han Kamun spoke to Skimchul as if none of this chaos mattered to him. He suggested that maybe Skimchul had simply mistaken Catherine for someone else. Then, with deliberate politeness, he excused himself, claiming he was in a rush. But Skimchul wasn't backing down. With his usual mix of arrogance and mockery, he pointed his finger directly at them and challenged the statement. If that woman wasn't his girlfriend, then who was she? He mocked the chairman even more harshly, pointing out how inappropriate it was for an old man to be walking around with a young woman dressed so revealingly. He called him out, branding him a perverted old man in front of everyone. The bystanders who were watching the scene unfold started to murmur among themselves. Skimchul's accusations were making them uncomfortable. They began questioning the situation out loud. Why was a young woman walking with someone so much older? Something about it didn't sit right. Wasn't this similar to cheating? They had thought Han Kamun was a respectable man, but now they were starting to doubt that image. Trying to maintain control, the chairman brushed off the growing suspicion with a forced laugh. He told Skimchul the comment wasn't even worth answering and tried again to leave. But just as he did, a figure in a sharp black suit appeared dramatically from the crowd. His sudden entrance caught everyone's attention. The man stepped forward, and when he turned, it was revealed to be the old man, Sungreal, now looking like a dignified elite. With an exaggerated flourish, he extended his arm toward Catherine and formally introduced himself in a booming voice. Declaring himself as Patrick Ungreil, a top executive of the Semyoung Group, he announced that the moment he heard Catherine, an heir candidate of the company, had awakened, he rushed to her side immediately. Dropping to one knee like a proper butler, he gently took her hand and dramatically proclaimed that the future of Semyoung Group was here, in this very place. Catherine, still caught in the center of everything, could barely process what was happening. Confused and panicked, she stared at the spectacle in disbelief, her thoughts spiraling. What on earth is going on? What am I supposed to do? The townspeople caught wind of the dramatic declarations and exploded into chatter again. Word spread quickly. Catherine, Han Kamun's daughter? That was major news. Some stared at her and scoffed, questioning how someone like her could possibly inherit a company like Semyoung Group. Others pointed out the chairman had just said she was only a temporary party member. There was uncertainty in the crowd, but one thing was clear: Han Kamun was no longer untouchable. Skimchul walked confidently up to the chairman again, a mocking smile tugging at his lips. He teased him playfully, asking if it wouldn't just be easier to admit that Catherine was his daughter. Then, dropping the smile but keeping the sarcasm, Skimchul suggested a better approach. Han Kamun could come clean to the public, say he failed in raising his child, and promise to guide her better from now on. Sure, it might cause a stir, but it would be a manageable scandal. Skimchul then raised the stakes, offering to help him out of this situation. He said he'd admit to being mistaken, that he must have confused Catherine for someone else, and had no connection with her whatsoever. But there was a catch. Skimchul added that he would also reveal the truth, that Han Kamun had been abusing his own daughter. Hearing that, the chairman's calm broke. His jaw clenched, and his expression twisted with rage. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Skimchul and shouted, demanding to know what weight the words of someone like him, a worthless mutt, could possibly hold. Who did he think he was to speak that way? Then, turning his fury to the crowd, the chairman raised his voice even louder. He urged everyone not to believe anything Skimchul was saying. He insisted that none of it was true. The sheer force of his voice was so intense that the people in the area instinctively covered their ears. Skimchul winced, struggling to process what kind of ability this was. Whatever the old man's status loophole was, it clearly let him unleash skills that didn't play by normal rules. Still trying to control the narrative, Han Kamun doubled down. He claimed that the so-called Semyoung Group butler and even the woman next to him, Catherine, were all part of a conspiracy. According to him, this was nothing more than an elaborate attempt to blackmail him. Then, declaring with conviction that he would never waver, he shouted his final words, "I am Semyoung Group." A golden aura erupted from his body, energy surging around him as he activated his skill. His sword materialized in his hand, and he prepared to attack, ready to strike down Skimchul, Catherine, and even the old man who dared to challenge his image. Just as tensions reached their peak, Catherine's father activated his PvP mode and made a move to strike. His rage was overflowing. He was ready to take out not only the protagonist, but everyone involved. His intent was crystal clear. He was going to eliminate all three of them on the spot to prove that no one had any rightful connection to his daughter. But before he could land a blow, a figure clad in armor suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Without hesitation, the armored warrior struck Catherine's father directly in the face with tremendous force, launching him like a ragdoll straight into a wall. The timing of the attack couldn't have been more perfect. The protagonist, witnessing the unexpected rescue, held his forehead and silently appreciated the save. It was Gob, his summoned goblin. But before he could even finish the thought, the goblin turned towards him and dashed at high speed in his direction. Panic took over immediately. The protagonist's heart jumped as he realized how bad it would look if anyone figured out he was allied with the goblin. If the crowd found out they were on the same side, the situation could spiral into chaos. Thinking fast, he activated his goblin summoner ability and used it to launch Gob high into the air, pretending to push him away. As he threw Gob, he shouted dramatically, trying to make it seem like he was being attacked rather than helped. Internally, he was shaken, realizing just how close he'd come to being exposed. Trying to save face, he turned to the crowd and acted shocked, loudly playing the part of a clueless bystander. He feigned confusion, questioning who the mysterious armored attacker was and pretending to be just as baffled as everyone else. The audience, now thoroughly disoriented, whispered among themselves in disbelief. To them, it looked like the so-called King of Knights had been defeated in a single devastating blow and sent flying. It was surreal. As he heard their reactions, the protagonist muttered to himself about the irony. He was the one who had actually thrown Gob, yet now the entire crowd believed it was the goblin who had launched the knight. Meanwhile, Catherine was on her knees in the middle of the chaos, visibly devastated. The protagonist approached her, reached out, and tried to pull her up, urging her to pull herself together. But Catherine pulled back, overwhelmed and unable to contain her emotions. She clutched her head and cried, questioning why he was even helping her. From her perspective, there was no reason to believe he had any genuine intention to save her. But instead of offering comfort, the protagonist smirked with a dark expression, holding onto her chain with confidence. He made it clear whether he chose to care about her or abandon her was entirely up to him. He warned her to stop expecting heroes, because someone like him, someone she would never expect help from, was all she had now. Then, locking eyes with her, he demanded that she open her eyes and truly look at what was happening around her. Catherine, in tears and shaking, slowly turned her gaze and saw her father, bloody and beaten, collapsed on the ground. The sight broke something inside her. The protagonist used the moment to press further, pointing out that, whether it was fate or coincidence, her abusive father had finally paid the price for his crimes. And in that same moment, she was now offered a rare second chance at life. With an intense, almost threatening tone, he told her not to waste that chance. He reminded her that predators, figurative wolves, were already circling, drawn by the scent of blood. And since she had proven to be so good at betrayal, she better act quickly, like a goblin, before she gets devoured next. Then, without skipping a beat, the protagonist shifted gears and activated his acting skill. He suddenly shouted to the crowd that there had been a mistake. This girl wasn't his girlfriend after all. He exaggerated his embarrassment, acting as if the whole situation had been one huge misunderstanding. With a dramatic performance, he joked about needing to rush home because he left the stove on, and then took off running from the scene before anyone could question further. As he disappeared from sight, another figure entered the picture. An older, bald man in a sharp black suit stepped forward and extended a hand toward Catherine. Calmly and respectfully, he invited her to speak her truth if she had anything to say. Catherine stood up with his help, took a deep breath, and slowly turned toward the watching crowd. After steadying herself, she began to open up about her life. Time passed. Back at his home, the protagonist watched the news as the story exploded across the media. Catherine had stepped into the spotlight and revealed her true identity. She was Han Kamun's daughter. More than that, she'd gone public about the years of domestic abuse she had suffered at her father's hands. At first, some people doubted her story. Rumors spread that she might be lying about her lineage. But Catherine backed up every claim with irrefutable proof on her social media accounts. The moment those receipts were shared, all the skepticism vanished. Her story became undeniable truth, and support for her spread like wildfire. Sometime after the incident, the protagonist checked the stock prices of Semyoung Group, Catherine's father's company. Unsurprisingly, the damage was clear. The scandal had torched their public image, and their stock value plummeted. As he stared at the screen, he read reports stating that Chairman Han had suddenly fallen ill, but the protagonist wasn't buying it. He could see right through the excuse and figured the man was faking his sickness to avoid the media storm. Despite everything, he couldn't shake the question from his mind. Was this really a happy ending? Later, inside the game, the protagonist stood in front of the bald old man, his expression visibly worn, his tone sharp and angry. He was shouting, almost hysterical. The stress had gotten to him. He hadn't been able to sleep, constantly haunted by the fear that Chairman Han might hire an assassin to get rid of him in the real world. The threat felt real and close, and he was spiraling. The old man, unfazed and perfectly composed, calmly asked the protagonist to lower his voice. They were in a public restaurant, after all, but the protagonist snapped at him, demanding he drop the gentleman act and talk normally for once. The old man still didn't break character and began laying out the reality of the situation. He explained that videos of the fight between the protagonist and Chairman Han had gone viral online, with the Semyoung Group already in hot water in the court of public opinion. Any harm coming to the protagonist now would immediately point fingers back at Han. The old man spelled it out. If something happened, the public wouldn't hesitate to believe Han Kamun was behind it. Hearing that, the protagonist looked him dead in the eye and, without missing a beat, pointed out that it could just as easily be the old man himself. But the gentleman calmly corrected him. No, the suspicion would fall squarely on Han Kamun. That realization hit the protagonist like a ton of bricks. His defiance crumbled, and the stress came rushing back. He couldn't hold it in anymore and started crying. He regretted everything. Going up against a megacorporation was reckless. He hadn't even been paid for all this trouble. It felt like a monumental mistake. But the old man tried to reassure him. What he had done wasn't just about money. It held a value far beyond a paycheck. Even if he couldn't see it now, it meant something. The protagonist wasn't convinced. He scoffed and muttered that he'd rather trust something as worthless as a booger than believe a single word from the old man. But he quickly switched back to another thought. He noticed the old man was wearing a proper butler outfit and asked where he'd managed to find one on such short notice. Without any hint of shame, the old man admitted he'd stolen it. Immediately after, a soldier appeared, grabbed the old man, and dragged him to face the protagonist properly. Watching the scene unfold, the protagonist could only shake his head and mutter to himself that the old man was truly beyond saving. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, Catherine's butler showed up and called out to the protagonist. Instinctively, the protagonist referred to him as a lapdog of the Semyoung Group. But the butler, clearly annoyed by the label, adjusted his glasses with a stiff expression and warned the protagonist not to refer to people in that way. Suddenly, the butler's cold and stiff demeanor softened. His tone shifted into something more sincere and gentle as he addressed the protagonist. He expressed his heartfelt thanks, admitting that despite having served Catherine for years, he had no idea she had been suffering so much. He was genuinely grateful that the protagonist had helped her regain consciousness and come forward. But the protagonist wasn't moved by the butler's gratitude. With an arrogant expression, he responded with snark, wondering if all that praise came with a reward. After all, he believed he'd done something extraordinary and deserved more than just thanks. The butler, unbothered, replied with a touch of bitterness. He confessed that the chairman had always been stingy and that he himself had been dismissed from his position without a single payment, over nothing more than a misunderstanding. It was clear he didn't leave the company on good terms. He went on to explain that he was no longer affiliated with the Semyoung Group. After witnessing what the company had done, he couldn't stay in good conscience. It had crossed a line. The protagonist, still unimpressed, teased him about being unemployed now. But his tone quickly turned serious. He admitted he hadn't been sleeping well, clearly still anxious about Catherine's safety. If the butler had quit, who would be there to protect her now? The butler clenched his fist in response. He admitted that, just as the protagonist feared, there were many people, including Catherine herself, worried about what might happen next. With her having exposed the sins of such a powerful man, it wasn't out of the question that she might face retaliation. People were nervous about whether she'd be safe. But then the butler motioned toward the back of the room, revealing Catherine herself. She was seated comfortably, actively engaged in a live stream. The butler proudly explained that he had brought her there and set up everything himself, turning the moment into a public broadcast. Catherine was smiling and interacting with her viewers, even thanking a donor for a subscription in her usual bright tone. The protagonist looked on, confused by the sudden change in scene. The butler, beaming with pride, explained further. He had spent the last of his savings to build her a studio where she could stream safely. To him, it wasn't just a career pivot, it was a strategy, with the whole world watching her every move. Keeping her in the public was the best way to ensure she wouldn't be harmed again. As the stream continued, one of her viewers gifted her a huge donation, over 1,000 digital gifts, and Catherine immediately responded with enthusiasm, promising to perform a dance as a thank you gesture. The butler turned back to the protagonist, explaining how it worked. As long as Catherine continued streaming, those who might wish to silence her would be powerless to act. If, on any day, she failed to go live, people would instantly know something was wrong. The live stream had become both her shield and her signal. The butler glanced at Catherine on the live stream, acknowledging that while she didn't seem overly excited, it was clear she was putting in genuine effort. Watching her try her best in front of the camera, the protagonist couldn't believe it. He was dumbfounded that she hadn't been doing this all along. It felt like such a natural fit for her, and he couldn't wrap his head around how this hadn't happened sooner. Then, with a soft voice, the butler turned to the protagonist and explained that, even though it was a bit late, he now intended to help Catherine live the life she had been denied until now. And it was all possible thanks to Kim Chulsuim. Hearing those words, the protagonist's face immediately turned red from embarrassment. He tried to wave off the sincerity and jokingly told the butler to stop acting so weird. If he was really thankful, then how about sending some money? The butler calmly replied that while he hadn't sent any cash, he had already sent something to the protagonist's in-game mailbox, something Catherine had personally prepared. Then, without waiting for a response, the butler ended the call. The protagonist shouted after him, demanding real money instead, but it was too late. The call was already cut. On the other end, the butler smirked to himself with a sense of petty victory, claiming he knew how to hang up first. Meanwhile, on the live stream, Catherine reacted with surprise and joy at receiving a huge donation of 10,000 balloons from another user. She asked if there was any specific request for her to fulfill in return. When the request came, bike dance, she hesitated in confusion, unsure how to do it, but still gave a shot in front of the camera. Watching this unfold, the butler began to sweat nervously. Seeing her dancing awkwardly on the stream made him realize something unexpected. Maybe Catherine was never meant to take over a giant corporation. Maybe her true calling was to become a mega streamer. The thought echoed in his mind. This was her stage now. Sometime later, the protagonist visited the in-game mailbox, where Rachel, the mailkeeper NPC, greeted him cheerfully. When he mentioned expecting something valuable, maybe even solid gold armor, Rachel excitedly confirmed she'd been keeping his delivery safe. She went to retrieve the item, and, as she handed it over, her demeanor shifted dramatically. She informed him that the item was cursed. Touching it could mess with someone's sanity. Her cheerful tone turned into something more threatening as she glared at him, questioning his attitude and demanding to know who he thought he was to speak to her like that. The protagonist, taken aback, insisted that of course he was entitled to his mail. But when he looked at the item details, he realized what she meant. It was a rare cursed weapon, the Bloodworm Whip. Crafted from the leather of a bloodworm, it came with dangerous consequences. Using it without removing the curse would randomly affect the user and could even drive summoned minions into a rampage. Shocked, the protagonist stared at the description, horrified at what he'd just received. He couldn't help but wonder if wielding this thing would turn him into a lunatic like the NPC he just spoke to. Furious, he cursed Catherine's name, frustrated that even now, she was still managing to make his life more complicated. Later, the NPC who had previously given him the Golem quest appeared again and, with his usual smugness, assigned the next mission, wiping out a goblin village. Immediately, the protagonist activated his goblin summoner skill and rushed up to the NPC, closing the distance between them in a flash. With an intense glare, he challenged the NPC to repeat the request. Unbothered, the NPC calmly repeated the mission word for word: exterminate a goblin village. He then explained it was just a simple cleanup task, removing evil goblins who were harassing people. They were weak monsters, so there was no need for assistance. It was a quick job, and the NPC expected him to handle it without trouble. There was plenty more work waiting after. The protagonist turned to look at his goblin companion. He told him that this was the moment they couldn't avoid anymore, the inevitable confrontation. Fighting goblins was now part of their path. But as he looked at the goblin's face, he noticed something strange. Did that little guy just snort at him? Sometime later, the NPC was seen riding in a cart, which, oddly enough, was being pulled by a crane instead of a horse. The NPC, clearly annoyed, wondered aloud where his horse had gone. Inside the cart, the protagonist was sitting with the goblin, trying to talk things out. He reached for the goblin's hand, trying to reconnect, but the goblin refused to engage. He even slapped the protagonist's hand away and turned his head. Frustrated, the protagonist lashed out, demanding to know why the goblin was acting this way. He insisted that he hadn't had a choice back then. He had to throw him to protect their secret. What was he supposed to do? Let everyone know they were working together? But the goblin continued to ignore him, casually lying on the floor and cleaning his ear. It was like he couldn't care less. The protagonist snapped again, pointing out that the goblin never listened and always caused trouble. He yelled that he hated him too and called him useless. Then, as his anger flared, a memory surfaced. Someone had warned him that one-sided relationships were fragile. The thought lingered in his mind, and he clicked his tongue in irritation. He tried to brush it off, but his emotions got the better of him. He cursed under his breath and prepared to vent even more. Just then, the goblin suddenly perked up and stared off into the distance. The protagonist followed his gaze and froze. There, in front of them, a new goblin had appeared, and it wasn't one he recognized. His immediate reaction was disbelief. What in the world was happening now? His immediate reaction was disbelief. What in the world was happening now? When Kim Chulsu sees a goblin appear suddenly, he's immediately startled. Reacting out of fear, he shouts for someone to kill it, clearly not expecting a monster to show up so suddenly. Right then, a loud explosion erupts from behind the cart, drawing everyone's attention. One of the NPCs on board is alarmed by the sound and asks what that noise was, clearly confused and concerned. Kim Chulsu, still focused on the goblin, watches his summoned companion goblin miss its attack. He yells at it, frustrated, pointing out that the enemy is still alive. Suddenly, the enemy goblin leaps at him and latches onto his face, attacking aggressively. Panicking, Chulsu shouts again for his summoned goblin to help. In the chaos, Chulsu manages to grab hold of the goblin and tries to pull it off, yelling angrily at it to get away from him. Just as he does this, his summoned goblin starts preparing a strong counterattack. Noticing that, Chulsu panics even more and warns the summon not to go overboard with the attack, worried about getting hit in the process. At the same time, an NPC behind them, now armed with a gun, demands to know what's happening. Kim Chulsu recognizes this man as one of the carriage NPCs and starts to explain that a monster got on board. Hearing that, the NPC confirms aloud that it really is a goblin, concluding that the ambush must be because they're near a goblin village. He calmly tells Chulsu to stay still and says he'll handle it in one shot. But Chulsu quickly corrects him in a panic, trying to point out which goblin to shoot, the one in front of them. The NPC acknowledges this and prepares to shoot. However, in a twist, the NPC mistakenly fires at Kim Chulsu instead of the goblin. Chulsu shouts in disbelief, calling him out for shooting the wrong target. Injured, he falls to the ground. Still lying there, Chulsu yells in frustration, asking the goblins why they're targeting him in the first place. Then, unexpectedly, the goblin that attacked him starts crying and begs for help. Chulsu looks at him in confusion. The goblin explains that he thought one of his fellow goblins had been captured and rushed in to rescue them, not intending to hurt anyone. Hearing this, Chulsu is completely stunned that the goblin can actually talk. He shouts in disbelief at this new revelation. Later, as the cart continues through the forest, Chulsu sits inside looking irritated. He wonders aloud whether being a goblin summoner somehow lets him understand goblins, and sarcastically questions if he's becoming a goblin himself. Meanwhile, the captured goblin, tied up to the cart and being dragged along, pleads again for mercy. He insists he only came to save his kin and never meant to hurt anyone. Chulsu, ignoring the goblin's apology, scolds him for biting his head and questions his reasoning. He admits he didn't have any personal grudge against goblins before, but now he's using this as an excuse for something bigger. With a more serious tone, Chulsu declares that he's going to go to the goblin village and wipe out every last one of them himself. The carriage comes to a stop, and the NPC informs Chulsu that they've arrived. Chulsu looks ahead, puzzled by the location. Then a system notification appears before him, confirming the path leads to the goblin village. He reads it aloud and realizes he has to proceed on foot from here. The NPC casually tells him he could go farther, but doesn't want the trouble, then immediately runs off, leaving Chulsu confused by his abrupt exit. Now standing alone, Chulsu holds the captured goblin and considers that since this path leads to a monster village, it's likely filled with traps. He realizes it was a good idea to keep the talking goblin alive, as he might come in handy navigating those dangers. Hearing this, the goblin sweats nervously and asks if the only reason Chulsu spared him was to use him like a tool. Then, more desperate, the goblin pleads that if someone must die, let it be him. He insists that the other goblins did nothing wrong and takes responsibility for being the one who attacked first. He compares it to how any human would instinctively rush to save another human in danger, implying that he acted out of the same instinct. At one point, Kim Chulsu roughly pulls the goblin up close to his face. His expression shifts into something dark and devilish, similar to a character like Lloyd. He ominously hints at something, leaving the goblin in a state of panic. The goblin starts yelling, clearly terrified. He insists that goblins don't hate humans and claims their race is actually kind. He accuses humans of always being the ones to harass them. He demands to know why Chulsu came to the goblin village. Was it just to make their lives miserable? Hearing this outburst, Chulsu grips the goblin's chain tightly and starts to reflect. He realizes he had been attacking goblins simply because it was part of quest. He never had a personal grudge, nor had he seen them commit any evil acts. It dawns on him that he had just assumed goblins were inherently bad and that killing them was normal. But he quickly brushes off that self-reflection and thinks to himself that no one would really care if a goblin died anyway. At that moment, two more goblins suddenly appear ahead of him. One of them calls out affectionately, revealing that the goblin Chulsu is holding is their family member. Chulsu is momentarily confused by this, piecing things together. In response, the captured goblin shouts to his family to forget about him and run away. But Chulsu gives a quick command, pointing at the newcomers and ordering his summoned goblin to throw a rock in their direction. The summon immediately obeys, gripping a stone tightly and hurling it toward the two goblins. Right before the rock hits, Chulsu lets go of the captive goblin, who instantly dashes forward and throws himself in front of the incoming attack to shield his family. He takes the hit directly, putting himself at risk to protect them. Seeing this unfold, Chulsu stares at the goblin now on the ground, deeply affected. He mutters to himself in annoyance while rubbing his face, remarking on how some humans would beat their own children just to save themselves. But this goblin, without hesitation, threw his own body to protect his wife and child. Chulsu admits he can't see someone like that as evil. The goblin family embraces each other and starts to cry. One of them calls out "Daddy" emotionally. Chulsu stands there watching the scene, thinking to himself how ironic it is. The Goblin Lord had once called him a goblin, but seeing how loyal and selfless these creatures are, Chulsu thinks to himself that they're far better beings than he is. A little later, the group arrives at the Goblin Village. The goblin who had been with Chulsu announces their arrival and points toward the village with pride. The moment they step into view, the goblins inside the village become visibly tense. Chulsu can tell that his presence has made them wary of humans again. However, as more goblins surround him, he quickly notices something odd. Their expressions don't seem hostile, they actually seem relaxed. This makes him question what's really going on. Some goblins start talking among themselves, commenting on a new arrival. They ask where this goblin came from and make fun of his appearance, saying he looks particularly ugly. Chulsu is taken aback by these comments and thinks to himself in frustration that he's not a goblin at all. Then, the goblin who accompanied him, now acting a bit smug, reassures him. He explains that before boarding the carriage, he had gone through the same doubts. He casually tells Chol-soo not to worry, because with a face like his, no one's going to think he's human anyway. Chol-soo, now irritated and mentally exhausted, thinks to himself that he should have just killed that guy earlier. Despite everything, Chol-soo nervously asks if he can leave now, explaining that he's genuinely worried. The goblin replies with casual cheer, brushing it off and telling him once again not to worry so much. After everything that had happened, Kim Chol-soo replies with a straight face that he's not worried about the goblins. He's worried he might end up killing them all. The goblin sitting with him doesn't seem to take it too seriously. He just laughs and tells Chol-soo again that he can't leave yet. Since he was injured earlier, the goblin insists on at least offering him a meal, saying it would be shameful not to. Later, Chol-soo finds himself sitting in front of a bowl of soup. A notification pops up in front of him, identifying the dish as Goblin Poison Soup. On seeing the name, he yells at the goblins, pointing out that it literally says poison in the name. Meanwhile, behind him, a goblin mother scolds her children for running around the house while they have a guest. One child chases the other, yelling at them to stop. But Chol-soo doesn't pay attention to any of that. His eyes are locked on the suspicious-looking soup. He takes a spoonful and comforts himself with the thought that, luckily, in-game characters can't taste anything. Still, he can't help but wonder what he's doing, sitting here and eating with monsters. Just as he's about to take a bite, one of the kids bumps into him, causing the soup to spill all over his face. It deals 169 damage to him. The goblin sitting across from him bursts out laughing. Chol-soo, furious and covered in soup, tells them to stop laughing. When they don't, he yells again, angrier than before. A nearby goblin, possibly a village elder, casually asks how Chol-soo and his goblin companion ended up traveling together. He comments that it's rare to see a human and a goblin getting along. Wiping the poisoned soup off his face with a handkerchief, Chol-soo bluntly clarifies that they're not friends. He says the goblin is just his summoned creature, a subordinate, nothing more. The goblin seems confused by the term, but says that if he ever had the chance to travel the world with an adventurer, he'd consider himself the most successful goblin in history. He admits he envies Chol-soo, not just for himself, but for his family and the entire village, who likely will never get to leave this place. Chol-soo observes the village goblins and reflects that they're stuck in low-level dungeons, unable to escape that life. Just then, the goblin's wife arrives behind him, playfully scolding him for getting too gloomy. She offers to bring some snacks to cheer him up. Chol-soo, looking away, asks the goblin why he seems so down. Despite being a goblin, Chol-soo points out that he has a caring wife. Then, without turning to him, Chol-soo admits that he himself is human, but has no wife, no friends, and no courage to do what the goblin did earlier. He reflects on his own cowardice and tendency to distrust others, even his own kind. Turning back to the goblin, Chol-soo says that someone like him, who's better than Chol-soo in many ways, can definitely do what a human can. He suggests they hang in there together, saying they're the same. The goblin responds with genuine gratitude, thanking Chol-soo for his kind words. However, one goblin hiding up high suddenly tries to ambush Chol-soo. The attack doesn't land. Because of the significant difference in stats, particularly Chol-soo's agility at 32, the attack bounces harmlessly off and hits the table instead. Chol-soo notices something's off and looks around, seeing the goblins in a room all frozen, shocked, and sweating nervously. Right then, a cockroach scurries across the table. Chol-soo, startled, panics and exclaims in disgust, wondering if all of this chaos was because of the insect. At the same time, another goblin under the table prepares to attack him. Chol-soo instinctively calls out to his summoned goblin, warning him how close that was and that the cockroach is still alive. His summoned goblin quickly grabs a stone and hurls it. But instead of hitting the cockroach, the stone smashes into the attacking goblin under the table, killing him instantly. Another goblin attempts a sneak attack from under the table just as the cockroach moves again. Chol-soo, aiming to kill the bug, swings his hand toward it, accidentally hitting the hidden goblin instead. The blow deals 549 damage and kills the goblin instantly. Ironically, he misses the cockroach again, but somehow lands a perfect hit on the attacker. Feeling the impact through his hand, Chol-soo senses he hit something solid and begins to realize what happened. But he shakes it off and tells himself that he should leave now. He would have liked to stay longer, but the situation has gotten serious. From nearby, one goblin nervously asks another what they should do. The second goblin, sweating and clearly just as unsure, fakes a smile and tells Chulsu they hope he stays safe on his journey. As Chulsu walks away from the village, he quietly thinks to himself that goblins turn out to be genuinely good monsters. He regrets not saying goodbye to the children and mentally tells them he's sorry. While heading out, he casually says he's off, ready to continue his journey. But suddenly, another player appears in front of him. Without hesitation, this new character kills a goblin nearby and calls out to Chulsu, saying he knew he'd be here. The player rests his sword on his shoulder, smirking, and comments that he's found one more goblin. With his newfound understanding, the protagonist says a quick goodbye to the goblins. He then notices an adventurer standing in front of him. The adventurer, who is looking for goblins, happily says he knew he would find one there. The adventurer, looking at the dead goblin, sees the protagonist speaking to it. "James, he always cooked for me," the protagonist says. The adventurer is shocked that the protagonist can talk and realizes he must be a player. He assumes the protagonist is there to farm the goblins, as they are crawling all over the place, and offers to help. The protagonist gets angry and activates PK mode on. He shouts, "Go Goblin!" to a nearby goblin. The goblin replies in confusion, then charges toward the adventurer, who kills it with a single kick. Before dying, the goblin curses at the human. Seeing this, the protagonist gets even angrier and shouts at the summoned goblin, calling it an idiot and saying he didn't want him to attack the adventurer. The adventurer, now angry, questions what the protagonist is doing. He notes that the protagonist called the goblins his friends and is now challenging him to a player-killer match. He asks if the protagonist knows him or holds a grudge against him. The protagonist angrily tells the adventurer that he was the one who hurt his friends first and throws a punch at him. The punch does little damage, and the adventurer looks angry. Meanwhile, outside the room, two other adventurers are killing goblins. A red-haired adventurer named Zeros, a warrior, says he guesses their friend Minchel is going all out, as he was complaining earlier. His female companion agrees, saying he thinks he's the only one who doesn't want to do this. She then complains that the quest is boring because the goblins are too weak and die in one hit. She wants to finish and go home. She is cut off when she sees the protagonist on the ground and is shocked to realize it's a person. The earlier adventurer, Minchel, appears on a cliff and tells them to deal with the protagonist. He explains that the protagonist called the goblins his friends and charged at him. The girl is shocked. He considers goblins as friends? She asks. She asks Minchel if he killed the protagonist because of that. Minchel replies that the protagonist initiated the player-killer fight and that he didn't even finish him off, as the protagonist had good gear and fell off the cliff by himself while running away. He tells him to take care of him while he finishes off the goblins inside. Minchel mutters to himself that he's not surprised the protagonist is friends with goblins. The girl says she wouldn't be surprised if they needed to kill the protagonist to complete their quest. Zeros tells her to just get rid of him before he causes more trouble. Minchel, looking at the goblins, expresses his desire to not waste any more time on this boring quest and continues killing them. At the same time, the summoned goblin laughs while watching the other goblins die. The adventurer, noticing the goblin laughing, says that he can't believe it's so sick that it would laugh while its own kind dies. He says that goblins are just filthy bastards who only care for their own survival, which is why quests are made to exterminate them. He then prepares to kill the summoned goblin. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupts from inside the room. The girl shouts, "What the hell?" and Zeros yells for Minchel to stop messing around. The protagonist's laughter can be heard as he tells them they thought this was an easy quest. He tells them to try fighting his goblin. The summoned goblin appears on the cliff, dragging Minchel by his head. The protagonist shouts, "Face the strongest boss goblin in town." The girl charges the goblin and tries to kick it, but the goblin grabs her foot with its mouth. Just as it prepares to attack, the red-haired adventurer, Zeros, uses his explode, smash skill on the goblin. The girl stares at the dust cloud and says, "Did anyone see that? This goblin blocked my kick with its teeth." Zeros teases her, reminding her that she was complaining about the lack of strong goblins earlier, and asks if she's scared. Annoyed, the girl denies it, saying she's only surprised and that she wouldn't be scared because there's no way she would lose. Suddenly, the goblin reappears, completely unharmed. The protagonist, holding the body of the defeated adventurer Minchel, laughs. He taunts the girl, saying they think they can win. He then speaks to Minchel's unconscious body, telling him he'll be a laughingstock for losing to a goblin, and questions why it's always the goblins who are expected to lose. The girl angrily shouts at the protagonist to shut up, but he just smiles. He accuses humans of being traitors and says goblins would never betray anyone. He claims the girl and her friends kill goblins for no reason and probably hang their heads on walls to gloat. The girl instantly shouts back, denying that she's ever done such a thing. Zeros, the red-haired adventurer, tells her to stop talking to the protagonist and focus on the goblin. He readies his skill and thinks to himself that the goblin isn't listening to the protagonist, and that Minchel wouldn't have died if he had messed with him. In that moment, the protagonist shouts at the goblin to kill them. The goblin, however, lies down on the ground. Confused and angry, the protagonist yells at the goblin, asking why it won't listen. He then realizes that since the goblin isn't listening, he must ask nicely. He kneels and bows to the goblin, calling it King God Emperor Majesty Goat Goblin, and begging it to save him, or he will die. He thinks to himself that it's shameful to kneel to a goblin, but without it listening to him, he's powerless. The goblin, with a hand gesture, tells the protagonist to stand up. The protagonist, sweating and still bowing, apologizes for ordering the great goblin around. He promises never to throw it or order it around again, and promises to prepare it the best meal while rationing his own food. The girl stares at the protagonist in shock, questioning why he's bowing down to a goblin after just moments ago claiming they were his friends. The red-haired adventurer, annoyed, tells the protagonist to get out of the way before he hits both of them. But before he can finish his sentence, the goblin attacks him, inflicting a massive amount of damage that instantly kills him. The girl is horrified. The protagonist, however, smiles and says that his prayers have been answered. A system notification appears in front of him, stating that the Goblin Lord is greatly satisfied at your lack of dignity. You have gained 1 goblin point. The girl, sweating with fear, she then yells at the protagonist to stop messing with her, realizing this isn't a joke. She looks at her fallen comrade and thinks, what's happening? Zhongmin died to a goblin in a single hit? No way. She concludes that it's unfair for such a strong monster to appear on a goblin-slaying quest and decides to regroup once they respawn in town. She turns and runs toward the exit. The protagonist smiles confidently and says, "Oh dear, you think you can just run away after barging in to kill us?" The goblin grabs the girl's leg, and she falls to the ground. Standing in the center, the protagonist raises his hands and proclaims that goblins will no longer be oppressed for their race. He says there will never be a quest that forces people to commit genocide against them, and they will no longer have to live in cramped holes. He announces that their Messiah has descended upon the land and is here now. Pointing at the girl, the protagonist claims to hear the Messiah's words, "The humans are the traitors." He then shouts, "Kill them all," and declares that it is time for our rebellion, commanding all the goblins to head to town. The scene shifts to the top of the city wall in Phoenix, El-Baysar. A character named Samgord and his companion stand on the wall. Samgord asks his companion for his thoughts on goblins. The companion, surprised by the random question, simply replies, "What?" Samgord then repeats his question, this time as a crude joke. The companion curses at him in annoyance. Just as the companion finishes his insult, he notices some movement in the distance near the city wall. He points it out to Samgord, who also looks to see what's happening. They both notice a massive number of goblins approaching the city. Samgord stammers in disbelief as a horrifying cry echoes from the approaching horde. At the same moment, the protagonist, a goblin leader, is standing in front of his army. He addresses his comrades and promises they will topple the city of humans. He laughs maniacally as the goblins cheer. The scene flashes back to 3 hours earlier. The protagonist gives a menacing order to his goblins, "Kill them all." He then commands them to take all the goblins to the town, declaring, "It's time." An adventure girl is shown lying on the ground, surrounded by goblins. The protagonist says this is the start of their rebellion, and the goblins all cry out in agreement. The protagonist then tells the goblins to hold on and not kill the girl. He explains to her that he won't let her get off so easily. He reminds her that her party members have died and can't use the revive button. He asks if she wants to endure the same pain as them, to which she struggles and groans. The protagonist then looks at her with a villainous smile and makes a comment about her body. He then says he wishes to ride her. The scene returns to the present. The protagonist is now sitting on the girl's shoulders, laughing as she carries him. He yells for the goblins to kill all the humans and reminds the girl that he has her money and weapons, so she can't log out. The girl agrees to his terms with an annoyed expression, but demands he return her things after. The protagonist says he will keep her as a pet once the age of goblins arrives. The scene shifts again to the Adventurers Guild. A man rushes in, yelling that goblins are invading and that all adventurers must gather. The people in the guild dismiss his warning. One of the adventurers asks if he is joking, questioning how goblins could be a threat. Beside the panic man, a young boy with glasses gives a mocking expression. "They're just fodder mobs," he says dismissively. The man, however, only grows more frantic, sweat beading on his face. "And no, but it's real. Trust me, tons of goblins are invading us." Another adventurer asks why the guards aren't handling the situation. This piques the interest of an elf beast tamer from earlier. "Goblins," she says. A yellow-haired adventurer sees a potential opportunity. "Maybe it's some sort of event? Sound fun," he says. His assistant immediately shoots the idea down. "Don't even think about it. Getting mixed up in this might harm our plans for the next dungeon." The yellow-haired adventurer replies confidently, "No need to be so cold. I mean, self-defense levels are fine, right?" "Huh? What do you—" the assistant starts to say, but she is interrupted as a goblin crashes through a window. The yellow-haired adventurer, without a change in his expression, instantly kills the goblin with his gun. "Whoa, there really are goblins," he exclaims. His assistant thinks to herself, "Does he have eyes on the back of his head?" Suddenly, the adventurers are taking the man's warning seriously and begin to prepare for a fight. One of them comments, "Man, I thought it was a joke." Just then, a huge number of goblins break through all the windows of the guild, screaming "Keek!" in unison. The adventurer looks on in shock. But they're really attacking? He activates his power, and a yellow aura of fire surrounds him. With a single swing of his sword, he kills a goblin, a confident look on his face. Baha! Too easy. The text reveals that this is Asfistad, the Hellfire Guild Master. "I had some high hopes since it was a special event, but even 100 of these fodder mobs wouldn't be enough to make things interesting," he says. The little boy with glasses is revealed to be Jaimini, Professor LV, 52, and Hellfire Guild Vice Master. The Hellfire Guild Master's confident look falters slightly as the professor says, "It's not 100. He then activates his professor skill, X-ray. "There's tens of thousands of them. Maybe even more than that," he finishes. Suddenly, the Hellfire Guild Master is overwhelmed by the sheer number of goblins surrounding him, and he panics. What the hell are these hordes? At the same time, the yellow-haired adventurer, Horace Philiver, Gunslinger LV, 62, and Armstrong Guild Master, looks at the chaos in front of him and says, "The town seems to be in danger." Horace, the gunslinger, looks at his assistant, Charlotte Stone, the alchemist, who is also the vice master of the Armstrong Guild. He asks if she's going to tell him to sit back and watch. Charlotte adjusts her glasses and replies that's exactly what she wants him to do. Horace dismisses her immediately, saying, "Hell no. Damn it." The beast tamer stands up and says, "Unlike that child from last time, these goblins aren't very cute." She then summons a gust of wind and calls to her pet. A massive cat appears in the middle of the city and lets out a powerful roar. The protagonist, the goblin leader, sees the cat. He angrily points his finger at it and laughs maniacally, saying they will give the humans a taste of their own medicine. Meanwhile, inside the city, other adventurers are running from the goblins. A girl named Giusevelli, a magician, is crying out as a goblin gets close to her. She instinctively uses her magic and kills it, then looks at it in shock. "Huh," she says, "they're weak." Her companions agree, noting that while there are a lot of goblins, they're just weak mobs. As the adventurers prepare to attack with their skills, the goblins stop in their tracks. The adventurers shout insults at the goblins before unleashing a flurry of fireballs, killing several of them instantly. People inside the city begin shouting that the goblins are weak as shit, maybe only level 20 at most. Middle-level adventurers attack the goblins with excitement, yelling, "Just mow him down." The protagonist, seeing the chaos unfold, is shocked and panics, holding his face in his hands. "Whoa, damn it! How dare the humans counterattack?" he yells. In the next moment, the protagonist bows before his goblin summon. "Oh, great goblin," he pleads. "Our comrades' morale is falling. Please show us your power." While our protagonist begs his summoned goblin to lead them, the girl he's using as a mount thinks about quitting the game entirely. The summoned goblin, in response to the plea, lets out a confident, arrogant laugh and grabs its weapon. Meanwhile, a group of adventurers is making short work of the goblin army. One adventurer, celebrating how fun it is to mow down the mobs, is suddenly shocked into silence by the sight of the summoned goblin standing right in front of him. In a single blow, the summoned goblin defeats the adventurer. Our protagonist, still on the girl's shoulder, laughs triumphantly at the foolish humans for underestimating the goblins. The girl, in turn, looks at the summoned goblin and questions whether it can truly be called a goblin. Suddenly, the goblin army's behavior changes. They charge forward, attacking relentlessly and without pause. They ignore the dead and attack anyone they see. The protagonist, sweating, tries to rein them in, telling them to stop and focus on other humans, but they don't listen. He then sees some goblins dragging a dead girl into a dark alley. He jumps off the mount, shouting at them to stop and asking where they are taking her. He grabs one of the goblins by the shoulder, but the goblin simply bites his hand. In pain, the protagonist realizes that these goblins are completely insane as he watches them surround the dead girl, glaring at him. Looking at the dead goblins, the NPC god, Shin, questions why they have come to this place. He then turns to the protagonist with an awkward expression and asks if he knows anything about it. The protagonist mumbles incoherently, denying any knowledge. Ignoring the protagonist, Shin looks toward the city. He notes that while the adventurers are holding their own, the goblins' numbers are overwhelming. He decides the fight will only get worse and declares he will end it in a single blow. The protagonist stops him. He argues that the goblins may have simply been pushed to their breaking point. He explains that Shin's quest to kill goblins, including a new one to wipe out an entire village, have unfairly labeled them as evil monsters. He asks if Shin can understand how the goblins feel when they are hunted by people they've never met. Shin replies, "Goblins must die because they're evil, though." Angered, the protagonist yells that Shin has never even talked to them. Shin looks at the protagonist with a shocked and angry expression, saying that talking to goblins is a waste of time, as their heads are filled with nothing but greed. The protagonist gets even angrier, shouting that Shin doesn't know anything. He claims that goblins have families and children and live more humanely than humans. Shin, without changing his expression, calmly replies that they are only pretending. He explains that goblins are monsters born in the abyss with no families or children. Every action is a lie to trick adventurers. He clarifies that he doesn't want them to go extinct, but their numbers must be controlled to maintain the balance of the world. The protagonist, enraged by the NPC's explanation, tells him not to be so dismissive. He argues that if the NPC had shared a meal with the goblins, his perspective would change. The NPC cuts him off, stating that the meal would have been poisoned. This triggers a sudden realization in the protagonist. He remembers trying goblin food and recalls it tasting suspiciously like poison. He also remembers other strange things and realizes that the goblin's supposed family and human-like behavior were all a ruse to trick him. He angrily thinks to himself that monsters in games don't have families or children. They just spawn. As the protagonist's anger boils over, the NPC starts to tell him what he should do now that he understands the truth. But before he can finish, the protagonist runs off. The NPC shouts after him, asking where he's going. Meanwhile, the girl who is used as a mount by the protagonist finds herself in the middle of the city, confused and considering whether to run. But the protagonist suddenly reappears and sits on her shoulder again. He yells, change of plans, and activates his Goblin Summoner skill. A goblin appears in his hand. He holds it up and shouts to the entire goblin army to stop fighting, claiming that the Messiah has just spoken. However, before he can finish his sentence, the goblin's attention shifts back to attacking the citizens. The protagonist tries to shout at them again, but they completely ignore him. He thinks to himself, shit, what the hell is wrong with them? I can't control them, unlike earlier. Despite the goblins ignoring him, our protagonist holds up the goblin in his hand and shouts again, demanding they stop fighting and listen to the Messiah. At that moment, another adventurer appears beside him and questions what he's doing with the goblin. Sweating nervously, the protagonist thinks to himself that this is the worst possible timing. He awkwardly tries to explain, and no, you must be mistaken, I'm just making preparations for this move. With that, he slams the goblin onto the ground. The adventurer, impressed, praises his excellent suplex and says he almost thought the protagonist was responsible for the entire goblin incident. The protagonist is astonished that an extra character could guess so perfectly. As the adventurer walks away, our protagonist shouts to his back, "Go kill tons of goblins," and lets out a sigh of relief. He then turns to the goblin he slammed, which has now stood up, looking at him with anger and frustration. The protagonist thinks he's in trouble and nervously tells the goblin he didn't actually suplex it, but simply tripped. The goblin ignores him, picks up a rock, and prepares to attack. Panicked, the protagonist shouts, fuck it." As the goblin throws the rock, he quickly grabs the girl in front of him and uses her as a shield. The girl is knocked out from the impact. The protagonist apologizes to the unconscious girl, calling her Goblin number 2, and then throws her to the ground. He then angrily confronts the goblin for throwing a rock at him. "How dare, minion," he says. His tone turns serious and threatening as he declares that the goblin needs to be taught a lesson. At the same time, the beast tamer notices the rock flying through the air. She looks at the protagonist and recognizes the dropping ear goblin. She wonders what he's doing. The beast tamer sees the protagonist holding a red whip and is shocked. She realizes he's trying to use a bloodworm whip without dispelling its curse, which will cause his minion to become crazed. The protagonist, unaware of her thoughts, hides the whip behind his back from a goblin. The item description reveals that using the cursed whip will give the user a random status effect and make the minion crazed. The protagonist yells at the goblin, saying he now knows why he was given the whip. It was meant for giving the goblin a beating. Seeing this, the beast tamer tries to stop him. Meanwhile, the Flame Knight is on a killing spree, happily mowing down goblins and declaring that even trash mobs are fun to kill when they're all bunched up. The glasses-wearing boy warns him to stop having fun and tells him that their healing is at its limits and other adventurers are being killed. The Flame Knight angrily replies that if they died, they deserved it and will be kicked from a guild. At the same time, the gunslinger is firing at goblins. After killing a group of them, he proudly says he's landed his 100th headshot. His assistant, however, corrects him, saying he only killed 99 monsters with 100 shots. The gunslinger playfully asks if she's sure she didn't forget to count one. Before she can reply, a bullet flies past her, hitting another goblin. The gunslinger grins and says, "Ta-da, Charlotte, this fountain of blood is for you." The assistant realizes he shot a bullet into the sky to create the effect. Elsewhere, other adventurers are fighting the goblins. The Flame Knight tells them to stop killing the goblins one by one and activates his power to show them how farming is properly done. Suddenly, the goblins in front of the adventurers stop, scared and sweating. The glasses-wearing boy notices a strange presence among the goblins and shouts to the Flame Knight that something's off. The protagonist's summoned goblin appears, looking angry and ready to attack. Ignoring the boy's warning, the Flame Knight leaps into the sky, activating his meteor blaster skill. A huge explosion erupts, and the Flame Knight stands in the middle of the carnage, saying he will burn the goblin to a crisp. However, the protagonist's summoned goblin emerges from the fire unharmed, leaving the Flame Knight shocked and annoyed by its resilience. The Beast Tamer girl is too late. The protagonist strikes the goblin with the cursed whip, and a red energy surrounds it. "I'm too late," she says to herself in dismay. She then turns to the protagonist and tells him, "There's no time to waste. Unsummon your minion immediately." But it's no use. The protagonist is already passed out from the whip side effect. The beast tamer watches in horror as the goblin's personality changes and its body is consumed by the red energy. She thinks to herself, in return for being unable to control a minion, Crazed raises its stats massively. She tries to reassure herself that she can handle a monster of this level, but the goblin suddenly walks past her at an astonishing speed. She realizes he's not a weak minion, and she remembers the true danger of the crazed effect. The minion no longer recognizes its master. The goblin turns and tries to attack the unconscious protagonist. Just then, her summoned cat, Michelle, grabs the protagonist in its mouth and throws him into the sky, where he's held suspended. The goblin gets even angrier. Seeing the path is now clear, the beast tamer yells to her summoned cat, "Michelle, attack lightly, just to bring him back to his senses." As the big cat attacks, the goblin surprisingly hits the cat instead, dealing an enormous amount of damage. The beast tamer girl is shocked. The goblin then instantly appears in front of her, launching a new attack. Reacting quickly, she activates her summoner skill and summons a giant earth elemental. But the goblin punches through the elemental, destroying it in one hit. The beast tamer, flying away on her bird, realizes her fears were correct. The damage pop-up wasn't a mistake. She knows that if the protagonist doesn't unsummon the crazed goblin, many people will get hurt. She tells her summoned bird to get out of there, and it flies away at top speed. In a fit of rage, the goblin slams the ground, sending rocks flying into the air. It then starts hitting the rocks with a club, launching them toward the bird. The beast tamer screams at the bird to fly faster, but one of the rocks hits it, causing it to lose consciousness and drop the protagonist and the girl. Falling to the ground, the beast tamer grabs the protagonist, using her body to shield him from the impact. She looks at him and says she had hoped he wouldn't be as boring as a man the next time they met. The goblin, having lost its targets, simply walks away. The scene returns to the Flame Knight facing the crazed goblin. The Flame Knight grunts in annoyance and activates his Eternal Flame skill. The glasses-wearing boy tries to warn him, saying that the goblin withstood his meteor blast without a problem and is unlike any goblin they've faced. He insists this is the time to use his skills. The Flame Knight angrily dismisses him, saying that getting help from others is the same as losing. He tells the boy to shut up and just watch, as he has always done. The glasses-wearing boy sweats nervously, recalling the Flame Knight's words, "Like you have always done." He thinks about how he, a genius with an IQ of 160, has been held back by the Flame Knight's constant orders to stay back. Suddenly, the Flame Knight charges the goblin. The goblin retaliates, hitting him with a powerful blow that causes a massive explosion and sends the Flame Knight flying. Other adventurers notice the explosion in shock, including the gunslinger, who turns to his assistant, Charlotte. She confirms that she saw it too. The glasses-wearing boy is horrified, realizing that the Flame Knight has taken max damage. He understands this means a player's pain tolerance has been exceeded, forcing them to retire. Crying, he calls out to his guild master, but before he can say more, the Flame Knight appears behind him, completely unharmed. The Flame Knight grabs his head, telling him not to make it seem like he lost, and to stop crying. The boy, shocked to see him alive, stammers in disbelief. The Flame Knight, with a confident smile, asks his Mr. Genius for a strategy to defeat a monster that deals maximum damage with every attack. Adjusting his glasses, the boy explains that winning is impossible, but they might be able to get in one hit. Hearing this, the Flame Knight's eyes light up with excitement. He accepts the challenge and begins to charge his sword with a large amount of energy, declaring that he will kill the goblin in a single move. And with that, today's episode comes to a close. But the journey doesn't stop here. The next chapter is already up, and you can find the link waiting for you in the description below. After taking that heavy damage, the goblin leaned weakly against Flame Knight. Seeing its struggle, Flame Knight spoke to it again, clearly annoyed, before deciding he would finish the fight himself. But just as he prepared to strike, his own health dropped dangerously low. A system notification appeared in front of him, informing him that he had run out of mana. Shocked, he froze in disbelief for a moment. Before the goblin could land a hit, Flame Knight released his sword and was instantly transported away, narrowly escaping the goblin's attack. Suddenly, Douglas, a boy wearing a small outfit, ran up to Flame Knight and started yelling at him. He was furious and frustrated, demanding to know why Flame Knight had given up when he promised to win. The boy lashed out at him, shouting that he should fight until the end like always, not surrender halfway. Flame Knight remained silent, his expression unreadable. The boy's anger turned into tears as he pleaded for him to survive, saying that sometimes it felt like Flame Knight was trying to throw his life away. He begged him to just run away instead, reminding him that this was only a game and not worth dying over. Then, Flame Knight placed his hand on the boy's face and told him to stop shouting, saying that yelling like that made it seem as if they had already lost. He then turned toward the gunslinger and said that they were going to retreat. If the gunslinger wanted to stay, he could, but Flame Knight wouldn't be responsible if he died. The gunslinger, however, smiled as he looked at the goblin and said that he would stay and finish things, finding the situation more troublesome than entertaining. Flame Knight frowned, confused by his words, and asked what he meant. A short distance away, both of them noticed their ally, our protagonist, running toward them in panic, being chased by a horde of goblins from the town, shouting in frustration. The scene then shifted to a moment earlier, when our protagonist realized that his summoned goblin had taken a massive hit. Seeing the damage numbers, he thought to himself in shock that the goblin had taken over 100,000 damage. Panic set in as he realized that if the goblin died, it could cause serious trouble for him, potentially ruining everything he had built so far. Frustrated and muttering to himself, he decided he would call his goblin back and use the rally skill to regain control of the situation. But before he could act, the girl beside him looked at him in disbelief, warning him not to summon the goblin again. She explained that in its enraged state, it would attack him as well. Instead, she suggested calming it down first, insisting that unsummoning wasn't the only way to stop it. Surprised, he looked at her, asking if there was another method. She explained that the massive explosion they had just witnessed could only have been caused by the guildmaster of the Hellfire Guild. Then, she went on to explain that when a summoned creature's health reaches 0, it automatically disappears, and any status effects like enragement are removed as well. He stared at her in shock, asking if that meant he should just let his goblin die at the hands of the Hellfire Guild, and whether he'd even be able to bring it back afterward. The girl calmly clarified that minions don't truly die. They simply fall asleep and awaken again later. That's how it normally works, she said, but since his goblin couldn't be unsummoned, she wasn't sure if the same rule would apply in his case. He became furious, shouting that she was asking him to gamble his own life based on uncertain information. To him, the goblin wasn't just a summon, it was his lifeline, and the thought of losing it terrified him. He said he would rather die than live without it. The girl went silent, her mind flashing back to her childhood memories of holding a small puppy she had once loved dearly. As she looked at him, she wondered how someone could care so deeply for something other than themselves, so much that they would cry over its loss. She thought that if a man like him had been that puppy's owner, it might never have died. Overcome with emotion, she gently took his hand and promised that she wouldn't let his beloved companion die. No matter what happened, she said they would do everything they could to save it. Hearing the girl's words, the protagonist looked confused, trying to process what she just said, wondering what she meant by calling his goblin beloved. The girl, however, remained serious, staring straight at him and telling him not to get in her way if he didn't have a way to call the goblin back. She said she didn't have time to waste and had already figured out a solution after analyzing his goblin as a creature that only had one life. She explained that an enraged monster was similar to a pet that had been left in the wild for too long, and the best way to reach its hurt heart was through food. The protagonist stared at her, taken aback, repeating the word in disbelief. Food. She nodded, saying that while it wouldn't be easy, she believed it would work if he put his emotions into it. Internally, he couldn't help but think that her words made no sense. What she was saying sounded ridiculous. He wasn't trying to comfort his goblin, he wanted to knock some sense into it. But then, as he thought back, He remembered that he had once used his goblin feeding skill to lure the creature away during a fight, and it had chased the food with wild excitement. Suddenly, it hit him that he hadn't fed the goblin even once since that day. Realizing this, he quickly activated his goblin summoner skill, goblin feeding, and summoned a piece of goblin food into his hand. Sweat ran down his face as he looked at it, thinking that this might be his only chance to bring the goblin back to its senses. With determination, he started running toward the goblin, holding the food tightly. From behind him, the girl called out, telling him that if he had food, he could just summon it back. Before she could finish, a group of goblins suddenly rushed past her, and her eyes widened in shock as she realized all the goblins surrounding the town were now charging straight toward him. The protagonist also noticed the goblins closing in on him. Glancing down at the food in his hand, a system notification appeared before him, describing it as a goblin special sausage, a legendary item said to be so good that even a divorced goblin's wife would return for it. Furious, he ran faster, cursing at the situation, shouting in frustration as the horde chased after him. Back in the present, Flame Knight saw the protagonist sprinting toward them with the goblins in pursuit. Sweat trickled down his face as he muttered in disbelief, wondering why they were all coming their way. Before he could react further, the gunslinger smiled, logging out of the game while saying that the goblins must have smelled something nice and that they needed to get out of there quickly. As soon as he vanished, the protagonist dashed past Flame Knight. Seeing that, Flame Knight grabbed the boy beside him and tossed him into the air, saying with confidence that he'd see him later, addressing him as the Vice Guild Master. Just as Flame Knight threw the boy into the air, the old goblin charged forward and collided with him, killing him instantly. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood face to face with his own goblin, staring at it intensely. He spoke firmly, questioning if it intended to leave him without his permission. Then, looking down at the item in his hand, he mentioned that it was the goblin's favorite sausage and told it to eat quickly since there was no time to waste. As soon as the goblin saw the food, its eyes widened and drool began to pour from its mouth, saliva dripping uncontrollably as hunger consumed it. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Realizing that this might be the effect of its enraged state, it was acting more like a wild beast than usual. Sweat rolled down his face as he nervously extended his hand, trying to calm it. Forcing a shaky smile, he spoke gently, coaxing the goblin to eat, hoping to bring it back to its senses with the food. Just as the goblin leaned forward to take a bite from his hand, a massive wave of other goblins crashed into them, interrupting the moment and preventing the goblin from eating the food. After the massive goblin rampage, the area was left in complete chaos. Players stood around amid the destruction, exhausted and furious. The protagonist, still seething, cursed under his breath as frustration boiled inside him. In his mind, he couldn't stop thinking about how ridiculous the situation had become, angry at the goblins, at himself, and at everything that had gone wrong. He thought about how greedy and selfish the goblins were, calling them worthless and admitting that Shin had been right all along. There were simply too many of them to handle. Overwhelmed and cynical, he shouted out loud that it was fine if some of them died. In front of him, all the goblins gathered together, and on top of the pile stood his summoned goblin, gripping tightly. Then, in an instant, the ground beneath them vanished. All the goblins dropped into a massive pit that suddenly opened below. This happened because of a special effect triggered by his armor, Blue Steel Light Armor, which had a 1% chance to activate the skill Heaven and Earth Crusher when hit. As he saw the system notification appear, the protagonist's eyes widened in shock, realizing for the first time that his armor had such an ability. Before he could even process it, another notification appeared, informing him that he had annihilated the very goblins that trusted him. He was still falling into the pit when another message appeared, this time stating that the Goblin Lord was greatly satisfied and that he had earned 1 goblin point. Suddenly, his summoned goblin appeared out of nowhere, darting through the rubble at incredible speed. It caught him just before he hit the ground and landed safely on the surface. Breathing heavily, the protagonist looked at his goblin in disbelief and relief, calling out to it with frustration mixed with affection, telling it that it should have just said it was hungry. But before he could relax, a piece of goblin food fell nearby. The goblin immediately threw him aside and rushed toward the food, screeching instinctively as it devoured it. The protagonist watched with a disappointed expression, muttering to himself in frustration, completely drained by the situation. A system notification then appeared, confirming that the quest to wipe out the goblin village had been completed. The kill count far exceeded the requirement, and he received his reward of 350 gold. Just then, the girl from earlier appeared before him, her tone calm and gentle. She noted that the goblin's enraged state had finally worn off and expressed relief that it was over. Looking around at the aftermath, the girl turned to the protagonist and asked if he was the one who had slain all the goblins scattered across the area. He, still irritated, snapped back, asking if she was there just to scold him again, wondering if she thought she was his mom or something. With a disappointed look, she replied that she hadn't yelled at him earlier. She was simply worried. Then, cutting straight to the point, she asked bluntly if he had caused a goblin attack. He quickly denied it, giving a forced and awkward expression as he said no. She didn't seem convinced, but simply told him to hydrate his lips before continuing. Turning her gaze toward the massive pit in front of them, she spoke with calm confidence, explaining that no matter how many goblins there were, hundreds or even thousands, they couldn't inflict any lasting harm on the players in this town. Even if someone's health dropped to 0, they could revive without real penalties. Still, she reminded him that attacking innocent people made him responsible for the chaos and told him to give compensation to the affected players. Frustrated, he yelled that he was already planning to do that anyway. A little while later, a group of players arrived at the scene, drawn by the noise of the earlier explosion. As they approached, they nearly stumbled into the cliff and froze in shock at the sight of the crater. Confusion filled the air as they questioned what had happened. Then they noticed several piles of loot scattered on the ground near a notice board with a message that read, "Stimulus check, free to take," followed by repeated labels such as "Gold Goblin's Lost Baggage" and "Goblin's Lost Gold." Sometime later, the scene shifted to a different location. In a dimly lit room, a group of people discussed something serious. One of them mentioned that there had finally been some successful results. Another reacted with excitement, saying it was about time. Someone then demanded to see the data for G67 immediately. A calm voice responded, confirming that G67 had produced damage equal to 99,999, the upper limit of possible damage. The group gasped in shock. One of them remarked that even the most violent criminals could never achieve such destructive power. Another explained that kindness within the human heart often weakened minions or made them harder to control. Someone else then added that G67's lack of human conscience might make him the perfect vessel. As silence filled the room, one of them tried to speak but stopped short, only managing to say that, regardless, it was a great success. Another person clenched his fists tightly, his expression grim, saying that after so many sacrifices and countless resets, they had finally created what they called a savior. After hearing the conversation, another member pointed out that for such a goblin to have been summoned, it must mean G67 was the most compatible with goblins among all the summoners they had seen so far. The others grew concerned, saying that if someone like him wielded such power, it could disrupt everything. One of them, speaking with certainty, said that they couldn't let that happen and needed to keep him under control no matter what. Their leader, the same old man who was once acquainted with the protagonist, calmly explained that this was the reason their group, Iscariot, existed. Back in the real world, the protagonist sat in a cafe, scrolling through the news. It reported that Phoenix El Basar had been attacked by goblins. The damage wasn't severe since the goblins were low level, but seeing the headline made him sigh in relief. He thought to himself that, thankfully, everything had passed quietly, and no one seemed to know he was behind it. Following the advice of the Catwoman had been the right decision. Even though he missed out on a huge reward, it was better than being hunted by angry players. The broadcast then showed a bald man speaking in an interview. The protagonist frowned, wondering who the man was. Frustrated, he rubbed his temples and thought about how risky everything had been. He couldn't believe he'd gotten into such trouble by trusting monsters, scoffing at the thought of good goblins. His mind kept racing as he realized the goblin had caused the entire mess simply because it hadn't been fed. Technically, he was now its owner, but he knew next to nothing about the summoner class. He had never even owned a pet in real life. He decided that next time he met the Catwoman, he'd ask her for advice. She seemed experienced, having summoned pigeons before, and clearly knew her stuff. Then another thought struck him. Why had a woman of her level helped him in the first place? From the beginning, her behavior was odd. She had called him adorable, said he was cute, and even asked for his name. The memory made him pause, and with a calm smirk, he muttered to himself that she was cute too. Maybe he should date her someday. As he sat lost in thought, the old man from Iscariot appeared silently beside him, watching without saying a word. When the protagonist noticed him, he froze for a moment before blurting out a curse in shock. The old man introduced himself as Sungryul. Still taken aback, the protagonist stared at him, asking angrily how he was there and if he had been stalking him. Ignoring the question, Sungryul simply observed that the protagonist's face looked troubled. This only irritated him more, and he repeated his question, demanding to know if the old man had been following him. Sungryul remained unfazed and said he had made the right choice coming there. Frustrated, the protagonist clenched his fists and threatened to slap him, asking what he could possibly know about his situation. The old man finally replied that it was because of the goblin. Sweating nervously, the protagonist admitted it was true, but immediately demanded to know how he even knew about it, then added that his concern was because of the goblin. Sungryul explained that a major bug had been found affecting summonable minions in the summoner class, and that developers planned to patch it soon. At first, the protagonist couldn't believe it. Then he checked and found an official announcement confirming an upcoming bug fix. Other players nearby treated it like a routine update, but for him, it was huge news. Panic set in. His goblin was unusually powerful right now. If the patch fixed the exploit that made it strong, that strength would vanish. He had 1 week before the patch. The thought hit him hard. He needed to make $2 million within that time, no matter what. Back in the game, NPC Shin, blunt and unsympathetic, told him not to be proud of slaying 30 goblins. A quest completion notice appeared, but the protagonist was too focused on his deadline. He demanded the next quest from Shin, but a system restriction prevented him from receiving new quests until he reached level 40. Enraged and stressed, he snapped in frustration at the barrier. Skimchulsus opened his status screen, frowning as he saw the numbers. He had only climbed 1 level despite slaughtering 10,000 goblins. Frustration built up as he realized how slowly his progress had become. Deciding it was better to pick up a proper quest for both efficiency and bonus rewards, he headed to the Adventurers Guild. Once inside, he browsed the quest board, but most of the good missions were already taken. Then one particular request caught his eye, a quest titled Demon's Mask, located in the underground cave of the Lost Ruin, listed for level 36 with a reward of 10,000 gold. Converting the value in his head, he realized that was about $1,000 in real-world money. It was the highest level quest left, and he decided to take it. Just as he reached for the paper, a familiar voice suddenly shouted across the guild. It was High Warning, panicking at the sight of him. She loudly called him the insane, perverted bastard, reminding everyone about an old incident between them. The outburst drew stares from nearby adventurers. Annoyed, Skimchulsus turned toward her, irritated at how she was making him look. But High Warning didn't stop. She exaggerated her story, accusing him of behaving like a lunatic who ogled quest papers, making everyone laugh and whisper. Before the tension could rise further, a magician named Okeda Ray stepped in. She was calm and composed, introducing herself as a level 32 magician. She tried to defuse the situation gently, addressing him in a light tone and asking him to come along with her to avoid more chaos. High Warning grew furious at OK.Ray, shouting at her for trying to take the quest she had already claimed. She insisted she had seen it first, but OK.Ray calmly pointed out the fine print on the paper that High Warning had missed, showing that the quest required a 3-person party to enter the cave of the Lost Ruins. Skimchulsus read the details and was immediately irritated, realizing he couldn't take the quest alone. He complained internally, frustrated that he would have to work with others. Looking at the two women beside him, he judged them quickly. High warning, though loud, seemed somewhat useful, while OK.Ray looked too old to keep up. OK.Ray, pretending to be hurt, teased him gently, saying it couldn't be helped if he didn't want to team up with an old lady, but questioned if he would really be fine without her. High warning, not wanting to seem weak, boasted that plenty of others would gladly party up with her, but her confidence quickly faded as she realized who Kim Chulsu's actually was. Remembering his reputation, she panicked at the thought of teaming up with him. Pressed for time and too frustrated to argue, Kim Chulsu's shouted in annoyance, agreeing to take OK.Ray along for the quest and reluctantly filling the last spot with high warning. The system confirmed their new team formation, listing their names and levels. High warning sighed in disbelief, questioning how she ended up stuck with him again. Later, inside the dungeon, the group's pace was painfully slow. Kim Chulsu's grew impatient, yelling about how long it was taking to clear the quest. High warning defended himself, pointing out the multiple fury bears blocking their way, each one around level 35 to 36, making it impossible to advance any faster. Kim Chulsu's smirked at the enemies ahead, clearly unimpressed. To him, they were nothing more than common mobs. Deciding he didn't need to hold back anymore, he summoned his Goblin, no longer caring if others reported him for using a bug summon. As the Goblin appeared, High warning froze in terror at the sight of it. OK.Ray, trying to help, started chanting and cast a fireball, but before her spell could land, Kim Chulsu shouted for her to stop interfering. The Goblin then leapt forward and instantly destroyed a Fury Bear in a single blow, its damage reaching the maximum possible value. High warning screamed, recognizing the same terrifying Goblin from before, completely shocked that it was under his command. Kim Chulsu proudly declared that the monster was his summon, explaining that he was the one who could control it and that no one else should get in his way. As they continued deeper into the dungeon, he casually asked OK.Ray how she ended up playing Heaven's Door. She explained that she started because of her husband, who had been deeply into the game. High warning found that romantic, but OK.Ray didn't seem to understand the word at all, leaving her a bit confused. High warning, still curious, asked more about her husband and his class, but before OK.Ray could answer, the boss of the dungeon revealed itself, a terrifying creature known as the Demon's Mask. It wasn't a literal mask, but a monstrous being with immense power. As the group prepared for battle, OK.Ray calmly began walking toward it despite the others warning her to stay back. A flashback revealed her life in the real world. She was an elderly woman living quietly with her husband, who spent his time inside a Heaven's Door VR pod. She often tried to talk to him, bringing him snacks and complaining about how bored she was, but he rarely responded, too immersed in the game. His in-game name was shown to be Wackium LV. 17. The memory then shifted to the time she first logged into the game. Her new account, OK.Ray LV1, joined the world for the first time. She had borrowed a friend's VR machine, just so she could spend time with her husband in the game. They joked around as she admired the virtual world, and he teased her for her clumsy username. Back in the present, OK.Ray stared at the Demon's Mask monster and noticed its name. Alupper Warrior, LV39. The realization struck her. It was her husband's character. Quietly, she spoke to it, apologizing and saying that it would be helping out some old people this time. Looking at the old lady walking toward the boss monster, High warning yelled that it was dangerous, but the old lady just stood there and said she was sorry that they'd be helping out some old people. She activated her magic, and a loud explosion appeared inside the boss monster, the Darkness Bomb skill. Seeing it, the protagonist was shocked, exclaiming how strong the grandma was. In the next moment, Ray bypassed the protagonist at high speed, and the mask the boss monster was wearing suddenly appeared in his face. High warning watched, confused, wondering if the grandma had taken a monster down. She then saw the older lady picking up a warrior from the dust, and the names and levels appeared above their heads. Ray, Magician, LV.32, and Iloverkiko Creo, Warrior, LV.39. At that moment, she realized that the boss monster had been the warrior she had been helping. The old lady, weakly, repeated that they'd be helping some old people. High warning thought about what she meant by that. Meanwhile, the Goblin laughed and jumped around. High warning looked at it, asking what was up, but then noticed the protagonist wearing the mask, his status showing Demon's Mask LV.36, Skimchulsu's LV.38. Angrily, she cursed the situation. Suddenly, she ran away, with the protagonist chasing her. She complained loudly as she ran, clearly annoyed. The protagonist caught up and tapped her on the back, but she immediately kicked him in the face, yelling that he should get the mask away from her. The mask came off him, and High Warning thought about how it floated to the closest fallen user. The protagonist, kneeling, muttered in frustration about the mask. He looked back at High Warning, shouting at her for running away instead of helping. Then he noticed she was wearing the mask, leaving him silent. She moved quickly, pinning him against the wall, making him flustered. He tried to speak awkwardly, saying they were friends, but she punched him in the stomach. At the same time, the goblin appeared, and the protagonist held it up as a shield against High Warning's attack. In his mind, he realized the mask controlled its wearer, explaining why he hadn't been able to act earlier. He then shouted at the goblin to attack the mask she was wearing. The goblin let out a fierce cry and charged forward, striking the mask directly. The impact shattered it, sending High Warning flying backward as the broken pieces scattered. Before anyone could react, the mask floated off again and latched onto OK.Ray's husband. Realizing what was happening, he panicked, but the goblin quickly intercepted and blocked the mask's advance. However, the situation worsened when the mask forcefully attached itself to the goblin instead. The goblin's appearance changed instantly. Its face twisted, and its presence turned menacing. Moments later, the mask detached again and flew toward the protagonist, who was caught off guard and started running, trying to get away while shouting in frustration. He ran through the cave, annoyed at how chaotic things had become, yelling at the others to move out of the way. The old woman, frightened, shouted at him to stay back, calling him names out of panic. He retorted, clearly irritated at being insulted in the middle of all this. As the battle continued, the protagonist noticed the mask's name floating in the air. Lovaparkakri, Warrior level 39. It looked familiar. He quickly connected it to what he had seen earlier. Demon's mask had the same name floating above it. Then he noticed OK.Ray's character name, Magician level 32. The old man suddenly shouted her name, confirming his suspicion. It dawned on him that they were related, and in disbelief, he questioned if they were siblings. The old woman angrily corrected him, saying they were husband and wife. Frustrated, he accused them of tricking him into joining their quest, and the old man cursed back, realizing the misunderstanding. Both of them started yelling at him as they ran, promising payback once they got out of the cave. Amid the chaos, the old woman started feeling dizzy, swaying as she spoke dramatically about how weak she felt. The protagonist, confused, realized that the mask wasn't targeting him anymore. As the old couple continued arguing, the old man shouted that young people could handle this kind of thing, but older players like them could die from it. He stopped for a moment, processing what that meant, and realized it sounded like they were trying to push the danger onto him. Annoyed, he snapped back internally, questioning why they were even playing such a dangerous game at their age if they couldn't handle it. High Warning screamed out the protagonist's name as she ran toward him. Hearing her voice, he recognized her immediately and thought to himself that these were his two underlings. He was surprised they were still alive after being hit by the goblin earlier. She quickly explained that party members don't take actual damage unless player kill mode is turned on, calling him an idiot for not knowing that. He then asked how she managed to run so fast, wondering if she had put all her stat points into agility. She confirmed it casually. The protagonist explained that the old lady had tricked them. Instead of putting the mask on her husband, she tried to put it on them. He had attempted to run away to take revenge, but the situation had flipped when the mask ended up attaching to her instead. High Warning then asked if he had ever secretly wanted to be a goblin, pointing out how strong it was. He admitted that sometimes he thought about it, since the goblin didn't always listen to his commands and was incredibly powerful on its own. He said it might actually be easier if he were the goblin himself, then asked why she wanted to know. She curiously asked what she looked like when she wore the mask earlier. He bluntly replied that she looked insane, before correcting himself and describing how her body had suddenly become large and muscular, giving her a frightening appearance. She realized something from that, and said she suspected the mask might turn its wearer into the version of themselves they wished to be. She mentioned how she enjoyed working out, but could never build much muscle, and that when she wore the mask, it made her appear just how she wanted, though a bit too exaggerated. She then reasoned that the old man was quite short in real life, so his transformed form being tall made sense if his complex was about his height. The protagonist agreed, and she looked determined, saying she would save them soon. As she glanced toward the fallen figure of OK.Ray, it became clear that the old woman's deepest wish wasn't power or youth. She simply wanted to have a child. The scene shifts to a flashback of OK.Ray's real life. She sits quietly beside her husband in a doctor's office, her face filled with disappointment as the doctor tells them she isn't pregnant again and gently suggests that they consider giving up. The next moment cuts to a peaceful park surrounded by dandelions drifting through the breeze. The couple sits together on a bench, her husband holding a small flower, trying to lighten her mood. He smiles and tells her to brighten up, but she hides her face in her hands, tears falling. Concerned, he softly teases her for crying again, trying to make her laugh. He reassures her that some people just have a hard time conceiving, and none of it is her fault. He pulls her into a gentle hug, speaking with warmth, telling her that they can still live happily together, just the two of them, and that it doesn't matter if they never have children. She looks up at him in surprise as he adds playfully that he'll be her son someday, and she can be his daughter another day. She can't help but laugh through her tears as he continues to joke, poking her cheek and calling her a kid for crying so easily. Back in the game world, the peaceful moment shatters. The knight, now in battle, yells OK. Ray's name as the demon mask monster rushes toward him at blinding speed. The protagonist, realizing the danger, decides they should retreat while there's still time, thinking that the monster is far too fast to defeat. But High Warning stops him, refusing to run. She insists that they can't abandon the old couple, explaining that when she wore the mask earlier, she could feel how it suppressed her will, trapping her inside, unable to act or speak freely. High Warning realizes that they're trapped inside the dungeon and can't log out, comparing the experience to being stuck in sleep paralysis, completely aware but unable to move. She explains that she couldn't do anything back then, and the anxiety that it would never end must have been what the old man had been enduring all this time. Determined, she decides they must save the two people still trapped. She urges the protagonist to intervene to save the affected players. Kim Chul-soo's expression changes, sweat forming as excitement takes over. The thought of rare rewards ignites his determination. He calls his goblin companion and grabs his cursed robe once again, preparing for battle. The goblin, however, looks terrified. Kim Chul-soo readies a whip, a weapon made from bloodworm leather that carries a powerful curse, capable of greatly boosting summoned creatures' abilities at the cost of their sanity. The curse also risks causing random status abnormalities to the user. Confident in his luck, Kim Chul-soo decides to gamble, believing he can handle the consequences as long as he doesn't lose consciousness. Once the whip activates, his status weakens temporarily, leaving him more vulnerable to attacks, but he grins mischievously, calling a jackpot. He then orders his goblin to attack the old woman wearing the mask, promising a sausage as a reward. When the goblin hesitates, he lashes it again to provoke movement, but the creature unexpectedly turns on him instead. Shocked, Kim Chul-soo struggles to restrain it. The system then triggers a skill called Goblin Throwing, causing him to hurl the goblin directly toward the couple. The goblin lands and charges ahead, while Kim Chul-soo moves swiftly, kicking the masked woman in the face to break the connection between her and the demon's mask. The old man shouts her name in panic as the mask releases control. She regains consciousness, dizzy but alive, just as the system prevents party members from harming one another. The woman warns her husband not to come closer before the mask reattaches itself to his face instead. The girl immediately intervenes, pushing the man away and shouting for him to escape with his wife. The couple flees, supporting each other as they retreat deeper into the cave. Kim Chul-soo, fired up, faces the demon's mask, acknowledging it as a rare, unique monster and preparing to end the fight. The mask reanimates, taking control of the girl's body. The goblin engages in combat, but fails to harm her. Each of her counterattacks hits cleanly, but the berserk goblin remains unharmed. Kim Chol-soo is stunned to see the goblin's toughness, its defense holding even against her powerful strikes. Despite being relieved that the goblin isn't taking damage, he senses something odd. Even though it's in berserk mode, it can't land a single hit. Her speed and movements are precise, though lacking in damage output, while his goblin remains unyielding. Frustration builds as Kim Chol-soo's strategy backfires, leaving him panting and shouting in disbelief at how the situation turned out. Meanwhile, the couple notices the cave beginning to collapse. The husband shields his wife, expressing remorse for forgetting his promise to always protect her. He apologizes for letting her face such danger, and they cling to each other as the chaos unfolds. Later, Kim Chol-soo regains consciousness beneath the rubble, cursing in frustration. The girl locates him and calls out, but he yells back angrily, blaming her for the mess. She spots his trapped hand and urges him to move it. When he gestures back, she scolds him in disbelief, telling him that the demon's mask is right beneath his hand and instructing him to finish it off. Kim Chol-soo, still irritated but smirking, mocks the situation and then strikes the mask with his hand, dealing a small amount of damage. Unexpectedly, the mask explodes upon impact. Both are surprised by how little effort it took to defeat. The girl levels up several times, realizing the monster was more like a tag-based challenge than a full fight. Kim Chol-soo also levels up, though his attention immediately shifts to the loot. Frantically, he searches for his reward, shouting for his super great prize. Then, a new mask appears before him, marked as an exclusive, unsellable summoning item called Demon's Mask. Seeing the notification, he rushes to grab it before anyone else can. But just then, strange noises echo nearby. From the darkness, his berserk goblin emerges, laughing hysterically, its eyes glowing with rage. Kim Chol-soo realizes too late that his creature hasn't calmed down. His hand is still injured, and as he backs away, he wonders why the goblin isn't charging. Then he notices its eyes, filled with madness, glowing unnaturally. Fear grips him as the reality of the berserk curse sets in. Kim Chol-soo suddenly recalls a memory from the past that sends him into panic. The berserk goblin appears again, screaming wildly and thrashing around. In desperation, Chol-soo reaches his hand out toward the fallen reward item. His body trembles as he struggles to grab it. The girl nearby notices something is wrong and calls out to him in concern. As she looks closer, she realizes the goblin has attacked Chol-soo directly, landing a hit that deals massive damage. The impact shakes the area, and rubble falls around them. Despite the chaos, the old couple sees an opening. The path ahead has cleared thanks to Chol-soo's struggle. With relief flooding their faces, they cling to each other, thankful to still be alive, believing divine luck must have saved them. Meanwhile, the girl spots the goblin approaching the mask that had caused all the trouble. She urges that they grab the item quickly and leave the place before anything worse happens. Outside the ruin, Chol-soo glares at her, furious. He accuses her of bringing the mask out intentionally, believing she knew the danger it posed. His voice grows angrier as he demands to be freed, stomping the ground in frustration. The girl, trembling and sweating, tries to explain herself, insisting she didn't know about the item's restrictions. As she speaks, a faint glow appears before them, a message indicating that the unique mask item cannot be exchanged or traded. The girl panics, realizing she truly can't get rid of it, and claims she had intended to return it to Chol-soo before things went wrong. But Chol-soo doesn't believe her. His anger builds as he swears that once the goblin's enraged state ends, he'll summon it back and make her pay. Before the argument can escalate, the elderly man steps forward, holding a small pouch. He places it before Chol-soo and explains that it contains all the money he and his wife have saved. Chol-soo freezes, confused for a moment. The old man then pulls his wife close, thanking Chol-soo for saving them. The woman, weak but sincere, apologizes alongside her husband. Still trapped and frustrated, Chol-soo scoffs, questioning if they think a small amount of money could make up for everything that happened. He demands to see how much it is before deciding whether to forgive them. The girl steps in, protesting that it's their entire life savings and that taking it would be cruel. But the old man remains calm and says they plan to quit the game anyway. He embraces his wife gently, saying they'll throw away the machine and spend their remaining time together in peace. The woman blushes softly at his words, touched by his sincerity. He assures them once more that they won't need the money anymore. The girl still tries to reason with him, worried that they're giving away everything they have, but Cholsu interrupts with a smirk. He insists that since they're quitting, it makes sense for him to take it as payment for saving their lives, arguing that the money is worthless unless converted into real cash. The old man blinks, processing what Cholsu said, then turns toward the girl with a curious look, asking if the in-game money can really be exchanged for real-world currency. The girl confirms that can be done easily through the game's bank system. Hearing that, the old woman immediately changes her mind and decides she doesn't want to give it away anymore, clutching the pouch protectively. After calming the old couple, the girl urges them to log out of the game immediately while the protagonist is still trapped. The couple hesitates, trying to say something, but she insists again, reminding them that they already apologized and should hurry before he gets free. Watching them listen to her instead of him makes the protagonist furious. He yells out in frustration, but before he can say more, the old couple quickly logs out. As they vanish, they teasingly mention that they're running away and even mock him by pointing out that his goblin's enraged state had ended quite some time ago. Hearing this only deepens his anger as he stares at the empty space where they stood. The scene then shifts to the town. The protagonist stands before an NPC named Shin, who notices his growth and acknowledges that he has reached level 40. The NPC observes him carefully and comments that he's become stronger, but still below his level. The protagonist stands there silently, clearly annoyed, until Shin smiles and decides it's time to teach him a secret. Without giving a direct explanation, Shin begins walking away, telling him to follow. This irritates the protagonist further, who expected a straightforward quest. He shouts in frustration, demanding the quest right away. But Shin continues walking calmly, saying he's been waiting for someone like him. As the protagonist follows begrudgingly, he swings his weapon in irritation, muttering insults under his breath. Shin ignores him and continues speaking, saying he's been waiting for someone who gets along well with him. Then, he starts explaining the history of their world, a 1,000-year war between humans and demons. The humans had won that great war, driving the monsters into dungeons. Peace followed for some time, but as Shin explains, humans eventually began to harm each other when they no longer had monsters to fight. After the explanation, they arrive at a hidden place. Shin opens a door and leads the protagonist inside. The protagonist, still unimpressed, questions how any of this relates to his quest. Shin lights a torch and continues his explanation. He says that humans eventually realized they needed something to direct their hatred toward, and that they required monsters to maintain peace among themselves. He then reveals a monster locked inside a cage, explaining that humanity's peace has always depended on the existence of monsters. Seeing the creature, the protagonist begins to sweat, realizing that it's something dangerous enough to destroy the town if released. Shin continues, saying that throughout human history, peace was only achieved when humans had monsters as their common enemy. He believes that another war will soon break out, and to prevent it, he must make a difficult choice. Even if it means many will die, it's a decision made to save a greater number of people. The protagonist grows impatient, finding the speech unnecessarily serious, and complains that he can't even skip through the dialogue this time. But Shin ignores his reaction and declares that he intends to replicate the Great War between humans and demons. The protagonist, irritated, tells him to skip the theatrics and just hand over the quest. Still ignoring him, Shin insists that the path ahead will be harsh and asks if he will accompany him. A system window then appears before the protagonist, presenting two options: to cooperate or not cooperate. He looks at it, realizing it's a choice prompt, and thinks about the outcome. He assumes that agreeing will unlock the next quest, but wonders what happens if he refuses. Out of curiosity, he decides to test the don't cooperate option. Before he can act, Shin interrupts again, urging him to reconsider, saying that he needs him. The same message appears once more, repeating the two options along with the plea to think again. The protagonist realizes the system only allows one real choice and laughs to himself, finding it ridiculous. The two continue going back and forth, Shin repeating his request, and the protagonist stubbornly refusing just to test the limit, until Shin eventually grows serious. He draws his sword, declaring that if persuasion fails, he'll resort to force. Realizing he's not joking, the protagonist panics and tries to stop him, hurriedly agreeing to cooperate. But before he can finish, Shin strikes him. The sudden hit sends him reeling, and he groans in pain, confused by the situation. After taking the hit, the protagonist's nose begins to bleed, and blood trickles down his face. But then, something feels off. There's no pain at all. He quickly realizes something isn't right. The attacker was level 70, yet he didn't feel any damage. He recalls that the quest required level was only 40, meaning a normal player wouldn't stand a chance against someone like Shin. Then it clicks, it's another forced defeat event, just like the one with the Ruins Golem earlier. If he loses here, the choice will reset back to cooperate. Excited by the discovery, he confidently faces Shin again, acting as if he's completely unharmed. To make it look real, he summons his Goblin, but warns it not to actually kill the NPC since they're only pretending to fight. However, the Goblin immediately uses one of its skills and throws something at Shin. The attack lands, and the NPC collapses to the ground, severely injured. The protagonist freezes in disbelief. Shin lies motionless, clutching his chest. He tries to call out, but Shin can barely speak, weakly acknowledging how strong the protagonist has become and even complimenting his attack. Panic sets in. The protagonist realizes he's accidentally killed an important NPC and worries about how he'll receive quests now. He quickly orders his Goblin to activate a speed skill, sending it charging toward nearby monsters. The Goblin attacks a creature known as a hyperspeed, a desert monster commonly found near ruins. Just as he's focusing on the fight, another player appears before him, a magician named Super Wizard. Super Wizard claims the spot as his own, complaining that it's too competitive to hunt there. The protagonist thinks to himself that he hasn't even managed to catch a single one of those monsters, and that the area's competition is ridiculous for such weak mobs. With his quest delayed and the in-game bugs soon to be patched, his window to exploit the Goblin's power is closing fast. Before the magician can attack, the protagonist moves first, instantly destroying the nearby monsters with overwhelming damage. Shocked, Super Wizard turns to see who did it, only to find the protagonist glaring back with a dark, threatening look as his player kill mode activates. The magician immediately panics and backs off, pretending to surrender. After clearing the area, the protagonist's level rises from 41 to 44. Despite his progress, he feels nothing but frustration. He's wiped out every monster in the zone for days and barely earned any money. Killing weak mobs doesn't make real cash. He thinks about his situation, how getting the Goblin was supposed to change his life, but now everything feels just as hopeless. He reflects on how there's an order to things, even in dangerous dungeons. Despite having a minion strong enough to one-shot enemies, he's stuck farming low-tier monsters, wasting time in an area that gives him nothing. Then a system notice appears, announcing a bug fix for the Summoner class's minions. The timing couldn't be worse. He realizes he's about to lose his only advantage without having achieved anything, feeling like the entire world is against him. Frustrated, he mutters to himself that someone must be cursing him, trying to ruin everything on purpose. As he rants, a system notification appears, PK mode activated. Confused, he wonders what's happening, and before he can react, a rock hits him in the head. The scene then cuts to an earlier moment. The old man, the same one who saved him before, finishes bandaging his wounds. Looking down at the protagonist, he sighs heavily, his face a mix of exhaustion and mild annoyance. The man mutters that he's not the protagonist's babysitter, clearly tired of cleaning up after his recklessness. Kim Chol-soo slowly regained consciousness, his mind hazy from the blow that had knocked him out. As his vision cleared, he saw the same old man he had encountered before in the game's chaotic world standing over him. The man's arms were crossed, and his expression carried a mix of irritation and familiarity. Kim immediately recognized him, recalling how their last meeting had ended with trouble because of his own reckless actions. The old man reminded him that he had healed him and saved his life, saying Kim should be grateful instead of acting cold. He pointed out how ridiculous it was that Kim fainted in a place like this and asked if he had been in a fight. As Kim sat up, the memories started to come back, the surprise attack, the sharp pain in his head, and the confusion right before he lost consciousness. Touching the spot where he had been struck, he realized that it wasn't just an accident. Someone had deliberately attacked him. He began piecing it together in his mind. The way the hit came from behind, the sudden darkness, and the system notice that it flashed just before he fainted. It dawned on him that someone had actually piked him. The thought made his blood boil. He stood up suddenly, rage flooding through him as he cursed the unknown attacker and swore to get revenge. His fists trembled as he declared that he needed to repay this debt. The old man, however, remained calm. He asked how Kim planned to find the culprit when he had no idea who it was. He questioned whether Kim had made any enemies recently, reminding him that it was impossible to steal items or money in this game. So the attacker must have had some personal reason, perhaps even a grudge. That word stuck in Kim's mind. He thought of Han Kamun, recalling their last corporate clash, and wondered if it could be him. But the old man quickly dismissed that idea, explaining that someone of Han Kamun's level wouldn't waste time personally attacking a player like him. He advised Kim to forget about revenge if he couldn't name anyone specific, pointing out that sometimes life just threw random misfortunes, a bump from a stranger, or even bird droppings landing on your shoulder. His calm reasoning only made Kim more frustrated, and he shouted in anger, feeling like everyone and everything was out to get him. The old man didn't react to the outburst. Instead, he told Kim to focus on what he needed to do next. The question caught Kim off guard, and when he asked what he meant, the old man reminded him about the upcoming patch day. That single reminder hit Kim hard. He instantly remembered the announcement, the update that would soon change everything. His Goblin summon. The key to his success was going to be nerfed. The thought of losing his biggest advantage struck deep, and his anger quickly shifted to panic. His mind raced as he realized he didn't have much time left. The Goblin wouldn't remain usable for long, and he still needed to earn enough money, $2 million, to secure his future. His priorities shifted in that moment. Revenge could wait. What mattered now was finding a new quest and making as much money as possible before the patch arrived. Sweat trickled down his face as he turned toward the old man, mentioning that he had killed Shin. The old man, unbothered, assured him that it was nothing to worry about. NPCs that died because of a player's actions would always respawn in the same location. His calm response gave Kim a sense of relief, confirming that he hadn't permanently broken the world's mechanics. Now clear-headed and determined, Kim understood what needed to be done. He would set revenge aside, focus on profit, and take full advantage of the short time left before the update changed everything. Kim Chol-soo's frustration reached its peak, his anger boiling over as he shouted at the old man, furious that he had only now mentioned something so important. The old man remained calm, replying confidently that they had just met. Grinding his teeth in annoyance, Kim tried to steady his thoughts before addressing Sungryul, demanding to know if it was even possible to make $2 million through quests before the patch. He explained that although Kim's goblin companion was undeniably strong, perhaps the strongest being in existence, raw power alone wouldn't solve every problem in a dungeon. Some challenges were realizing the situation. The protagonist is overwhelmed by a mix of anger and sadness. The emotional pressure finally breaks, and he loses control, shouting once before collapsing into tears. As he cries, frustration floods his mind. He remembers how he had sensed this outcome from the moment the patch notes were released. Deep down, he already knew things would end badly. His thoughts drift back to the moment he obtained the Goblin. At the time, he brushed off any concern, convincing himself that if it was a bug, he could exploit it by rushing into high-level dungeons before it was fixed. He believed that gaining a bug mob would give him an advantage before the system corrected itself. Returning to the present, reality hits him harder. Despite all his effort, he never even reached the high-level dungeons. Everything stopped here. Without the Goblin, he feels completely powerless and sees no future for himself. At that moment, while he is still crying, his surroundings suddenly shift into hostility. Without warning, an old man strikes him directly in the face, sending him flying backward through the air. Pain explodes across the right side of his face as he struggles to regain balance. Anger replaces despair as he lashes out at the attacker, demanding to know what kind of insanity would justify such an action. The old man, however, is furious rather than apologetic. He yells at the protagonist to pull himself together. He demands to know what will happen to the Evaton Guild if their supposed rival collapses like this. Even now, the guild is fighting desperately, determined to prove that their victories, especially in the hidden dungeon, were not dependent on him. The old man explains that the guild is pushing themselves to win specifically because they refuse to rely on the protagonist. They grind their teeth and struggle forward because they want to surpass him. He makes it clear that the protagonist is someone others constantly worry about, someone everyone wants to outperform. That is what makes him a rival. After a brief pause, the old man speaks again, this time seriously. He emphasizes that it was never about the Goblin. The true rival of the Evaton Guild has always been the protagonist himself. He asks whether, after understanding this, the protagonist can still truly believe he is worthless without it. Before the protagonist can fully process those words, the old man strikes him once more. The pain draws out another angry outburst, demanding that the old man stop hitting him. The force of the punch sends the protagonist sliding across the ground. Lying there, groaning, he finally speaks again, addressing the old man by name. The old man calmly corrects him, but suddenly freezes. The realization hits him that the protagonist used that name without hesitation. The protagonist quietly thanks him. As the protagonist prepares to leave, the two briefly shake hands. The old man warns him not to regret what he just said. Embarrassed and flustered, the protagonist snaps back before walking away. The scene shifts. A white-haired girl appears, streaming live with a bright smile. She cheerfully introduces herself and explains that she is attempting a Don't Get Hit by Monsters challenge in Heaven's Door. Mid-thought, she mutters frustration about the difficulty of doing a no-hit challenge as a mage, especially against fast enemies, before catching herself. Feigning innocence, she quickly pretends she said nothing inappropriate, maintaining her cheerful persona. She raises her magic staff, smiling again as she explains the challenge in detail. The mission involves facing the notoriously fast hyperspeed monsters, with 10,000 donation points riding on success. Failure is not an option. Suddenly, a man seated behind her speaks up. He warns her that if she is hunting, she has come to the wrong place. This land is known only for death. The figure is revealed to be a high-level magician known as Super Wizard. Unfazed, the girl marches forward into the barren desert. Looking around, she smiles as she notices the complete absence of monsters. She remarks on how peaceful the area seems, though her frustration over the endangered 10,000 donation points lingers beneath the surface. Resting beside a stone, the Super Wizard explains the situation calmly. He says that there are no monsters and no users left in this area because of what happened here. In the past, this place was a peaceful hunting ground that many users frequented. People shared resources, cooperated, and hunted together. Those days were genuinely enjoyable. However, everything changed the day a certain individual appeared. Catherine reacts with confusion, repeating the word he used to describe that person. The Super Wizard continues, explaining that the man appeared without warning and exterminated every monster in the area on his own. As he finishes speaking, the monsters that were previously wiped out begin to respawn across the land. Watching them return, Catherine speaks to herself, acknowledging that monsters naturally respawn over time. However, as she takes in their presence more carefully, she realizes that their scale and number are far greater than she initially expected. Before she can react further, a goblin suddenly appears. In a single, overwhelming strike, it eliminates all of the newly respawned monsters at once. A system result appears before Catherine, confirming the completion of her challenge without her taking any damage. The Super Wizard points out what just happened. He explains that any monster that respawns in this area immediately becomes the goblin's prey. He tells her that if she has an issue with it, she should confront the one responsible directly. The man does not hide, nor does he run. Catherine stiffens in fear and slowly turns her gaze toward the figure in the distance. The Super Wizard identifies him, stating his name, Kim Chulsu. Shocked, Catherine questions what she is seeing. She asks why that person would attack Kim Chulsu from behind. Her attention then shifts to the old man nearby. Studying him closely, she feels a strong sense of familiarity. His appearance, bald, elderly, triggers a vague memory. As realization sets in, she recalls where she has seen him before. He is the man who once sold them information about the hidden dungeon. Confusion deepens as she wonders why that same man would attack Kim Chulsu, and more importantly, how the two of them ended up together in the first place. Understanding that something serious is unfolding, Catherine starts running toward Kim Chulsu, calling out to him. However, even as she runs, she realizes the distance between them is too great to close quickly. Midway through her movement, a call screen suddenly appears. A black-haired man shouts at her in panic, demanding to know what is happening. He tells her that the stream has cut off and insists that he will contact the police and special forces immediately. She cuts him off, telling him not to panic. While she has his attention, she asks him for a favor instead. She requests that he hire a private investigator. The man reacts with disbelief, repeating her request in shock. With a firm and irritated expression, Catherine makes her stance clear. She tells him that the cost does not matter. All she wants is someone capable of getting real answers. The old man tells the protagonist that he needs to gather money. The protagonist reacts angrily, shouting that it is not as if he does not want to. He demands to know how he is supposed to make $2 million when the patch will arrive in only 3 days. The old man suddenly slaps him. In response, the protagonist retaliates violently, beating the old man down without restraint. Standing over him, the protagonist mocks him, asking whether he truly believed he was anything special just because he had been allowed to hit him a few times. With his face swollen, the old man snaps back, telling him to let people finish talking. The protagonist reminds him that the old man was the one who raised his hand first. Still kneeling on the ground, the old man admits that making $2 million in such a short time is impossible. At best, earning around $2,000 would be realistic. The protagonist explodes again, asking what $2,000 could possibly accomplish. He sarcastically asks whether he is supposed to cook stew with that amount. The old man explains that the money is not the goal, but preparation. Without funds, nothing can begin. He compares it to buying lottery tickets. You cannot win unless you place a bet. With time running out and resources limited, money becomes the entry cost. A sharp smile spreads across the old man's face as he suggests that this might be the right moment to bet everything on luck. Gambling, after all, saves time. The scene shifts to Phoenix El Baysar, Central Pavilion. Outside the hall, the protagonist stands holding a board. Written on it is an offer to clear the time dungeon in exchange for 1,000 gold. He waits openly, advertising himself as a turbo gamer. As someone approaches, the protagonist wonders who the person might be, noting that they seem interested in the claim written on the board. The man stops in front of him and asks who this so-called turbo gamer is. The protagonist answers plainly that it is him. The man immediately accuses him of messing around. The protagonist responds confidently, telling him to try entering the dungeon together just once. If he fails to clear it, he promises a full refund. The man, now intrigued, asks whether he can clear a dungeon called the Count's Grand Library. He then introduces his companions, a magician named Xiangvli at level 31 and a gunner named Sadist. Finally, he introduces himself as a cleric at level 31. The protagonist admits internally that he has no idea what the Count's Grand Library is, but still responds with confidence, stating that he would win. The cleric and his companions burst into laughter, mocking the protagonist. They ridicule his confidence and question whether he even understands what dungeon he is talking about. They point out that the recommended level is far higher than his own, insisting that someone at level 44 would not even be allowed to enter. Angered by the ridicule, the protagonist tells them to stop wasting his time and leave if they are not serious. The cleric, still smiling through his laughter, agrees to go. He states that he wants to run a dungeon anyway and will accept the carry. If the dungeon is not cleared, he expects a full refund. The protagonist agrees impatiently, urging them to hurry since time is short. The cleric explains that the recommended level of the dungeon they are heading into is 46, far higher than normal. He says he wants to level up quickly. Internally, however, he assumes the plan is simple. A level 44 player should not be able to clear a level 46 dungeon alone. They will watch from a safe distance, leech experience, and demand their refund once the protagonist fails. This is how he has grown stronger without effort until now. Upon entering the dungeon, the cleric suddenly realizes the protagonist is gone and asks where he disappeared to. From elsewhere, the protagonist laughs to himself. He mocks them for handing money to a stranger claiming to clear a dungeon for them. He finds it ridiculous that they believed low-level players could enter such a high-level dungeon if it were that easy. His thoughts drift back to the old man's plan, and he realizes how effective it truly was. He acknowledges that the old man's reputation as Sungreal the Cunning is well-deserved. He recalls the advice given to him earlier, clearing dungeons for others in exchange for money, a practice commonly known as boosting. Checking his balance, the protagonist realizes he has nearly made $4,000 in just 2 days. He scoffs at the old man's earlier estimate, thinking how wrong it turned out to be. At that moment, the system reacts to his actions. His behavior earns the attention of the Goblin Lord, who acknowledges his talent for deception and rewards him with a single goblin point. The protagonist is annoyed rather than pleased. He complains that the goblin is about to become useless anyway and questions what value a single point has now. Frustrated, he dismisses it entirely. When he interacts with the system, the goblin suddenly appears in front of him. Irritated, the protagonist tells it to go away. The scene shifts to the city streets at night. A man steps out of a building, coughing and muttering that nothing has gone right today. As the protagonist passes by, the two bump into each other. The man turns angrily and demands an apology. The protagonist ignores him and continues walking. Watching him leave, the man mutters that something is wrong with him. He assumes the behavior must be the result of gambling gone too far. The scene shifts again. Inside a gambling house, the protagonist stands at the counter. Without hesitation, he submits all the money he has and tells the attendant to put everything in. The place is known as Benairo's Gotcha Shop. Benairo greets the protagonist casually, noting that he has never seen him before. He explains that each gotcha pull costs 100 gold and begins introducing the prizes available for the day. He announces the first place reward, a legendary gauntlet once wielded by Vega. The item belonged to a monster from the Great Human Monster War, revered for its lion-like courage and overwhelming power. The weapon is known as the Gauntlet of the Lion King. Next, he introduces the second-place prize, the legendary Shooting Star Boots. Their effect converts standard dashes into short-range teleportation, a fitting ability for an item bearing such a name. Finally, he reveals the third-place prize, the legendary Guardian Ring, an item that grants its wearer a body as resilient as iron, blessed by the Guardian God. Overwhelmed by excitement, the protagonist reacts immediately. Without hesitation, he declares that he will spend all 34,000 gold he has on pulls. Nearby, a man sitting at the bar reacts in disbelief, questioning the amount. His short-haired companion finds the situation entertaining and turns to watch. Laughing openly, the short-haired man mocks the protagonist, pointing out that he is betting everything at once without restraint. He emphasizes the absurdity of throwing away 34,000 gold in one go. The protagonist snaps back, irritated by the attention and questioning why they're interfering at all. The short-haired man turns to Benairo, repeating the amount aloud, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Benairo calmly acknowledges the bet and prepares to begin. He takes out his cards, pauses briefly, then forcefully places them on the table with practiced precision. The protagonist is momentarily stunned by the display. Recognizing the technique, he realizes that Benairo has initiated a 10 times pull. Filled with anticipation, the protagonist asks Benairo to grant him a high-ranking prize within those 10 cards. Before he can flip them, the companion suddenly stops him. Annoyed, the protagonist demands to know why he is being interrupted, insisting that it is his money. The man tells him to calm down, pointing out that everyone in the room is watching. Members of the crowd begin to react, offering encouragement and urging him to succeed. The companion warns the protagonist not to ruin the excitement by flipping all the cards at once. The short-haired man then draws attention to Benairo's posture. He explains that Benairo's signature stance is not arrogance, but a way to conceal his expression. According to him, Benairo already knows what cards have been drawn, and his subtle reactions give everything away. The more valuable the prize, the harder it is for him to suppress his response. He points out that Benairo is visibly tense, more than he has ever seen before. This suggests that the card the protagonist is about to pull is promising, something everyone present has noticed. The pressure overwhelms the protagonist. The tension builds until he shouts, unable to contain himself. He flips the first card. Immediately afterward, he turns toward the short-haired man, questioning the claims about twitching. The man awkwardly tries to brush it off, insisting that it is all part of the entertainment. The crowd reacts again, reminding the protagonist that this is only the beginning. They point out that he has barely spent any of his total gold yet. Regaining his composure, the protagonist agrees internally. He still has plenty of gold left. In a sudden decision, he unfolds all the remaining cards at once. When none of them turn out to be worthwhile, his frustration explodes. Without pausing, he slams another bag of money onto the counter and demands 10 more pulls. Once again, he reveals all the cards at once. Again, nothing of value appears. His anger escalates. He continues throwing more money down, repeatedly demanding additional pulls, each time growing louder and more unhinged. Finally, losing control completely, he grabs Benairo by the hair and shouts at him. Moments later, he forces himself to calm down. Taking stock of his situation, he realizes he has only 10,000 gold left. Doubt creeps in as he wonders whether this system even works, or if the entire thing is nothing more than a scam. The short-haired man places a hand on his shoulder and reminds him of what he said earlier about superstition. When luck runs bad, sometimes it is better to let someone else take over. The protagonist shoves him away, telling him to leave. Still, the thought lingers. He considers the possibility that his own luck might truly be the problem. If so, he needs to break the cycle of failure somehow. At that moment, someone from the crowd brings the goblin forward. Seeing it, the protagonist reacts in disbelief. He questions whether the gacha really included something like a goblin as a possible prize. Grabbing the goblin, he challenges it sarcastically, daring it to try pulling instead. The goblin clumsily scatters the cards everywhere, sending them across the floor. Annoyed and regretful, the protagonist shouts that he never should have involved it. As the cards lie scattered on the ground, the short-haired man's companion notices something unusual. One card, in particular, seems different, enough to explain the expression Benairo had been trying so hard to hide. The protagonist freezes. Drawn by curiosity, he steps closer to the fallen card. Staring at it, realization begins to set in. He wonders whether this could finally be his first real jackpot. Staring at the card on the ground, the protagonist mutters to himself, wondering if this could really be his first jackpot. He notices Benairo's reaction immediately. Sweat is running down his face, and he is whistling awkwardly as if nothing unusual has happened. The act is far too obvious. The short-haired man remarks that luck must finally be on the protagonist's side, noting that this is only the third time he has ever seen Benairo react like that. Irritated by the noise, the protagonist snaps at him to shut up. Forcing himself to focus, the protagonist recalls Sungreel's words. According to him, pulling the gauntlet of the Lion King would be enough to sell for more than all his debts combined. As everyone around him holds their breath, the protagonist lowers himself toward the floor to pick up the card. In his mind, anything less than first place is meaningless. Second or third place would not change anything. What he needs is the top reward. He lifts the card and begins to announce it, only to be interrupted by someone in the crowd, who points out that the item is not the gauntlet of the Lion King, but the gauntlet of the Lion Kong. The protagonist freezes. He looks down at the card again, shock spreading across his face. Confusion turns into panic as he blurts out questions, trying to understand what Lion Kong even is. Around him, people begin murmuring, some suggesting that the item might be even rarer than the official first-place prize. Others admit they have never seen it before. Frustrated and overwhelmed, the protagonist yells at the crowd to stop whispering. He dismisses the item as nothing more than a useless vanity reward. The companion of the short-haired man responds seriously, challenging that assumption. He explains that cosmetic items can be extremely valuable. In some games, even items with no abilities, like a small bag, have sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars simply because people find them appealing. The protagonist explodes in disbelief. He argues that no sane person would spend that much money on something that does nothing. Then, almost contradicting himself, he launches into a rant about how people constantly spend massive amounts on appearance, fashion, self-care, even plastic surgery. Humans, he insists, will pay absurd prices just to show off how they look. Still, he fails to see what that has to do with his situation. Shaking off the argument, he turns his attention back to the card. His voice falters as he asks whether this really counts as hitting the jackpot, whether this vanity item is truly worth that much. He demands an answer from Baniro. Baniro responds calmly, admitting that he did not expect the protagonist to pull the special prize. He explains that its probability is the same as the first-place reward. Sweat beads on the protagonist's face as the realization begins to sink in. His voice trails off as he struggles to process what that means. Baniro continues, explaining that the item cannot be exchanged. It is an ultra-rare drop, something that could not be guaranteed even with 1,000,000 gold. He has personally seen people spend hundreds of thousands of gold without pulling anything comparable. By all measures, the protagonist should be proud. Instead, rage explodes. The protagonist lashes out at Baniro, demanding compensation and accusing him of robbing him of real rewards. Almost immediately, regret crashes down on him. He clutches his head with both hands as panic spirals. He cannot believe his luck could be this bad. After so many pulls, he did not even get a single third-place item. The thought of all the money wasted makes him sick. He starts calculating what $4,000 could have bought him in the real world: meals, comforts, small indulgences he used to hesitate over. Desperation takes over. He forces himself to rationalize it. The 34,000 gold was just a sacrifice. After hundreds of pulls, he is bound to get something eventually. All he needs is 1,000 more gold. Just one more chance. Seeing the protagonist sink deeper into despair, the atmosphere around him shifts. The people nearby grow uneasy, sweat forming on their faces as they realize he is no longer thinking rationally. The companion of the short-haired man nervously tries to stop him, pointing out that he has already obtained the special prize and does not need to push himself any further. Ignoring everyone, the protagonist suddenly removes his armor and shouts that he is selling his rare equipment, the blue steel light armor, immediately. Shock ripples through the crowd. One person whispers in disbelief that it is rare armor, while another questions how much it could possibly be worth. Someone suggests that the protagonist must be offering it at a discount, since he is clearly desperate to sell. One of them asks directly how much he wants for it. The protagonist, barely holding himself together, snaps back and tells them to make the offer instead. Inside, the potential buyer is confused. It feels absurd that the buyer is being forced to name the price. Then, from behind the crowd, a long-haired man calmly speaks up and offers 1,000,000 gold. The room falls silent. Several people react at once, stunned by the number. Others turn to look at the man, wondering who he is. The protagonist freezes. 1,000,000 gold. He struggles to process what he just heard. Checking the value information, his thoughts spiral. He realizes that if someone is willing to offer that much just to buy it quickly, the armor may actually be worth far more. The long-haired man steps closer and simply asks what is wrong. He is identified as Kim Jaho, level 29, known by the nickname Nice Guy. Kim explains that he is willing to buy the armor at whatever price the protagonist wants. He says that he offered a high price because he genuinely wants the item. The protagonist hesitates internally, unsure whether this is too good to be true. Still, he agrees. The two confirm the trade. Suddenly, realization hits the protagonist. What appears on a trade screen is not gold. Panic surges. He lashes out, accusing Kim of wasting his time and trying to trick him. Kim responds calmly, clicking his tongue and explaining that the item he offered is the beating heart of the dragon, an extremely rare material. The entire crowd reacts in shock. People recognize it immediately as a rare drop from the red dragon Lormus. Murmurs spread as they question how someone could possess something so valuable. The protagonist's confusion deepens. A red dragon. A rare drop. Judging by the reactions alone, the item is clearly worth a fortune. Kim explains further that, strictly speaking, he would be taking a loss by trading this material for the armor. However, his time is extremely valuable to him. He considers the trade payment for the time it would take him to convert the material into gold himself. The protagonist thinks for a moment, then agrees. He tells Kim to proceed with the trade. Suddenly, the trade is canceled. The protagonist freezes in shock. Kim immediately apologizes, explaining that he pressed the wrong option and suggesting they try again. As the trade window reopens, the protagonist's heart pounds. His thoughts race as he urges Kim internally to hurry. He is already imagining selling the armor for 1,000,000 gold and starting over from scratch. The moment Kim places the item back into the trade window, the protagonist instantly accepts. He thanks Kim eagerly, relieved that the deal is done. Kim responds with a faint, unreadable smile and thanks him in return. Without another word, Kim logs out of the game. Watching him disappear, The protagonist wonders briefly why he logged out so suddenly. Shrugging it off, he decides not to dwell on it. The protagonist dismisses it, saying that it is none of his business. He then shifts his attention back to the display. As he takes a closer look, his expression freezes. Shock spreads across his face as he quietly questions what he is seeing. Someone nearby laughs and points out that the item looks like a strawberry. Another person mocks him openly, saying he was scammed. A third comments casually that this place is full of people who lost money, making it the perfect hunting ground for scammers. That is why, they add, everyone should think carefully before pressing any buttons. One by one, the crowd begins to leave the bar. Someone remarks that the armor never looked worth $1 million gold in the first place, and that he should have been suspicious of such an outrageous offer. The companion of the short-haired man stays behind briefly. He speaks honestly, explaining that none of the people cheering earlier had ever actually won anything themselves. Everyone here is trapped in the same cycle. They cling to others' failures, hoping to feel better about their own losses. When it seemed like the protagonist had truly won something, most of them were secretly hoping it would turn out to be nothing. They were relieved when they heard the item was unexchangeable. No one wanted to congratulate him. After a short pause, the man tells him to look around and take this as a lesson. He advises him not to come back here again. Then he leaves. The protagonist lets out a bitter curse. He logs out of the game. The anger does not fade when he returns to reality. He shouts in rage, cursing everyone who mocked him. A nearby boy comments that he sounds frightening. Suddenly, two men step in front of him. One remarks that killing people is not an option and asks how he plans to pay his debts if he ends up in prison. Panic sets in. The protagonist begins to sweat as realization hits him. He insists that he already paid off his debts. The yellow-haired man grabs him by the hair. Pain explodes through his scalp as the man questions what he means by paid, reminding him that paying $200,000 does not erase the rest. He threatens him openly. The protagonist panics and insists that he will pay everything. He asks if they can talk outside. The yellow-haired man drags him out while striking him repeatedly, hurling insults as he does. The protagonist begs him to stop, repeating that he will pay. The man mocks him, calling him amusing. Then, gripping his neck with one hand, he punches him hard in the stomach. He explains that if all he wanted was money, he could have made a phone call. He is here because the protagonist has gone too long without being punished. The protagonist collapses to his knees, crying out as the pain overwhelms him. The man continues, saying that this beating is overdue. He mocks the plea not to be hit. He steps forward, preparing to kick, warning him not to move unless he wants broken bones. Curled on the ground, the protagonist shields his head and cries out in pain. Just as the kick is about to land, the old man suddenly steps between them and takes the blow to his back instead. The protagonist looks up in shock, unable to believe who stepped in. The yellow-haired man stares at the old man in disbelief, questioning whether he is blind. His black-haired companion reacts in confusion, asking whether they are supposed to deal with the old man too. The yellow-haired man snaps back sharply, telling him not to say something so stupid. The old man slowly straightens himself, his expression hard and furious. He tells them that now it is their turn to pay for laying hands on his dear friend. One of the goons responds by kicking the old man away without hesitation, refusing outright. The impact sends the old man flying across the ground, landing hard near the protagonist. Pain escapes him as he struggles to breathe. Seeing this, the protagonist forces himself upright despite his injuries and calls out to Sungreal, asking if he is all right. One of the goons bends down to pick up the scattered money on the ground. He mocks the situation, commenting on how ridiculous it was to threaten people with a brick. Then he freezes. The money is real cash. Realizing this, his tone changes. He asks if the old man truly came to settle the debt. The old man, trying to straighten his posture while clutching his back, responds that this is why people should listen until others finish speaking. Confused and shaken, the protagonist asks why he would do this. He points out that these are $1,000 bills, real money. The old man answers coldly. He knows they are not demanding full repayment yet. If they are only here to collect interest, then this should be enough for today. The yellow-haired goon hands the bundle to his companion and tells him to count it. As the money is counted, the yellow-haired man asks who the old man even is. He laughs, claiming the protagonist has never had friends. The old man slowly stands and replies that the money should be all that matters. He does not see why he owes them any explanation. Satisfied, the goon shrugs. He says he does not care whether the old man is a friend or something else entirely. The companion finishes counting and confirms the cash. The yellow-haired goon corrects him impatiently, then tells everyone to leave. Before walking away, he turns back and tells the protagonist to treat his friend better. The scene shifts to a bar. The protagonist and the old man sit together, beers in hand. The old man asks if it is true that the protagonist borrowed $100,000 10 years ago and that the debt has now ballooned to $2.3 million. The protagonist quietly confirms it. The old man comments on the cruelty of a 33% interest rate. Then he asks about the debt the protagonist claimed was left behind by parents he never even met. The question hits hard. The protagonist grabs his head, shocked that the old man knows. He admits that he lied. He explains that if people knew the truth, that the debt was entirely his fault, he would seem completely pathetic for turning to loan sharks. The old man asks whether he ever tried asking his parents for help. The protagonist snaps immediately. He shouts that his parents are irrelevant. He then admits the truth. He is an orphan. He explains how much he was bullied for it, how being orphaned felt like a debt heavier than any amount of money could ever be. The old man listens, then responds calmly. He understands the situation, but still asks what the protagonist intended to do with $100,000. He wonders whether it was spent on survival, gambling, or desperation. He notes that the only collateral the protagonist likely had was his own body. After a brief pause, the old man realizes why the protagonist was so obsessed with high-level dungeons. Losing the goblin's power must have terrified him. He asks what the protagonist plans to do next, reminding him that he still needs money. Frustration spills out. The protagonist says he will probably just do manual labor. He describes his life as barely surviving day to day, trapped grinding low-level dungeons. He mocks his own title as a goblin summoner, calling himself the real goblin instead. The old man tells him it is too early to give up. He reminds him that he is already strong. The protagonist grips his skin tightly and thanks him. He then admits that without Sungreal, he would have been beaten nearly to death. He promises to repay the debt, no matter what it takes. The old man responds that those words are said far too easily. He tosses another can toward him and tells him to drink. The protagonist replies that he already finished his and asks for another. The protagonist snaps back that he already finished the can and tells the old man to buy him another one. Later, lying beneath his gaming setup on the day of the patch, he gathers himself before logging in. Sungreal was right. His level is 44 now. He has advanced far beyond the days when he mined ores just to survive. Giving up simply because he lost the goblin would be too early. Whether he likes it or not, he has grown stronger. Inside the game, the goblin grins at him with its usual expression, letting out its familiar sound. The protagonist studies it quietly and notes that it seems exactly the same as ever. The goblin mocks him in return, questioning why he is laughing when he is now nothing more than a low-level mob himself. Nearby players suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at the protagonist's partially naked state. One loudly calls attention to him, while another reacts with disgust, laughing and questioning what he is doing. Hearing them, the protagonist immediately understands why they are laughing and curses under his breath. Without hesitation, he equips another piece of armor from his inventory, relieved that he did not sell it earlier. It is nothing more than rag armor, usable from level 3 and offering almost no defense. The goblin reacts loudly to the change. Clenching his fist, the protagonist steels himself. From now on, he cannot rely on being carried by the goblin anymore. This will be a fight based entirely on his own strength. If he wants to survive, he has to use everything he has. He opens his status window, intending to allocate his stats, but irritation slips out as he stares at the numbers. Before, the goblin handled all the combat. He never needed to worry about how much damage he would personally take. Looking closer, the problem becomes painfully clear. His health stat is sitting at 2. He realizes just how much he relied on the goblin and questions whether he can even be considered a level 44 character like this. He decides to raise his health first, then invest points into strength for close-quarters combat. The distribution is not terrible. It resembles an assassin-type stat line, and his agility is already quite high. Now all he needs is a weapon that actually fits his current stats. Reality crashes down on him again. Sweat forms as he remembers that he blew all his money on gacha. He does not even have enough gold left to buy something as simple as a stick. The protagonist eventually arrives at the Adventurers Guild. Stopping in front of the building, he mutters to himself that after playing Heaven's Door for so long, he is still surprised by the kinds of things he keeps discovering. Inside the guild, two players are already present. One is Roy, a level 48 magician. The other is Revenant, a level 47 player. Roy speaks enthusiastically to Revenant, saying she is honored to party with someone so famous. She comments that he truly lives up to the rumors of being quiet, especially for someone who reached level 47 using only basic attacks. She adds that they have received a request and are currently looking for one more party member. At that moment, the protagonist enters and asks if they are looking for someone to join. He casually claims that he might be able to help, mentioning that he possesses the Lion King's gauntlet. Roy reacts immediately, recognizing the name and associating it with Vega's weapon. The protagonist takes her reaction as recognition and downplays it, saying he was not trying to show off. Roy quickly decides that there is no need to keep searching. She remarks that it is rare to see Vega's weapon in action and invites him to join them. The protagonist glances toward Revenant and rudely asks what he is staring at. Roy explains calmly that Revenant is the party leader. The protagonist's attitude changes instantly, and he greets Revenant much more politely. The scene shifts to the Red Canyon. As they walk through the ravine, Roy reassures the protagonist that he does not need to be so tense. She points out that the level difference between their party and the monsters in the area is significant. Nearby creatures include lizard men around levels 32 and 33. Roy explains that the monsters in this region do not attack unless provoked first. The protagonist, however, remains uneasy. Looking at his gauntlet, he reflects internally that the weapon is nothing more than a vanity item with no stats. He only pretended it had power to secure a spot in the party. He has not attempted any serious dungeon without relying on the Goblin since his mining days, and his equipment is barely better than what he wore at level 3. Given that situation, he feels he has every reason to stay on guard. Roy observes him for a moment and asks whether he has not selected a job yet. Confused, the protagonist responds by pointing out that his class should be visible above his head. Roy explains that all she can see is his level, nothing else. The realization hits him. Hidden classes do not display their names to other players at all. They are hidden in the most literal sense. That thought leads him to another realization. Revenant must also be something unusual, having reached level 47 without a visible job change. Trying to brush it off, the protagonist begins to explain that he does have a class. Before he can finish, a spear suddenly lands in front of him. Startled, he reacts angrily, pointing out that he was told the monsters would not attack first. Turning toward the source of the disturbance, he realizes what happened. The Goblin has already engaged the monsters. He shouts at the Goblin, demanding to know what it thinks it is doing. At that moment, the reason becomes clear. Minions automatically engage nearby monsters unless explicitly ordered otherwise. Annoyed, the protagonist scolds the Goblin for causing trouble so quickly. The Goblin responds mockingly, pointing out that the protagonist is no longer useful after the patch and should stop acting like before. Roy looks at the Goblin with curiosity and asks what it is. The protagonist explains casually that it is his minion. He reveals that he changed into a hidden class, but all it allows him to do is summon a single Goblin. He adds that the Goblin used to be incredibly strong due to what turned out to be a bug. After today's patch, that bug was fixed, and the Goblin lost its overwhelming power. Roy listens carefully, then asks where he heard about the patch. The protagonist replies that he heard it from a good friend and asks why it matters. Roy answers seriously. According to the official patch notes, none of today's changes involve the summoner class at all. As the conversation continues, the monsters attack the Goblin directly. Their blows land cleanly, and yet they deal no damage. The protagonist stares at the scene in shock, unable to understand what he is seeing. The scene shifts to a different location. The old man is visibly shaken. Panicking, he apologizes repeatedly to the protagonist, admitting that he made a serious mistake. The protagonist, concerned but oddly calm, tells him not to apologize so desperately, remarking that at this rate he might actually die anyway. The camera pulls back to reveal their situation. They are standing at the edge of a mountain cliff. The Goblin is holding the old man upside down by one leg, suspending him over the drop below. Terrified, the old man begs for forgiveness. He insists that he must have misread the patch notes and argues that everything should be fine, since the Goblin itself appears unharmed. He pleads for his life. Watching the scene, the protagonist comments dryly on how ridiculous the situation looks. The old man, still panicking, argues that if anyone should die, it should be him, considering how much time the protagonist lost because of his mistake. He insists that even throwing him off the cliff 100 times would not be enough punishment. Suddenly, the goblin pulls him back up and drops him onto the ground. The old man cries out in pain, clutching his back. The protagonist reaches out a hand to help him up. He says that he knows the old man never intended any harm. Since his friend is sincerely apologizing, he has no choice but to accept it, even if it frustrates him. The old man is surprised by the word friend. He claims that he was merely hanging around and could not help but notice the protagonist constantly embarrassing himself. Without warning, the protagonist grabs the old man again and casually tells the goblin to hang him off the cliff once more. The goblin reacts immediately, full of enthusiasm. The protagonist panics and quickly tells it to stop, clarifying that he was joking. The scene shifts again. The old man sits indoors, sipping tea while watching the protagonist from across the room. In his thoughts, he speaks the protagonist's name. Kim Chul-soo has come to trust him completely. Now that trust can be used, he plans to exploit the goblin's power for Heaven's Door. The mood shifts sharply. The old man rushes into an operating room, calling out to the doctor as he looks at the protagonist lying unconscious on a hospital bed. He urgently asks whether he is okay. The doctor asks if the old man is his guardian. The old man answers without hesitation that he is. The doctor explains that the protagonist was extremely lucky. Despite being hit by a car, he suffered only minor injuries. It had hit his head, but the scans showed no abnormalities. Once he wakes up, he should be able to leave the hospital soon. The old man exhales heavily, blaming himself for not protecting him better. He reflects that no matter how strong Kim Chul-soo is in the game, he is still just an ordinary human in reality. At that moment, the protagonist begins to regain consciousness. Disoriented, he mutters in confusion, wondering where he is. The old man reacts instantly, shocked and relieved that he is awake. The protagonist looks at him and asks who he is. The scene shifts forward in time. After being discharged from the hospital, the protagonist listens as the old man explains the situation. Calmly, the protagonist summarizes what he understands, that he and the old man were close friends, that the adorable monster beside them is his minion, and that he simply cannot remember any of it. He thanks the old man sincerely for taking care of him. Watching him, the old man realizes the severity of the situation. Memory loss alone would have been manageable, annoying but fixable. But this is worse. Smiling gently, the protagonist reaches down and tries to pet the goblin, asking cheerfully whether it likes being rubbed. The old man stiffens. The goblin reacts negatively. The old man realizes this is not just memory loss. The protagonist's personality has completely changed. Even the goblin is responding differently. Kim Chul-soo is no longer the same person. Suddenly, a large man bumps into the protagonist. Angrily, the man demands to know where he is looking. The protagonist immediately apologizes with a polite smile and asks whether the man is hurt. The man hesitates, completely disarmed, and backs off awkwardly, telling him to be more careful next time. Watching the exchange, the old man mutters in disbelief. Somehow, Kim Chul-soo has become a genuinely kind person. The scene shifts once more back to the barren desert. The protagonist, the old man, and the goblin stand before a massive scorpion monster. The old man points toward the creature and instructs the protagonist to order the goblin to attack. The protagonist recoils, refusing. He says he cannot bring himself to send such a cute creature to fight something so large. The old man reassures him. Even if he does not remember, the goblin has defeated countless enemies just as powerful. The protagonist is stunned by that claim. Reluctantly, he calls out to the goblin and asks it to attack. The goblin approaches slowly and strikes the monster. The damage is minimal. The old man's thoughts spiral into disbelief. This goblin summoner, once the strongest, the savior who was meant to fulfill Iscariot's dreams, has truly fallen. Suddenly, the scorpion monster launches a counterattack toward the goblin. Without thinking, the protagonist rushes forward and shields it with his own body, taking the blow himself. The goblin turns toward him, stunned, and asks whether he is okay. The protagonist hesitates, repeating the word friend as if testing it for meaning. Seeing the situation clearly now, the goblin panics. It raises its voice, apologizing profusely for forcing the protagonist into danger and blaming itself for letting him get hurt. At that moment, the old man steps forward and activates a warrior skill. With a single, precise strike power swing, he cuts through the monster. The creature collapses instantly, defeated in one blow. The protagonist stares in disbelief. He struggles to understand how such a powerful monster could be slain so easily. The old man dismisses the reaction, explaining that the monsters in this area rely heavily on speed and attack power. Their defenses are weak, making them vulnerable to players who understand how to counter them. That is why this region is popular for leveling, though it often leads to conflicts over hunting spots. Still holding the goblin, the protagonist responds with genuine confusion. He remarks that it is unfortunate people cannot simply cooperate instead of fighting over territory. A voice suddenly speaks from behind him. The super wizard appears, surprised by what he just heard. He points out the irony, coming from someone who once dominated every monster in this area. He challenges the protagonist to look at him properly and repeat those words. The protagonist freezes. He recognizes the figure, but only vaguely. He insists he has seen him before, somewhere in the past. Trying to force the memory back, he clutches his head, raising his voice as fragments surface. He fixates on the beard, blurting out an incorrect name that sounds almost mocking. The super wizard snaps back immediately, offended by the nickname. He demands to know whether the protagonist can even read usernames. Watching this exchange, the old man pieces things together. The confusion is real, but the memories are not completely gone. If fragments are surfacing, then restoring them may not be as difficult as he feared. The protagonist keeps guessing names, getting closer, but still missing the mark. As this happens, the old man makes a decision. In his thoughts, he resolves that if Kim Chul-soo is thrown into another hidden dungeon, if he is forced into the same kind of life or death situation, his memories will resurface whether he wants them to or not. He apologizes silently, convincing himself this is necessary for the protagonist's own good. Clearing his throat, the old man announces that he has urgent business and will meet the protagonist later in town. The protagonist reacts immediately, confused and alarmed. He questions whether the old man is really leaving. Turning to go, the old man says goodbye. The protagonist panics and tries to stop him, insisting they go together. The old man refuses sharply, saying that it has nothing to do with him. The protagonist, however, smiles warmly. He points out that the old man has been frowning the entire time and clearly has something weighing on his mind. He grabs the old man's hand with both of his own and declares that since his life was saved, it is now his turn to help in return. The old man freezes at a loss for words. Then he explodes, calling the idea ridiculous. He demands to know how someone like the protagonist could possibly help, especially without understanding what is truly at stake. He struggles to pull his hand free, telling him to let go. The protagonist refuses. He admits he does not remember the kind of person he used to be, but he is certain that if the roles were reversed, he would have done everything possible to help. The old man grows desperate, trying to shake him off by force and hurling insults in frustration. The protagonist holds on stubbornly, insisting on coming along no matter what. Nearby, the super wizard awkwardly tries to interrupt, completely ignored. Inside, the old man panics. He knows he needs to contact Iscariot and gather information on more hidden dungeons as soon as possible. That is the only way to restore Kim Chul-soo's memories before time runs out. He curses internally, realizing the protagonist does not understand what is happening at all. The super wizard tries again to speak. Before he can finish, another presence appears. A calm voice greets the old man by name. Recognizing it instantly, the old man turns. The newcomer is revealed to be Junhyuk of the Darkness, a level 56 Shadow Hunter. Junhyuk scolds the old man for ignoring his messages and jokingly threatens him for disappearing. The old man reacts with surprise, admitting he did not expect to see Junhyuk here. Junhyuk points out that for someone who plays constantly, the old man's level is suspiciously low. The old man laughs it off, reminding him that he has always relied more on strategy than raw combat ability. He then asks whether Junhyuk has completed his second job progression, noting that the hidden dungeon experience must have had a major impact. Junhyuk brushes off the comment and gets straight to the point. He explains that this is not a reunion. They have an emergency. Patton, the Annihilator, and Jihyun, the Deathbringer, are in serious danger. The names trigger a faint sense of recognition in the protagonist's mind, though he cannot place them. Junhyuk briefly studies the protagonist, acknowledging internally that he looks strong. Still, he doubts someone like himself could compare. He wonders whether the protagonist would even care about him. The old man asks how Patton and Jihyun could be in trouble when they are nearly as strong as Junhyuk himself. Junhyuk explains that they are capable of overcoming almost anything, unless they stumbled into a hidden dungeon. He admits he does not know the full situation. He only received 3 messages before contact was lost. The first message instructed him to gather the entire Evaton guild, including the guildmaster. While the guildmaster cannot come, the rest of the members are already on their way. The second warned of a level 100 monster inside the dungeon. The old man is visibly shaken by that number. Junhyuk curses under his breath, furious that they managed to get themselves into such danger. Desperately, the old man asks what the final message said. Junhyuk points toward the protagonist, who is still seated nearby, and explains that the last instruction was to bring him along, above all else. The old man scoffs, questioning what use someone in his current state could possibly be. Inside, Junhyuk disagrees. Jihyun made the right decision. She witnessed Kim Chulsu's power firsthand. Even if Junhyuk's words sound harsh, he knows there is expectation behind them. After all, Kim Chulsu is the reason they have grown as strong as they are. But looking at him now, in his current condition, Kim Chulsu is completely useless. The cursed armor finally moves past the room, and Jihyun exhales in relief, noting that it has gone. Patton, however, has lost his patience. He points out that they have already been trapped for 2 days and questions whether she truly believes they will get out alive. Gripping his sword, he argues that waiting to starve makes no sense and that fighting might allow at least one of them to escape. Jihyun immediately rejects the idea, saying that fighting guarantees death. She refuses to accept a situation where one of them has to die and insists that help will come if they wait. She believes that if he comes, they will survive. The protagonist quietly realizes who she is referring to. Junhyuk stares at him, unsettled, wondering whether this really is the same person. A bad feeling sets in. The old man quickly leans in and speaks in a low voice, explaining that the protagonist used to be friends with Junhyuk and that acting distant would feel unnatural. The protagonist is genuinely confused, wondering how he could have been friends with someone so intimidating. The old man urges him to approach and talk like a normal friend would. The protagonist repeats the words uncertainly, then walks up and greets Junhyuk in his usual blunt manner. Internally, the old man panics, realizing the approach is far too aggressive, but to his shock, Junhyuk accepts it without hesitation. The old man can hardly believe it. At that moment, the goblin suddenly appears behind Junhyuk. Junhyuk notices and reacts instinctively. The old man stiffens as sweat forms on his face. The goblin should not be here. Junhyuk cannot find out about it yet. Junhyuk turns to the old man and asks whether this is the same goblin from before. The old man laughs it off, claiming that this one looks nothing like the goblin they once lost to. He says it looks weak, barely holding together, and mocks the idea that they were ever defeated by something like this. Junhyuk hesitates, admitting that he might simply be on edge. As time passes, more people gather around. Junhyuk steps forward and thanks everyone for coming. An assassin from the crowd questions why the guildmaster is absent again, identifying himself as Min-sung the Speedmaster and pointing out that this is an urgent situation. Junhyuk explains that he did contact the guildmaster, but they should not expect him to appear. This mission will be handled by those present. He explains that Jihyun the Deathbringer and Patton the Annihilator stepped into a trap while returning from a dungeon and are now trapped underground. He suspects Patton is at fault, since with their skills they should have escaped easily. However, a level 100 monster is blocking the way. This makes the mission extremely dangerous, and some of them could genuinely die. He repeats that although this is a game, the situation is different this time, and anyone who wants to leave should do so now. A woman suddenly steps forward, calling out Jihyun and Patton by name. She introduces herself as Susie the Brute and states simply that they are her friends and she will rescue them. Nearby, another man supports an injured companion and remarks that he owes Patton one. The injured man responds bluntly, saying that without help, Junhyuk is nothing more than a half-functioning vice leader, and questions why he did not ask for assistance earlier. Watching the group, the old man speaks up, agreeing with what was said. He points out that no matter how strong they are, the opponent is level 100, and a direct fight is fundamentally unrealistic. Their objective is not combat, but rescue. If their goal is to distract the monster, having more people involved would be far more effective. As he says this, he thinks to himself that the situation is perfect, If Cholsu ends up being chased by a level 100 monster, his memories are bound to resurface. The protagonist immediately protests, asking why he has to go there at all. The old man studies him quietly, wondering why he is reacting this way. He had been kind and cooperative until now. For a brief moment, the thought crosses his mind that Cholsu may already be recovering his memories. Junhyuk speaks next, stating that there is no reason for him to risk his life over another guild's problems. Simply knowing that someone inside is waiting for his help is not enough justification to throw himself in a certain death. As he speaks, the old man's thoughts race. Everything is lining up. This is the moment he has been waiting for, the revival of the Demon King. Looking directly at Junhyuk, the protagonist suddenly steels himself and announces that he is ready, urging them to move forward together. Junhyuk scoffs at them, calling them idiots, but thanks them for not giving up. He raises his voice and gives the command for the Evaton Guild to move out. Elsewhere, a man wearing glasses stands with a phone in his hand, quietly acknowledging a report. He instructs his subordinate to continue watching Kim Cholsu closely, noting that his behavior has become unusual. After a moment, he frowns at the screen and mutters that it seems to be just Cholsu acting as he always has. Deciding it is not worth reporting, he dismisses the situation, remarking that someone is overreacting again. Back inside the dungeon, Junhyuk tears through enemies with brutal efficiency, cutting one opponent cleanly in half and eliminating the rest as they rush him. He mutters that weaklings keep throwing themselves at them. The protagonist watches in awe. Junhyuk is incredible on his own, but what stands out even more is the group's coordination. Despite fighting aggressively, none of them leave themselves open. They move as if they trust someone else to protect their backs, allowing them to focus entirely on offense. The thought unsettles the protagonist. He wonders if he has ever had someone he could trust like that. Without warning, a demon lunges at him from behind. Before he can react, the old man steps in, killing the creature with a single strike and smoothly dodging its attack. He clicks his tongue and comments that monsters like these compensate for their numbers with low defense, which is why they fall so easily. Tears well up in the protagonist's eyes as he looks at the old man. Overcome with emotion, he suddenly rushes forward and hugs him tightly, along with the goblin. The old man shouts in irritation, demanding that he let go and calling the behavior disgusting, while the goblin screeches in protest. Still holding them, the protagonist begins to cry, saying that the fact two beings value him so deeply must mean he lived an honest life and truly gave everything he had. The old man, flustered, awkwardly agrees just to make him stop. Internally, however, panic sets in. This is bad. He needs to throw Cholsu into danger immediately before this emotional shift settles permanently. Calling out to Junhyuk, the old man suggests that they split up. The monsters are weak, and maintaining formation this early is unnecessary. They should divide their forces and focus on locating the trap. Junhyuk agrees, admitting he may have been overly cautious. Time is too precious to waste out of fear. He orders them to split into 3 groups and search for Jihyun and Patton, instructing everyone to report immediately if they find anything suspicious and to avoid entering deeper areas alone. Watching from a distance, the super wizard remarks that the group is doing fine and that he barely needs to intervene. Just then, a zombie rushes toward him. Calmly, he comments that showing off his full power might make everyone else relax too much. With a single strike from his staff, he destroys the zombie. As it disappears, a blue crystal forms where it stood, glowing intensely. Junhyuk notices it immediately and questions what it is. At the same time, a star-shaped formation of blue light spreads across the ground beneath them. The old man freezes in horror, recognizing it instantly as the trap that caught Jihyun and Patton. Fear grips the protagonist as the floor beneath the super wizard suddenly collapses. Stone and dust explode upward, and the super wizard barely has time to react before falling in. Covered in sweat, he mutters that he is finished. A moment later, a girl suddenly jumps out of the hole, sounding drunk and far too cheerful for the situation. The super wizard's fear deepens as he realizes Junhyuk is now in serious trouble. The girl casually sits down on the ground and mentions that a level 100 monster is down there. She introduces herself as Lamb, a level 83 trickster. Without warning, she bursts into tears, sobbing that everyone is going to die. She begins recalling the past, explaining that the Count's Grand Library was the ultimate difficulty dungeon, located at the very end of Heaven's Door. It was a place that could not even be seen unless someone stood among the strongest players in the game. King of Knights Master Kamun, Empress Lammy, and Berserker Crazy Dog were celebrated as the legendary trio who first cleared it. What the public never noticed, however, was the truth hidden behind that achievement. Every other player who entered the dungeon alongside them died. Junhyuk collapses to his knees, frustration and rage overwhelming him as he struggles to understand why the trap activated without warning. Before he can recover, the cursed armor appears and launches an attack. Staring at it, he realizes immediately that this is the level 100 monster they were warned about. He knows he stands no chance and that his only option is to get everyone out alive. Turning desperately, he calls out to Minsung, only to realize too late that he has already been killed. The cursed armor attacks again. Hyunsu charges forward, grabbing the monster's arms to stop its movement, shouting at Junhyuk to run and save the others. He admits he cannot hold it back for long and urges him to hurry. Junhyuk draws his blade, refusing to abandon him. But before he can act, the old man grabs his arm and drags him away. Junhyuk shouts in shock, demanding to be released and insisting that Suzy will die if they retreat. The old man yells back that Suzy is already dead. The words hit hard. The old man tells him bluntly that trying to fight that monster is not bravery, but suicide. This is not a battle, it is a massacre. Minsu and Hyunsu were killed before they could even do anything. Running is the only option left. After finishing off the fallen, the cursed armor turns its attention toward them and charges. As they flee, the old man's thoughts spiral. None of this went according to plan. If they had spotted the monster from afar, they might have had options. He had prepared routes, methods to move unseen, even ways to rescue Jihyun and Patton. Even if everything failed, if Kim Chulsu had just recovered his memories, it would have solved everything. Instead, they fell straight into the monster's grasp. He knew they had no chance, but being nearly wiped out in 20 seconds was beyond expectation. Suddenly, the goblin leaps forward, clutching a bomb, and charges straight at the cursed armor. The explosion detonates violently, engulfing the area in fire, smoke, and debris. Junhyuk shields himself from the blast, gritting his teeth in pain. The old man, doing the same, stares in disbelief and wonders aloud if that was the goblin. The protagonist shouts urgently, telling the old man that now is their chance and that they need to run while the monster cannot find them. The old man looks at him in shock, realizing that Kim Chulsu is still alive. Snapping out of it, he agrees and tells Junhyuk to run, saying there is no time left. Junhyuk clicks his tongue in frustration, but follows as they escape to another area to hide. Behind them, the cursed armor regenerates and lets out a roar. As they run, the protagonist reflects on what he did. He had some points left, so he bought what he could. Giving the goblin a bomb would cause an explosion, killing it and preventing it from being resummoned for 10 minutes. He knows they would have been in serious trouble if he had hesitated even a moment. He does not like the idea of the goblin getting hurt, but it was the only option. Turning his thoughts toward Junhyuk, he decides that this outcome is still better than a person dying. Junhyuk finally stops, grief crashing down on him. He says quietly that it is over, that Jihyun and Patton are probably already dead. He blames himself, calling himself stupid for getting everyone killed. Clutching his head, he says that he is a murderer and that he should have died back there instead. Watching him, the old man feels the weight of the situation. The assassin squad was Junhyuk's family. The Evaton Guild itself was built by them. Seeing his friends die right in front of him has shattered him completely. The old man wonders whether it is even possible to save someone in this state, in a situation this dire. More than that, a darker question surfaces, whether any of them will manage to escape alive at all. The old man steps closer to Junhyuk and speaks calmly, telling him that there is no time to drown in despair. They do not know when the monster will return, and they need to keep moving. Junhyuk looks at him and asks if he knows why the guild master ended up the way she did. He recalls how one day she told him that everyone who entered a dungeon with her had died, and that only 3 people made it out alive. At the time, he did not believe her. He thought the concept of retiring in the game was a lie. After all, how could someone die just because they died in a game? He had never been afraid in dungeons before. To him, it was just a game. The pain felt like nothing more than an advanced sensory experience, impressive technology, something meant to be enjoyed. That belief shattered during a previous boss raid. when he felt fear for the first time. The pain went beyond entertainment. In that moment, Yin-hyuk of Darkness died. From then on, he believed that if he ever encountered a monster with an even higher level, he might truly die. That fear drove him to level up obsessively, trying to reduce the gap between himself and the monsters so he could avoid any damage that might lead to retirement. But the higher he climbed, the more he wondered if he was only digging himself into a deeper hole. In truth, he planned to quit after rescuing Ji-hyun and Patton. If he wanted to avoid getting hurt, quitting the game entirely made more sense than risking his life to grow stronger. As the words spill out, he breaks down completely. Through sobs, he admits that he acted strong on the outside, but inside he was terrified to come here alone. That fear is why he dragged everyone else into this. He says he knew people would die and that he failed to warn them or stop them. Rage flashes across the old man's face as he shouts back, insisting that Jun-hyuk did not know this would happen. There was a plan, and it had a real chance of working. It was not his fault. But before he can finish, Jun-hyuk screams that he killed them all. The old man, boiling with anger, slaps him and calls him an idiot. At the same time, the protagonist kicks Jun-hyuk hard and shouts the same word at him. Jun-hyuk staggers and looks up, calling the protagonist by name. The protagonist explodes, yelling that Jun-hyuk is an idiot and demanding to know what he means by saying they are dead. He asks whether Jun-hyuk saw them die in real life, whether he is a doctor, and who he thinks he is to declare people dead. The old man stares at the protagonist in shock, calling his name and wondering if he has finally regained his memories. But the protagonist ignores him and continues. He says he regrets ever considering someone so pathetic as his friend. Jun-hyuk freezes on that word. Friend. The old man's thoughts spiral. Since when did Kim Chul-soo consider Yin-hyuk his friend? A memory flashes through his mind. Jun-hyuk once asking where Chul-soo planned to go next, and Chul-soo replying without hesitation that he would go far away from them. Returning to the present, the old man realizes that their relationship was, at best, only barely short of becoming mortal enemies. Grabbing Jun-hyuk by the collar, the protagonist shouts that this is a game and people do not die from gaming. He demands to know whether Jun-hyuk has ever actually seen someone get retired. He argues that it could all be a lie and tells him not to trust anything he has not seen with his own eyes. It is too early to mourn. There are people waiting for Jun-hyuk outside, and that is what he should focus on. Everything else can wait until they make it out alive. With that, he throws Jun-hyuk aside. Jun-hyuk turns to the old man and asks what he thinks, whether retirement is really a lie. Inside, the old man knows the truth. Unfortunately, it is real. People do die in real life when they die in the game, even now. But he cannot say that. Snapping back to reality, he tells Jun-hyuk that he has only heard rumors, just like everyone else, and that he has never confirmed it himself. They have done everything they can to avoid being retired, but no one truly knows the truth. As Kim Chul-soo said, it is too early to declare anyone dead. Jun-hyuk quietly acknowledges this. He then turns to the protagonist and apologizes for showing such a pathetic side, especially to someone he never expected to encourage him. He stands up and says that he owes him again and promises to repay that debt alive. Watching him, the old man wonders whether Kim Chul-soo's memory has returned or if this resolve came from something else entirely. With a hardened expression, Jun-hyuk grips his blades and declares that the Evaton rescue mission will recommence. The super wizard shouts at Lam in disbelief, demanding to know if she truly has no intention of helping. He reminds her that she is their guild master. Lam, lying on the ground, responds casually that she came only to see Yin-hyuk take a beating and has no intention of rescuing anyone. The super wizard, sweating heavily, asks if she is really here just to watch her own people get retired and killed, questioning whether she has lost her mind. Lam scoffs and asks how many people playing the game are actually sane. She brings up retirement and implies that they do not understand the true nature of the dungeon. As she trails off, the super wizard grows even more alarmed, realizing that if what she is saying is true, then the trap, or rather, the device itself, is something far more dangerous than they thought. The scene shifts deeper inside the dungeon. Ji-hyun speaks calmly while Patton angrily taps at his interface, cursing because he can no longer contact anyone outside. Ji-hyun reminds him of the moment they first fell into the trap, explaining how the crystal on the wall reflected her spell and created a magic circle that dragged them in. Patton snaps back, furious, insisting that people always blame him for situations like this, but this time it is entirely her fault. Ji-hyun accepts the accusation without resistance, then explains that traps only work on careless people like him, while she remained cautious throughout the dungeon. Patton scoffs, accusing her of bragging again. Ji-hyun continues, explaining that most traps are simple enough for reckless people to fall into, but this one was designed to activate only when a skill directly hits the crystal on the wall. She questions what kind of person would design a trap that even someone as careless as Patton would not normally trigger. Patton clenches his fist and demands to know if she is finished talking. Ji-hyun presses on, pointing out that the dungeon was designed for much lower-level players, making the appearance of a level 100 monster extremely abnormal. She explains that most players would be retired after a single hit from something like that. Patton explodes in anger, asking what any of that changes when they are trapped and facing death anyway. Ji-hyun shouts back that this is exactly her point, that this is not an ordinary trap. Suddenly, Patton notices her staring past him and asks what she is looking at. She slowly turns, her expression tightening as she recognizes the same type of crystal behind him. Without hesitation, she forms her magical bow and aims an arrow directly at Patton. He panics, shouting and demanding to know if she has lost her mind. She orders him not to move. She releases the arrow, and Patton screams as it flies past him, striking the crystal embedded in the stone beneath his feet. The crystal begins to glow as a beam of blue light shoots upward, connecting to another crystal engraved in a distant pillar. The light reflects again, forming a star-like structure of blue energy around Ji-hyun. She watches the phenomenon with wide eyes and a bright smile, excited that it worked. She believes this mechanism should allow them to return to where they came from. However, a pop-up screen appears in front of her, causing her expression to shift to confusion. Patton checks his own screen and reads the words Altar of Light, immediately growing angry. He demands to know what this means, shouting that he thought they could escape. Ji-hyun studies the interface and realizes that the altar requires 3 people to activate. She explains that another person is needed inside the circle. Patton runs a hand through his hair in frustration, pointing out that there are only 2 of them alive and no bodies nearby to fill the requirement. He adds that they have no idea when their guild members might arrive. As the realization sinks in, both of them sense something approaching from the darkness. Ji-hyun instantly forms her bow again and aims toward the source of movement. Moments later, a familiar face emerges from the shadows. Ji-hyun's tension melts into excitement as she calls out, recognizing Hyun-soo. Patton's face breaks into a wide smile as well, shouting that he knew Hyun-soo would come and admitting that he truly thought he would die waiting there. In the next moment, the cursed armor appears directly in front of them, holding Hyun-soo's severed head in its hand. Ji-hyun freezes, her face draining of color as she whispers his name under her breath. Patton immediately understands what has happened. Sweat forms on his face as anger overtakes him, and he reaches for his sword, calling out to Ji-hyun. She remains completely frozen in place. The monster steps forward and swings its blade toward her. Patton shouts at her to run, his voice breaking as he does. At that instant, Jun-hyuk appears between them and intercepts the cursed armor's attack head-on. The impact is massive, powerful enough to shake the ground. Yet when the dust settles, Jun-hyuk lands on the floor without visible injury. The cursed armor pauses, clearly confused. Sitting on the ground, Jun-hyuk grips the goblin like a blunt weapon and comments that using a summoned monster to deflect attacks was unexpected, acknowledging that the idea must have come from Kim Chol-soo. Patton stares in disbelief, clutching his sword as he shouts Yoon-hyuk's name, overwhelmed with relief that he came for them. Ji-hyun, still stunned, realizes that Yoon-hyuk just blocked an attack from a level 100 monster and struggles to understand how that was even possible. Moments later, Kim Chol-soo and Sungryul come running toward them. Sungryul shouts to check if they are all right. Hearing his voice, Patton turns sharply, recognizing him in shock. Sungryul reaches them, remarking that they were not too late after all. Ji-hyun turns to face them, stunned to see both Sungryul and Kim Chol-soo standing there together. Kim Chol-soo bows politely and greets her, causing her to respond instinctively, still confused by the situation. Awkwardly, Kim Chol-soo mentions that they are friends and comments that she seems to be doing well. Ji-hyun quietly asks Sungryul what is wrong with him. Sungryul replies flatly that she should not ask, admitting that it frustrates him as well. At that moment, the star-shaped formation of light begins to glow again. A pop-up window appears in front of Sungryul, and he reads the words, altar of light with confusion. Before he can react further, the light intensifies and a portal opens beneath them. Ji-hyun immediately understands what is happening and shouts as she is pulled toward the portal, realizing that the exit is activated because there are 3 people present. Panicking, she yells to Sungryul and asks if anyone else is there besides them. He answers that it is only them, for now. Ji-hyun turns desperately toward Kim Chol-soo, shouting that the 2 left behind will not be able to escape. She begs Kim Chol-soo and Yoon-hyuk to save the remaining person. As Kim Chol-soo and Sungryul are drawn into the portal, Kim Chol-soo smiles and gives her a thumbs up. When the light fades, Joon-hyuk stands silently and confirms that they escaped safely. He then straightens, his expression hardening as he states that there is no longer any way out except by defeating the monster. Kim Chol-soo lets out an awkward laugh and agrees. He turns toward the cursed armor and he shouts as he charges forward. Stretching his body as he moves, he taunts the monster, telling it that it will be dead soon and criticizing how loud it is. Joon-hyuk responds dryly, telling him to stop talking. The cursed armor begins to glow with a red aura and takes its stance. Joon-hyuk focuses on it and calmly prepares himself. Drawing his blades, he tells Kim Chol-soo to keep up. Kim Chol-soo calls out to his goblin and entrusts the fight to it as well. Joon-hyuk leaps high into the air, blades raised, shouting that he will survive no matter what as he closes in on the monster. The scene shifts back to the past, when Joon-hyuk, the old man, and Kim Chol-soo were running through the dungeon to rescue Ji-hyun and Patton. As they moved forward at full speed, Kim Chol-soo spoke while struggling to keep his breath steady. Something about the situation did not sit right with him. He pointed out that normally, when players approach a monster with a significantly higher level, the system gives a clear warning beforehand. The old man reacted immediately, surprised by that observation. He asked how Kim Chol-soo knew such a thing and whether he had memories of encountering monsters like that before. Kim Chol-soo answered honestly that he could not remember the details, only a red system window warning him to leave because the situation was dangerous. Still running, the old man pressed him for more information, asking whether he had fled back then, what monster it was, and what level it had been. Kim Chol-soo admitted that he remembered nothing beyond the warning itself. However, he reasoned that if the monster they were facing truly was level 100, the same kind of warning should have appeared. Given that most monsters in the dungeon were around level 50, even a sudden level 60 or 70 would have been unusual, let alone level 100. As he recalled their recent encounter with the cursed armor, Kim Chol-soo continued analyzing the situation while running. He suggested that the monster's displayed level might be some kind of trick. If that were the case, there would be no actual risk of retirement. Their companions should still be alive, and there would be no real reason to fear the monster itself. Joon-hyuk turned his attention toward Kim Chol-soo as they ran, acknowledging that his reasoning made sense. Still, he pointed out that it was a gamble. He asked whether Kim Chol-soo would be willing to take that risk himself. Kim Chol-soo responded calmly, saying that he did not fully know what he would do now, but asked Joon-hyuk what he thought his past self would have done. Joon-hyuk answered without hesitation that the Kim Chol-soo he knew would have risked everything. The scene returns to the present. Joon-hyuk launches himself toward the cursed armor to attack, but the monster immediately counters with a defensive strike. The blow lands heavily, and Joon-hyuk cries out in pain as he is struck midair. Despite his confidence earlier, fear grips him as he realizes how overwhelming a level 100 monster truly is. While still airborne, Joon-hyuk activates his Shadow Hunter skill. Twisting his body mid-flight, he follows up with Shadow Guillotine, aiming directly for the cursed armor's neck. The strike lands, but the result is shocking. The monster does not react at all. Joon-hyuk realizes instantly that his attack had no effect. Before he can recover, the cursed armor regains its stance and rushes forward, striking him again. The blow hits his back directly, dealing massive damage and sending pain surging through him. Through the pain, Joon-hyuk shouts Kim Chol-soo's name in frustration. In response, Kim Chol-soo regains his composure and activates his Goblin Summoner ability, throwing the Goblin directly at the cursed armor. As he does, he recalls something important he learned earlier while using the Bomb Goblin. There is no cooldown on summoning a Goblin, even if it died. Tears well up as the realization sinks in. He apologizes silently to the Goblin, acknowledging that he is causing it pain, but also understanding that it can return even after death. Steadying himself, Kim Chol-soo summons another Goblin. Holding the goblin's head firmly with both hands, he shouts that he will take all of the monster's attacks and orders it to attack without hesitation. Junhyuk lands on the ground and watches the situation unfold, conflicted. From his perspective, Kim Chul-soo speaks as if it is simple, but Junhyuk knows firsthand how terrifying the monster is. Even if Kim Chul-soo absorbs the attacks, Junhyuk's own attacks are doing nothing. He begins to think that retreat may be the only option and wonders whether Kim Chul-soo is already running. At that moment, Junhyuk recalls his own earlier thoughts. The fear surrounding the retirement mechanic, the idea that people could die in real life because of a game, and the crushing uncertainty that followed. He remembers questioning whether any of this was worth it, even if friends had already died. But one thought stood above the rest. As long as someone is alive, there must be something they can do. Hiding and running away changes nothing. Facing the danger head-on is the only way forward. Back in the present, Junhyuk is running desperately, narrowly avoiding the cursed armor's attacks. As he moves, a thought strikes him with force. He realizes that he is running away again, just like before, and the frustration builds inside him. As he passes Kim Chul-soo while fleeing, Kim shouts after him, trying to stop him, but Junhyuk does not slow down. Kim turns around, sweat pouring down his face as the monster closes in. The cursed armor swings its weapon. The goblin takes the hit, and both Kim Chul-soo and Junhyuk run hard to create distance. While running, Kim shouts at Junhyuk, questioning why he is retreating. Junhyuk answers that he did promise to defend, but it no longer matters. From the start, this fight felt doomed to him. His attacks had done nothing to the monster. The cursed armor suddenly leaps into the air and brings its sword down toward them. Kim activates his goblin summoning skill and blocks the attack using the goblin. This time, however, the damage dealt is minimal. The impact still sends Kim flying backward, crashing into the wall behind him. Junhyuk and the goblin are thrown away and hit the ground at a distance. As Kim regains his footing, he realizes they have reached a dead end. The cursed armor slowly approaches again. Kim's thoughts race as he prepares to block another attack. He notices that the goblin did not die from the previous strike. The cursed armor attacks again. Kim blocks once more with the goblin. The goblin laughs, and Kim finally understands what is happening. A goblin should never be strong enough to withstand a true level 100 attack. That means the monster itself is weak, so weak that it cannot even defeat a goblin. Junhyuk, still on the ground and struggling to recover, processes what he just witnessed. The fear that once paralyzed him fades rapidly. He realizes that the monster had never truly been overwhelming. His own fear had made it seem untouchable. His attacks had failed before because he never fought with full conviction. As he pushes himself upright, memories resurface. He remembers hesitating, holding back, and convincing himself that victory was impossible so he could justify running away. Now he understands the truth. He was not outmatched. The monster was weak, and his fear had been weaker than even a goblin. Junhyuk stands fully and tells Kim Chul-soo not to interfere anymore. This fight is his to finish. Kim watches him carefully, sweating as he realizes Junhyuk has chosen to face the monster only after recognizing its weakness. Junhyuk launches himself into the air and charges the monster, declaring that he will end it in a single strike. The monster counters with its sword. Junhyuk meets the blow head-on, confident that a blade incapable of killing a goblin should be easy to parry. Their clash confirms it. The monster's attack is weak. Junhyuk realizes the truth completely, but before he can capitalize on it, the monster strikes again and slams him into the ground. Kim rushes forward in concern, holding the goblin tightly, but Junhyuk refuses help. As he rises again, Junhyuk admits the truth to himself. The monster is not strong. His own weak heart had made him weaker than even a goblin. Anger surges through him, and he declares that regardless of whether the enemy claims to be level 100 or even higher, he will defeat it. Both Junhyuk and the cursed armor charge at each other. Their swords collide repeatedly as the fight intensifies. Junhyuk attacks relentlessly, driven by resolve rather than fear. He understands now that closed doors do not open on their own. He must break them himself. This fight is his repentance. He recognizes that he lived in a violent world, but mocked fear instead of understanding it, especially his own. Now, he fights to open that door and confront everything he ran from. Kim watches in shock as the battle unfolds. With each strike, something strange becomes clear. The monster's level is dropping. Kim notices it decreasing steadily as Jun-hyuk continues to land blows. Jun-hyuk roars and attacks again and again. The monster begins to tremble. Its weapon slips from its grasp. Fear overtakes it, and it turns to flee. Jun-hyuk chases it immediately, calling out the irony of the monster running after hunting them relentlessly. Kim shouts encouragement from behind. As the monster attempts to escape, Jun-hyuk activates his assassin skill, launches himself high into the air, and delivers a powerful strike to the monster's back. The blow deals massive damage, shattering the cursed armor into fragments. After the monster fell, Jun-hyuk bent forward and exhaled heavily, his breathing rough as the tension finally left his body. The battle was over. As the aftermath settled, the results of the fight became clear. Jun-hyuk's level had risen sharply from the experience, climbing several levels at once. Kim Chul-soo's level also surged, jumping far beyond where it had been before the battle. Overcome with excitement, Kim Chul-soo rushed forward and clung to Jun-hyuk, celebrating the victory without restraint. Jun-hyuk reacted with visible irritation, forcefully pushing him away, clearly uncomfortable with the sudden contact. The defeated monster left behind its spoils. 2 pieces of equipment lay before them, a cursed heavy armor and a matching helmet, both of legendary grade. Their golden appearance immediately stood out, unlike anything either of them had seen before. Kim Chul-soo stared at the items in open amazement, drawn to their unusual glow. Jun-hyuk admitted that he had never encountered equipment of that kind. Despite that, he acknowledged the outcome of the fight clearly. Without Kim Chul-soo, the victory would not have been possible. For that reason, he insisted that Kim Chul-soo take the loot. Kim Chul-soo refused to accept everything for himself. He handed the armor toward Jun-hyuk instead, making it clear that the fight had been a shared effort and that the reward should be shared as well. Jun-hyuk paused, then openly admitted that he had misjudged Kim Chul-soo. Though still rough in his manner, he withdrew his earlier insults and acknowledged why Ji-hyun had wanted Kim Chul-soo involved from the beginning. As another portal formed nearby, Jun-hyuk noted that the exit had reopened. He questioned whether the monster had truly been level 100. Kim Chul-soo explained what he had observed during the fight. The monster's level steadily dropped once they stopped fearing it. It grew stronger when fear fed it and weakened when that fear disappeared. From that, he concluded that the monster was never a true level 100 threat in the first place. Jun-hyuk considered this and then turned his attention to the others who had been left behind. Kim Chul-soo urged him forward, confident that everyone would be waiting for them. As they passed through the teleportation gate, Kim Chul-soo reacted to the sensation of movement, while Jun-hyuk dryly corrected him, clearly unimpressed. From a distance, Lammy watched their return with visible irritation, annoyed that they had survived when she expected otherwise. They emerged safely outside the dungeon. Kim Chul-soo looked around in disbelief, realizing they had truly made it out. Ji-hyun rushed forward and embraced them in relief, overwhelmed by the fact that both were alive. Kim Chul-soo immediately grew flustered and uncomfortable, insisting on distance, while Ji-hyun thanked him sincerely for protecting Jun-hyuk. His discomfort only grew, and Jun-hyuk stood frozen, clearly unsure how to react. The surrounding guild members noticed his reaction and commented on his expression. Jun-hyuk turned toward them in disbelief, only then realizing that more people were present than he expected. Ji-hyun attempted to explain what had happened, but collapsed mid-sentence, exhaustion and grief finally catching up to her. At that moment, familiar voices cut in. Members who had been presumed dead revealed themselves, casually commenting on their return. The old man reacted in shock as realization spread through the group. Patton stared in disbelief when he saw Hyun-soo standing there unharmed. Hyun-soo confirmed that he had survived without injury. Min-sung then explained that those who had been defeated were immediately expelled from the dungeon upon death, rather than truly dying. The truth finally settled in. Everyone who had fallen had made it back alive. Our protagonist points out that if everyone was ejected the moment they died, then the bodies they saw inside the dungeon must have been fake. He adds that if they had known leaving was possible, dying to exit would have been the easier option. Min-sung reacts in disbelief, recalling how Ji-hyun claimed she saw him get beheaded, clearly unsettled by the thought. His yellow-haired companion follows up, explaining that they tried to warn them earlier, but communication from outside the dungeon was impossible. Jun-hyuk looks around at the group and admits that it is a relief to see everyone safe. He tells them not to worry about what already happened and then asks a more important question, whether the guild master had shown up. The old man reacts with confusion. Minsung responds, questioning what guild master Yunhyuk is referring to, then realizes that she never appeared at all, even when guild members were supposedly at risk of dying. Our protagonist speaks up, questioning what kind of guild master would fail to show up in such a situation. He mentions that on the way out, he saw a girl named Lammy. Everyone turns toward him in shock. Yunhyuk processes this and realizes that what he saw was not an illusion. She really did appear and even left her room. The scene shifts to real life. Our protagonist sits in a restaurant with the old man and comments that someone who never left her room finally logged into the game she feared so much. He notes that it explains why everyone was so surprised. The old man replies that he is not convinced she came to save anyone, considering she disappeared without revealing herself. He adds that everyone has their own motives, then asks how our protagonist's memory recovery is going. Our protagonist admits that he still remembers nothing. He guesses that constantly being chased may have affected it. What he is certain of, however, is that he likely has no family. When he was hospitalized after being hit by a car, no one came for him, which confirms it for him. He believes he has no family, or even anyone close to one. After a short pause, he adds that he at least has the old man. The old man reacts awkwardly and dismisses the idea. Our protagonist then questions whether recovering his memories is truly necessary. He suggests that maybe losing them is a good thing, since he no longer feels hatred toward anyone. The old man responds thoughtfully, saying that while that may be true, there must still be important memories in his life. He promises to help him recover them as best as he can. Our protagonist brightens slightly and thanks him. After leaving the restaurant, the old man tells him they will meet again tomorrow. As he walks away, he suddenly stops and asks whether our protagonist remembers his house. Our protagonist looks at him blankly. The old man tells him to come along. They enter a building, and our protagonist asks what it is. The old man tells him to close the door behind them to keep bugs out. As they climb the stairs, our protagonist remarks that the place smells familiar. When they enter the room, our protagonist is shocked by what he sees. The old man explains that he rents the room, but no one wants it, so he uses it personally to ensure privacy. He hands our protagonist some cash and tells him to stay there until his memory returns. He adds that there is a bathhouse next door. Our protagonist awkwardly refuses, saying he does not need to bathe or take the money. The old man snaps back, telling him that he smells and that the money is not a gift. He says it is a debt that will be repaid one day with compounding interest. As he leaves the room, the old man tells him to rest well. Our protagonist thanks him sincerely. Later, lying on the bed, our protagonist reflects on his earlier words. He questions why he claimed he did not need to recover his memory, realizing how naive that sounded. He admits that saying something so irresponsible makes no sense when he does not even know where he lives. He wonders whether he even has a house. He concludes that to repay everyone's kindness, and more importantly, to ensure he does not harm anyone, he must recover his memories. Suddenly, there is a knock at the door. He calls out, assuming it is the old man, but receives no response. The knocking grows faster, causing him to panic as he demands to know who is there. The knocking abruptly stops. He exhales shakily, saying it scared him and admitting he almost thought it was the loan sharks again. In his dreams, debt collectors chased him relentlessly, surrounding him and threatening him to pay what he owed. Their voices echoed as he ran, panic building until it overwhelmed him. He suddenly woke up, shouting as he sat upright in bed. Someone nearby pointed out that it was already morning. Our protagonist rubbed his face and spoke to himself in confusion. The word from the dream lingered in his mind, especially the demand to pay up. The man in the dream felt strangely familiar, as if he had seen him before. He wondered whether he actually knew him. Letting out a long yawn, he dismissed it as a strange dream. Elsewhere, inside a room, Yunhyuk spoke seriously to his companions. He stated that retirements were real. Playing casually as they had been might still be fine, but he was no longer confident. As dungeons became harder, monsters stronger, and rewards greater, his desire to keep pushing grew along with the risk to his life. He admitted that the more he played, the more he wanted, even while putting himself in danger. Because of that, he decided to quit. He made it clear that whether the others quit with him or continued was their choice. He would not force anyone. However, he asked them to understand one thing. If anything ever happened to any of them, he knew he would regret not stopping them for the rest of his life. His yellow-haired companion responded by saying no one could deny how hard Yunhyuk had tried. After encountering the steel giant, Yunhyuk had leveled faster than anyone else, all to protect them. He added that Yunhyuk was still trying to protect them now, and that it was time for him to stop carrying everything alone. A pink-haired companion followed, telling Yunhyuk that he could rest now and that she would quit with him. A black-haired boy spoke up next, agreeing to quit as well. He admitted that after seeing monsters appear out of nowhere, especially after the steel giant incident, the game had stopped being enjoyable for him. Minsung suddenly jumped forward, loudly declaring that he was not afraid of retiring at all. However, he admitted that without the group, he had no reason to keep playing. Patton then spoke firmly, making it clear that not everyone was quitting. He said he would continue playing, as someone like him had no other way to survive without Heaven's Door. With that, he left the room. Yunhyuk turned his attention to Jihyun and asked what she planned to do. She replied that she would quit as well, but before that, there was someone she wanted to meet. She asked if that was all right. Yunhyuk agreed and asked her to pass along his thanks. She smiled and said she would. Yunhyuk then suggested wrapping things up. The yellow-haired boy joked that they should at least have a drink to commemorate the disbandment. Yunhyuk declined, saying he needed to speak with the guildmaster at least once. The yellow-haired boy questioned whether the guildmaster truly came to save them. Yunhyuk replied that being the only one who believes in a truth can be lonely, but he chose to believe. He stated that he no longer doubted him. At that moment, a man entered the room and loudly asked if they were friends of Kim Chul-soo. Yunhyuk responded coldly, saying he had no reason to speak with him and asked who he was. The man apologized casually and said that if they were not friends, then he was merely an acquaintance. He then began counting the people in the room one by one. As he continued counting, the yellow-haired boy reacted nervously and tried to warn Yunhyuk. Yunhyuk told everyone to be careful. The man then remarked that if 5 people Kim Chul-soo once knew were to suddenly die, it would surely shock him. Yunhyuk drew his blades and demanded to know who the man was, accusing him of appearing out of nowhere and speaking nonsense. With a dark smile, the man declared that now, all of them would die. The scene then shifted back inside the game to a seaside area. Upon seeing the beach, our protagonist became visibly excited, amazed by the sight of the ocean. The old man questioned why he was so happy, remarking that he acted as if he had never been to a beach before. Our protagonist replied that it did not matter whether it was his first time or not, because it was the ocean. The old man silently wondered whether he was innocent or simply naive. He then explained that entry to the area required a swimsuit, calling it a strange rule. Our protagonist responded that since it was the ocean, the rule made sense. The old man pointed out that this was not an ordinary beach. It contained a holy site that allowed players to undergo a second job change. Our protagonist reacted with confusion, repeating the words, job change, to himself. The old man told him not to shorten it and reminded him that he was already level 50. Our protagonist processed that information slowly, realizing that reaching level 50 meant he was eligible to change jobs into a higher tier class. The old man explained his own case as an example. Starting as a warrior, progressing far enough allowed branching into several paths. One option was becoming a blacksmith, capable of crafting personal equipment. Another was a guardian, specializing in protecting party members with strong defensive abilities. There was also the soul warrior path, which worked closely with magic, particularly soul-based power. Lastly, there was the knight class, which President Han Kamun had reached, someone the protagonist had already seen before. After a short pause, the old man added that whether he liked it or not, from level 50 onward, leveling up was impossible without undergoing a job change. They were not there to swim or relax in swimsuits, and the purpose of coming there should be obvious. Our protagonist responded dejectedly, realizing they were not there to play. The old man then pointed toward the many islands scattered across the ocean. Among them was the holy site, but its location changed every day. Previously, players had to cross the sea and search blindly. However, since many people also came to the area for leisure, it was likely someone present had already visited the holy site that day. He suggested splitting up and asking around. Our protagonist hesitated and questioned whether he should be asking women as well. The old man replied that avoiding half the people there made no sense and told him to go talk to them. Our protagonist tried to refuse, but the old man cut him off and pushed him forward, telling him not to act that way and to go. Sliding across the sand, our protagonist abruptly stopped in front of a woman and awkwardly greeted her, calling her a nice person. She dismissed him immediately, saying she was not interested and calling him a weirdo. He tried to explain that he was not strange and only wanted to talk, but she interrupted again, stating she had a boyfriend. He responded flatly, acknowledging it, and moved on. Approaching another woman, he greeted her, only to be rejected before he could finish speaking. She said she disliked his face. Frustration built, and he muttered in protest. Watching from a distance, the old man thought to himself that even someone like Kim Chol-soo would eventually snap after that many rejections. With an awkward expression, our protagonist declared that he would stop after talking to just one more person. The old man was shocked by that reaction, wondering how someone could act like that while already being angry. Our protagonist tried to steady himself, telling himself not to be scared. As he walked toward another woman, he reassured himself that he was not strange, had no intention of flirting, and only wanted to know where to undergo a job change. He forced himself to act confident. He approached her and loudly clarified that he was not weird and not attracted to her either. At that moment, his foot slipped, and he fell forward, crashing into the woman. The woman turned out to be Ji-hyun. Lying on the ground, she recognized him immediately and thought that she had expected him to be there, given that he had reached level 50. She had come intending to say goodbye. Our protagonist stared at her in confusion, slowly realizing who she was. Ji-hyun internally complained about wearing a swimsuit she disliked, hating crowded places, and how in a place she already hated, he had appeared out of nowhere and confessed in the most ridiculous way imaginable. Despite that, she found herself oddly accepting the situation. Our protagonist smiled awkwardly and remarked that he felt nothing even while being that close, joking that he could probably sleep in the same bed without issue. That comment earned him an immediate kick between the legs. He groaned in pain, barely managing to question why. She bluntly told him to die. At that moment, the old man arrived and asked what Ji-hyun was doing there. She turned toward him and explained that she had a favor to ask. Since Kim Chol-soo was there for a job change, she asked if he could come with her. The old man replied that the protagonist was indeed there for that purpose, but questioned why she wanted to go alone with him. He also pointed out that he himself could not accompany them. Ji-hyun then pointed out the old man's current level. The old man panicked upon realizing how low it was, lamenting how small and precious it was. Still writhing in pain, our protagonist muttered something about having once had something precious as well. The old man immediately shut that down, clarifying he was not talking about that. Ji-hyun declared that she would take Kim Chol-soo from there and told the old man to go level up a bit. As he watched her, the old man admitted internally that she was not wrong. If the level gap became too large, it would be difficult for him to keep an eye on Kim Chol-soo. Leaving him with her for a while should be fine. From a distance, the super wizard silently observed the scene. The scene shifts back to Catherine, who is on a video call. She calmly tells the person on the other end that she needs a favor and asks him to find someone to investigate a matter. When he questions what kind of investigation it is, she replies that the cost does not matter, only that the person must be capable and fast. At that moment, the super wizard appears and confidently offers himself for the job. He recognizes her and identifies her as Catherine, Chair Han Ki-moon's daughter, mentioning that he has donated to her stream before. Catherine responds politely, thanking him with a smile. He quickly gets to the point and insists he is perfect for the task. Catherine turns him down, explaining that it is a private investigation and not something he would normally be able to work on. He responds by stating that he is unemployed. She reiterates that she needs someone fast. He boasts about his speed, claiming to run an impressive distance in 9 seconds. She dryly points out that he likely forgot a digit. He shrugs it off, insisting that results are what matter. The scene shifts to the super wizard accompanying Kim Chol-soo earlier, observing him through a device. He reports back to Catherine that Kim Chol-soo seems a little strange, but nothing else appears out of the ordinary. Another shift takes place, returning to the dungeon where he first encountered Lammy. Back then, he had panicked, realizing he needed to report the situation, yet hesitating, unsure whether he should. Lammy ordered him to use magic to activate the mechanism, the same way he had shoved others in earlier. Confused, he reminded her that she claimed she did not want to save them. Lammy clarified that she was not saving anyone. She warned him to leave quickly, explaining that the mechanism required a magic attack and that none of their people could use magic. He had effectively sent them all to their deaths. She reminded him that if someone entered the area, Even if their mind died, their body would be expelled intact, and questioned whether he thought they would treat him the same afterward. Terrified, the super wizard fled. Back in the present, watching Kim Chol-soo and the others from afar, the super wizard smiles darkly. He notes with relief that the Evaton Guild is not around and realizes the group has finally split up. He decides to follow one of them. The scene shifts to the ocean, where Kim Chol-soo and Ji-hyun are traveling in a wooden boat. Two men enthusiastically talk among themselves, joking about how dangerous the day is and claiming that a lady is in trouble because she cannot find a shrine for job advancement. They declare they will find it and help her. They are known as the hot guy duo from the group together with Uniphysma. Ji-hyun watches them cautiously, feeling uneasy about their offer despite them appearing harmless. Kim Chol-soo, on the other hand, looks impressed and wonders aloud if they might be their saviors. Ji-hyun offers no response, internally dismissing the situation. One of the boatmen suddenly remarks that the man traveling with the woman looks familiar and that he feels an unexplained urge to beat him up. His companion scoffs, saying he would never remember someone, especially someone as ugly as that, before laughing it off. Time passes as they fail to locate the island. One of them grows irritated and shouts that it is not the right island again. Ji-hyun points out that it is only the second island and questions why he is already shouting. Kim Chol-soo tries to stay positive, remarking that they at least visited a beautiful island and pointing out how happy the goblin seems. Suddenly, one of the boatmen receives a call. He answers cheerfully, revealing it is his mother telling him to stop gaming and come eat dinner. Agreeing immediately, the two of them abruptly leave in their boat. Ji-hyun yells after them in disbelief, demanding to know how they can abandon them there. Kim Chol-soo calmly reasons that it cannot be helped since their mother called them for dinner. Ji-hyun stares at him and asks if he actually believed that excuse. Undeterred, Kim Chol-soo starts running toward the water, declaring that they will just swim until they find the island. Ji-hyun quickly stops him, shouting at him to stop being reckless. She explains that players can sense temperature in the game. That night is approaching, and entering the water would rapidly lower body temperature. With no other option, they will have to spend the night there until morning. She reluctantly admits they will need to stay together, even though she hates the idea, adding that it is already getting cold. She suggests making a fire first. Kim Chol-soo simply stares at her. Suddenly, she starts kicking him repeatedly. Startled and in pain, he yells and insists he will pay the money back. Confused, she asks what he means by paying it back, sarcastically wondering if he is threatening to return the blows someday. He immediately denies it. After some time, while walking through the jungle, she speaks to the protagonist in an irritated tone, telling him not to look her way. She complains that she cannot find any good wood for timber and remarks that, aside from him, there is nothing usable. She decides they can make do with coconut shells instead, reasoning that coconuts can be turned into charcoal and should work well enough. She then creates a magical bow and fires several arrows, knocking multiple coconuts down from the trees. Afterward, she tells Kim Chol-soo to grab the coconuts. Suddenly, a level 40 coconut spider drops down in front of her. Startled, she falls to the ground and screams about the bug. Hearing her shout, the protagonist replies in confusion, asking if she called him and reminding her that she told him not to look. She urgently clarifies that she is not calling him a bug, but that there is an actual bug and tells him to do something. Looking at the coconut spider, the protagonist casually comments that it is just a normal mob. He then picks the spider up and laughs, asking if she was really scared of something like that. The goblin bursts into loud laughter alongside him. Seeing this, she panics and screams. Amused, the protagonist and the goblin continue teasing her by threatening her with the coconut spider. Overwhelmed, she drops to her knees and begins crying loudly. Realizing the situation, the protagonist stops and reacts with surprise, asking if she is actually scared of it. He tells the goblin that he should stop and asks him to slay the spider. As the goblin does so, the protagonist mutters that this has turned into a mess and admits he did not think she would cry. He then walks over to her and explains that he thought she was joking and that he was just playing along. He tries to calm her down and asks her to stop crying. Still crying, she angrily tells him that she hates him and demands to know what is wrong with him. She accuses him of treating everything as a joke and says that it is her fault for thinking he had changed. She regrets trying to talk to him and blames herself for coming at all. The protagonist responds awkwardly, admitting that he has never talked to a girl before. He explains that he did not know how to talk to her and simply acted the same way he does with everyone else, never intending to hurt her. He apologizes sincerely. He then sits beside her with a gentle smile and says that they can talk all night. He admits he may not be good at talking, but promises to try his best. While wiping her tears, she remarks that she did not know he knew how to apologize. He replies that everyone knows how to apologize, and that not apologizing is the same as running away. He insists that he never runs away, acknowledging that he may have before, but swears he will not anymore. She responds by saying that she still hates him. After gathering the coconuts, she says that they should have enough and asks if he has any skills that can start fire, explaining that any fire-type attack will do. Confused, he repeats the word fire. Suddenly, the protagonist creates a fire. Shocked, she remarks that she did not know he had a skill like that, and asks if it is his first time seeing it himself. He replies that he learned it recently, and explains that it is called Bomb Goblin, a goblin summoner skill. She repeats the name with confusion, and the two of them start laughing together. She begins to say something, but before she can finish, the bomb explodes. The blast throws both of them back, along with the goblin. Clearly irritated, she yells at him, questioning who would ever start a fire using a bomb. The protagonist responds with an awkward smile, explaining that it is the only fire-type attack he can use. Suddenly, something catches his attention. He stares ahead and asks if that is the Shrine of Job Advancement, noting that the two men earlier had said the shrine was not on this island. She explains that it was not there until now, reminding him that the Shrine of Job Advancement changes locations daily. Since it passed midnight, the shrine has moved to this island. Amazed, the protagonist marvels at the chances of this island being chosen among so many. He says that coming here was not a waste of time after all, and thanks her for coming with him. As they move closer, they try to hold hands, but she quickly pulls hers back and smiles, teasing him by asking if he knows how he looks. She jokes that she cannot believe he is saying something so romantic with that face. Confused, he asks what is wrong with his face and complains that he cannot help being ugly. She laughs and clarifies that it is not his face, but the soot covering it. He steps closer and points out that she has plenty of soot on her face too. She backs away, telling him not to come any closer, while he chases after her, threatening to get even more soot on her face. The scene shifts to Catherine, who is violently beating her servant while demanding answers. She insists that what he said must be the truth and orders him to answer. Writhing in pain, the servant confirms that it is correct. As she watches him suffer, Catherine thinks inwardly about the old man, realizing that he has finally let Kim Chol-soo out of his sight. She then demands to know whether their location has been found. When a servant starts reporting Kim Chol-soo's location, she lashes him again with her whip, furiously shouting that she does not care about Kim Chol-soo's whereabouts and instead wants to know where the old man is. Screaming in pain, the servant insults himself for being unable to understand her properly. Even as he suffers, he thinks to himself that this must have been the practice she wanted before her stream, reassuring himself that they will make a lot of money again this month. Gathering himself, he reports that the old man has been located and that their plan can begin at any time. Catherine smiles darkly, praises him, and declares that a good boy deserves a reward. She then calmly orders him to kidnap the old man immediately. The servant hesitates and tells her that she must provide a proper reward if she expects obedience. Catherine reacts angrily, questioning whether her reward was insufficient. The servant bluntly tells her that it was completely off and warns that kidnapping is a crime, suggesting she reconsider. Catherine smiles again and explains that she herself would never commit a crime, but that the planning and execution will be carried out by him, someone she considers worthless. She asks whether he really expects her to become a criminal herself. As he tries to respond, she strikes him again with the whip. The scene shifts to the old man speaking angrily over a phone call. He shouts in disbelief at the word kill, demanding to know what it means. His anger escalates as he mentions 667 and Kim Chol-soo, accusing the other side of killing people just to turn him evil again. He questions who authorized such actions and asks whether they truly believe Kim Chol-soo would regain his power this way, insisting that he had already planned everything and demanding to know why this happened. The man on the other end calmly tells him to lower his voice, addressing him as number 3, and remarks that such anger would surely enrage his own victims. This man is revealed to be Iscariot number 1. Iscariot explains that he was aware G67 lost his memories and that his powers weakened as well. He admits that he did not act earlier because he knew the old man was keeping the information secret, believing he could resolve the issue soon. He says he merely decided to give a small push since the old man seemed stuck, and coldly suggests that killing 667 and creating a new goblin summoner might have been simpler. The old man desperately argues that 667's talent as a goblin summoner is unprecedented and that he cannot be disposed of so lightly. He insists that everything is for the greater good and begs for more time, promising that he can revert Kim Chulsu to how he was. Iscariot responds that there is no time to spare and reminds him that innocents are dying every second. He gives a clear ultimatum: 1 week. If there is no progress within that time, Kim Chulsu must be eliminated. At that moment, an employee enters Iscariot's office to announce a guest. Iscariot gestures dismissively and continues speaking, saying that he dislikes wasting even a single day and honestly doubts Kim Chulsu's memories can return at all. He dismisses the idea that a few dead friends could restore them, admitting he was merely testing the method and not betting on it. He then ends a call. After the call ends, the old man reflects inwardly. He remembers Kim Chulsu as someone who would leap into death without hesitation for his friends, naive but confident, young and unable to fully see reality. He recalls how deeply Kim Chulsu was troubled when he realized he had sacrificed others, wishing he could have died in their place. He remembers how everyone in Evitan was the same, foolish yet pure, people who would jump into fire to save one another without thinking of personal gain. He believes they were not people who deserved to die meaninglessly, crushed like bugs. Anger surges within him as he realizes Kim Chulsu is in danger. He decides he must hurry and log into Heaven's Door immediately. Suddenly, a figure ambushes him from behind, pressing a chloroform-soaked cloth over his face. As his consciousness fades, the old man struggles and thinks desperately that he needs to contact Kim Chulsu. The scene then shifts inside the game, where the protagonist is fighting a level 39 chicken beast. The creature charges toward him, roaring loudly as it attacks. The protagonist panics and shouts at the goblin that the enemy is attacking and tells Greeny to dodge. The goblin hesitates, letting out a faint sound, and remains where it is. In the next moment, the chicken beast lands a heavy punch directly to the goblin's face. The force of the blow sends the goblin crashing to the ground, badly injured. Seeing this, the protagonist cries out in fear, asking whether Greeny is all right. Without hesitation, he activates his ability that transfers his own health to heal the goblin, sacrificing a portion of his HP to restore the goblin's wounds. As the healing takes effect, the protagonist realizes how critical this ability is. He wonders why he had not learned such an important skill earlier, especially one that allows him to protect Greeny without forcing it to fight recklessly. The goblin struggles back to its feet, preparing to attack again, while the beast lets out another roar. The protagonist calls out to Greeny, checking if it can still move. Before he can react further, the beast lands another powerful strike, knocking the goblin down once more. The protagonist screams Greeny's name as the monster shifts its attention toward him and charges forward, roaring as it prepares to attack. At that moment, the protagonist instinctively attempts to summon the goblin again, but instead feels a sudden shift in his own body. The burden of combat transfers to him, forcing him to fight directly while the goblin remains incapacitated. As the beast's fist comes down, the protagonist blocks the attack and realizes he is wielding a weapon. Relief washes over him as he grips the short sword he obtained earlier, purchased using the legendary item he had sold. The platinum blade bites into the beast's arm, carving a deep wound. The monster howls in pain and staggers back. Landing on the ground, the protagonist senses another change within himself. The power gained from his second job advancement begins to take effect, increasing his combat ability through his bond with the goblin. He feels stronger, though not overwhelmingly so, and immediately realizes the boost is far smaller than he had expected. His moment of confusion is cut short as the beast charges again. Panicking, he tries to talk it down, but the creature leaps into the air instead, launching a devastating kick aimed straight at him. At the last moment, he summons the goblin and narrowly avoids the blow, but the impact sends both of them crashing across the ground. Struggling to rise, the protagonist calls out to Greeny, only to realize what he has just done. He had used the goblin as a shield. The realization hits him hard. He condemns himself inwardly for acting so instinctively and violently. As the goblin gets back up and laughs recklessly at the beast, the protagonist stops it and orders it to fall back. Gripping his sword firmly, he steps forward and tells the goblin that from now on, he will be the one protecting it. He advances toward the beast alone, placing himself between Greenie and danger. Behind him, the goblin watches with a conflicted expression, irritation and sadness mixing together. After a grueling struggle, the beast finally falls. Exhausted, the protagonist collapses onto a nearby stone, gasping for breath. He admits that he never imagined defeating a single monster could take this much effort. As he rests, memories surface. Fighting firsthand makes him realize how extraordinary the members of the Evaton Guild truly were. He wonders what Ji-hyun might be doing now. A memory resurfaces of Ji-hyun telling him she was leaving and asking if it would be all right to call him from time to time. He had answered easily, saying they were friends. She insisted they would still see each other in-game, but wanted to call him occasionally. Before logging out, she told him to stay safe. He had replied with a quiet goodbye. Back in the present, the protagonist reassures himself that she is probably resting now. After everything that happened in the trap, it must have been exhausting for her. The goblin lets out a weak sound. Noticing this, the protagonist asks if Greenie is tired and suggests they go rest. Suddenly, the goblin vomits blood. The protagonist screams Greenie's name as the goblin's body slackens. With a faint sound, the goblin loses consciousness and collapses to the ground. Holding the unconscious goblin tightly in his arms, the protagonist runs desperately toward the nearby village. By the time he reaches the entrance, he is completely out of breath. Still clutching Greenie, he cries out loudly, begging for help and saying that his goblin is sick. A nearby man hears him and reacts with disbelief, asking why anyone would care about a goblin. Another man casually tells him there are goblins everywhere and that he should just get a new one. An elf girl looks at him like he's insane and asks if he knows about the goblin attack incident that happened recently. An elf warrior scoffs and mutters that he cannot believe idiots like him play the game. One by one, the people walk away, leaving him standing alone in the street. The protagonist tries again, shouting for someone to wait and begging for help, but no one stops. With a heavy expression, he wonders why nobody is helping. He cannot understand why everyone hates goblins so much and asks himself what Greenie ever did wrong. At that moment, a voice speaks from behind him. A man steps forward and explains that a goblin attacked the city not long ago, and that it was a huge mistake for the protagonist to bring one here. The man introduces himself as Cha Haksu, level 68. Cha Haksu explains that in this city, no one will be willing to help a goblin. The protagonist asks in confusion why a goblin would attack the city. Cha Haksu bluntly says he has no idea. As he observes the protagonist more carefully, he notices the hidden class information and realizes the goblin must be his summoned minion. The protagonist confirms this and explains that the goblin is indeed his minion. He admits that Greenie had been looking sick recently, but he did not realize how serious it was and forced him to keep fighting. He says that if Greenie recovers, he wants to apologize to him. He even declares that if he could bring Greenie back at the cost of his own life, he would do it because the goblin means that much to him. Cha Haksu sighs and tells him not to make such a fuss over an in-game summon. Still, he admits that he knows an expert who deals with summoner minions. Unfortunately, she is currently on an expedition inside a high-difficulty dungeon, and it would take at least a few days before she returns. The protagonist immediately reacts with alarm. A few days is far too long. He insists that he does not have time to waste, and asks Cha Haksu to tell him where she went so he can go find her himself. Cha Haksu calls him stubborn and warns that the area she is in is extremely dangerous. Her level is incredibly high, and in that place even something as small as a falling leaf could kill him. Instead, he suggests a different option, the Goblin Village. Confused, the protagonist asks what that is. Cha Haksu explains that the Goblin Village is usually visited during certain quests, and that goblins would probably know far better than humans how to cure goblin illnesses. Hearing this, the protagonist immediately thanks him and rushes off toward the village without hesitation. Watching him leave, Cha Haksu begins thinking to himself. He finds it strange that someone who used to fool around at construction sites would suddenly cry over a minion like that. Something must have changed. He also notes that the protagonist seems to be followed by someone, which makes him curious. Since he has known him for a while, Cha Haksu decides that maybe this time he will do something that does not make him money. With that thought, Cha Haksu disappears. The scene shifts to a forest road. An NPC carriage merchant named Matthias is driving a strange cart pulled by a crocodile. Complaining loudly, he curses about his horse running away again. Inside the cart, the protagonist sits while holding the unconscious goblin carefully in his arms. He gently tells Greenie to hold on and promises that he will get him cured soon. Desperation fills his voice as he pleads for the goblin not to die. After a while, the cart finally stops. Hidden behind a tree in the forest, another goblin watches them from a distance. Recognizing the figure in the cart, the goblin mutters in shock, realizing who it is. The protagonist climbs down from the cart while still carrying Greenie and looks ahead. It seems the rest of the journey must be done on foot. Matthias suddenly tells the protagonist that he only stopped the cart and never told him to get off. He immediately drives away, saying that once someone gets off, they are off. Left alone, the protagonist feels a strange sense of familiarity with the surroundings. Entering a cave, he realizes the place feels familiar as well. He notices a mark on the wall that he remembers carving during a previous visit. This confirms he had definitely been there before, though he cannot remember why he came to the Goblin Village in the past. After walking further, he finally reaches the Goblin Village. Standing at the entrance while holding the unconscious Greenie, he calls out for help, saying his goblin is sick. A goblin briefly peeks out a window, but immediately shuts the curtain. Soon all the windows close, leaving the protagonist standing there in silence. Feeling abandoned, he wonders why even goblins refuse to help. Suddenly, a group of goblins appears behind him and angrily accuses him of causing the deaths of many goblins during his previous visit. Confused, the protagonist asks what mistake he made. The goblins become furious and attempt to attack him. At that moment, his Goblin Warlord ability activates, drastically increasing his stats due to the large number of goblins nearby. Realizing how powerful he suddenly is, the goblins stop in shock. An elderly goblin arrives and demands to know what is happening. The goblins respectfully call him the Goblin Elder. The Elder orders them to clear the way. An hour later, the Elder slowly approaches the protagonist. The protagonist grows impatient at how slow he is, which causes the Elder to angrily tell him to walk closer instead. Once the protagonist approaches, the Elder examines Greenie and states that his condition is extremely severe, worse than being burned alive. The protagonist asks if the illness can be cured. The Elder says it is curable, but only temporarily, explaining that the sickness will continue to spread unless the true source of the illness is removed. When the protagonist asks what the source is, the Elder points directly at him. Confused, the protagonist assumes it must be because he forced Greenie to fight. However, the Elder explains that goblins are naturally evil creatures, and the protagonist's excessively good aura is actually harmful to them. Being near someone like him slowly causes goblins to decay. The Elder admits he felt disgusted earlier hearing a human beg for help to save a goblin. Greenie will not die, but remaining with the protagonist will be worse than death. The protagonist asks what he must do to fix it. If his kindness is the problem, then he asks whether he simply needs to become evil. The Elder confirms that becoming evil would solve it, and asks whether the protagonist can really do that. Without hesitation, the protagonist agrees, declaring he will become as evil as necessary to save Greenie. The Goblin Elder calls him all talk and throws his staff aside. He then removes the cloth covering his body and declares he will beat the life out of the protagonist's goblin, while the protagonist must stand there and ignore his suffering. Under the cloth, the Elder reveals a massive, muscular goblin body and warns that proving himself will not be easy. The scene shifts to a forest where a red-haired man is speaking through a screen device. He discusses the disposal period being set for 1 week and says it is unfortunate because he had high hopes after seeing someone so monstrous for the first time. He wonders if he has grown fond of the person, joking that watching someone all day can sometimes be mistaken for love. After ending the call, he notices someone listening nearby and comments that eavesdropping is bad manners. Chahaksu steps out from behind a tree, saying the conversation was not worth listening to anyway. The red-haired man asks who he is. Chahaksu points to his floating status information and says it is written there. The red-haired man acknowledges his name and asks why he has been following him. Chahaksu replies that he is not interested in him, but jokes that people who stalk others usually dislike being stalked themselves. The red-haired man briefly smiles before his expression becomes serious. He releases a strong violet aura and asks whether Chahaksu happens to be an acquaintance of Kim Chulsu. Chahaksu replies that answering a question with another question is rude and asks why it matters whether he knows Kim Chulsu. The red-haired man calmly says it might help recover Kim Chulsu's memories if Chahaksu were to die. The scene then shifts back to the Goblin Village. The Goblin Elder is feeding the protagonist's goblin. The protagonist panics and asks why he is feeding Greenie kindly, worrying that if he treats him nicely the illness will worsen. Instead of answering directly, the elder begins reading a children's story about a beautiful goblin and an ugly human. The goblin reacts loudly while the protagonist desperately tells the elder to stop reading children's books to him. The elder then shows pictures of Kim Chulsu to the goblin. The goblin reacts with amusement while the protagonist becomes even more distressed and begs him to stop tearing the pictures and reading again. Eventually, the goblin becomes visibly exhausted and weak. Seeing Greenie suffering, the protagonist begs the elder to stop. The goblin elder explains that this pain is exactly what the protagonist has been unknowingly causing all along by being too kind. He says the cure has already been explained and asks what the protagonist will do. After thinking for a moment, the protagonist suddenly punches Greenie hard, sending him crashing into the wall. The elder is shocked by the sudden action. As the dust settles, the goblin stands back up, laughing fiercely. The protagonist, holding back tears, runs toward Greenie, but the elder stops him before he can embrace him. At the last moment, the protagonist kicks Greenie again while shouting angrily, forcing himself to act cruel. The elder finally says that this is sufficient for the treatment. He explains that Greenie is not completely cured yet, but if the protagonist keeps acting this way, the goblin will never become weak again. The protagonist quietly says that is good to hear and feels relieved. Greenie approaches him and smiles innocently. Watching him, the protagonist realizes that goblins like Greenie may have to live their entire lives being mistreated and never truly loved. At that moment, another goblin rushes into the room and reports an emergency. The elder warns that it had better be important. Another goblin explains that they should not have helped the protagonist because he had someone with him. The protagonist is shocked and immediately denies it, saying he only came with Greenie. The elder calmly asks where the human is now and whether that person has already entered the village. A goblin informs the elder that the unknown human has not yet entered the village but will arrive soon. Hearing this, the goblin elder tells the protagonist to follow him so they can confirm whether he lied about coming alone. They go outside and find a red-haired man from earlier lying unconscious on the ground, badly beaten. The elder points at him and asks the protagonist if he knows him. Looking at the name, the protagonist says he does not recognize him, though the name Roy seems somewhat familiar. The goblin elder decides they will take care of the unconscious adventurer themselves and tells the protagonist to leave because the villagers are uncomfortable around him. According to the goblins, he smells like the blood of 18,000 goblins. The protagonist does not understand why they would think that, but thanks the elder for saving Greenie. The elder suggests that if it is so difficult, he should simply pretend to be evil. As the goblins drag the unconscious red-haired man into the village, the protagonist stands outside thinking about the elder's words. The goblin beside him smiles, and the protagonist awkwardly addresses him not as Greenie, but simply as Goblin. Together, they leave the area. The scene then shifts to another location where the old man has been captured and tied to a chair. He says he did not expect things to go this far. Catherine stands in front of him with two companions and says she has many questions but doubts he would answer them willingly. Seeing the super wizard nearby, the old man recognizes him as the person who had been stalking him. The super wizard casually says he has his reasons. The old man responds that everyone has reasons and urges them to get on with it, because even wasting a second is too much for someone his age. Catherine comments that he seems very bold for someone who's been kidnapped. The old man explains that they did not kidnap him, just to torture him, and invites her to ask her questions. However, before he can finish speaking, Catherine suddenly slaps him. She explains that she was raised this way and will beat him until she calms down before asking anything. The old man panics and shouts for help, but Catherine's servant calmly tells him that she cannot be stopped and that he should simply endure the beating until she is satisfied. Since she never formally learned martial arts, he probably will not die. Catherine continues attacking him while he desperately tries to reason with her, asking what he did wrong and insisting that hitting old men is wrong. Catherine tells him to figure out his mistake while being beaten. As she punches and kicks him repeatedly, the old man recalls who she is, Catherine, the daughter of Han Kamun of the Semyon group. He remembers that she recently exposed the abuse she suffered from her father, shocking the world before leaving the corporation to become an independent streamer who built a massive following. While she continues attacking him, the old man wonders what any of that has to do with him. From his perspective, things seem to have worked out for her. Eventually, Catherine knocks him to the ground. When her servant asks if she secretly learned martial arts, she says she is simply copying what her father used to do to her. The old man suddenly realizes what the issue might be. He explains that he once sold her information about a hidden dungeon located in a mine. According to the rumor, if someone dug in a certain place, they would find a hidden door. Catherine confirms this story, explaining that he discovered the dungeon, but left without clearing it and then sold the information to them. The old man insists he never knew a level 80 monster was inside, because he never entered the dungeon himself. Catherine immediately points out the inconsistency. She never told him that the monster was level 80. Cornered, the old man panics and claims he heard it from Kim Chul-soo. Catherine then asks how he knows Kim Chul-soo at all. She reveals that she noticed the old man appearing everywhere Kim Chul-soo went ever since the hidden dungeon incident. She had been curious whether her near-death experience was just an accident that interfered with his plans or if it had been planned from start. Either way, she explains that she truly died once in that dungeon and the experience was so horrible that she swore she would kill him if she ever saw him again. However, she decides she should not be the one to end his life. Instead, the person who should deal with him is Kim Chul-soo, because he was the one who forced Kim Chul-soo into debt. The scene begins with a gray-haired man thanking the old man after finishing their business and asking if he can leave. The old man allows him to go, and the man and his yellow-haired companion leave the room. Once alone, the old man reflects on his past as a moneylender. He used to lend money to anyone in need and charge high interest, regardless of whether they were children, adults, or elderly people. He never discriminated because he was confident he could always collect the debt. However, he had forgotten that Kim Chul-soo was once one of the borrowers. 10 years ago, Kim Chul-soo came to him in terrible condition, thin, exhausted, and clearly suffering from hunger, and asked to borrow 100 million won. The old man immediately realized that Chul-soo was not someone who would waste the money on gambling. Even though he looked sick from starvation, his eyes still held determination. When asked about his parents, Chul-soo revealed he had none. He was an orphan and had no one to guarantee the loan. Despite this, the old man had no reason to refuse him. In his line of work, the only things that mattered were whether the borrower was young, healthy, and capable of paying the money back someday. Returning to the present, the old man reflects that after 10 years, Kim Chul-soo had become a very valuable customer whose debt had grown far beyond the original loan. Facing Catherine, the old man argues that lending money to Chul-soo was not a crime. He claims that Chul-soo had no job and no family back then, so there was nowhere else he could have borrowed such money. In fact, he believes Chul-soo should be grateful to him. Catherine becomes furious and declares that the old man is the one who ruined Kim Chul-soo's life. She demands that he immediately forgive all of Chul-soo's debts. If he refuses, she threatens that he will die of old age locked in that room. The old man protests that it is not that simple. Catherine prepares to attack him again and tells him to make it simple. Panicking, the old man suddenly reveals that Kim Chul-soo is currently in danger. Catherine dismisses it as nonsense, blaming him as the real source of Chul-soo's problems. But the old man insists that this time it is different. He warns that they should have brought Kim Chul-soo there instead of kidnapping him, because 1 week from now, Kim Chul-soo is going to be killed. This revelation shocks Catherine, her servant, and the super wizard. Catherine demands to know who would want to kill him and why. The old man says he does not have time to explain. Catherine angrily grabs his mouth and forces him to talk. Finally, the old man agrees to reveal everything and says he will explain about the mysterious organization known as Iscariot. The scene then shifts to a flashback involving Catherine and Kim Chul-soo. Catherine excitedly approaches him and recognizes him as Kim Chul-soo from grade 3, class 7 of Honghak Elementary School. Chul-soo is confused and does not remember her at first. Catherine happily tells him they used to be very close and asks if he also plays the game Heaven's Door. Chul-soo awkwardly greets her and asks if they were really that close. Catherine confidently insists they were. Suddenly, Chul-soo remembers something embarrassing and blurts out that she used to eat her boogers in class. In the past, Catherine suddenly changes her expression and tells Kim Chul-soo that they actually were not that close in school. Chul-soo apologizes awkwardly. Catherine then opens her streaming interface and asks him to greet her viewers because she is currently live streaming herself playing Heaven's Door. Chul-soo is confused about what viewers are, but Catherine explains she is broadcasting the game. Viewers begin commenting, some wondering if Chul-soo is the same person who once appeared with President Han Ki-moon. Others disagree, saying that person looked different and had a different name. Chul-soo awkwardly greets the stream and asks if he is doing it correctly. Catherine decides it would be good content and announces to her viewers that she will bring Cholsu along for the stream. She asks him if he has time, but Cholsu says he is actually waiting for someone. Catherine dismisses this and drags him along anyway, claiming that the person he is waiting for will not appear even if he waits all day. Cholsu is surprised that she seems to know this, but she brushes it off as a feeling. Cholsu follows her, thinking that if she really was his friend from the past, spending time with her might help him recover his memories. They soon arrive at the Adventurers Guild, where people immediately recognize Catherine and start whispering excitedly about her fame and beauty. Cholsu becomes confused about who she really is. Meanwhile, others stare at him with jealousy, wondering who the man beside her is. A knight approaches Catherine and invites her to join his party for a high-difficulty dungeon raid. Catherine initially refuses because their levels are too low and she does not want to get hurt. The knight insists that his party will handle everything and introduces the 3 rising stars of Heaven's Door, who will lead the raid. They suggest Catherine can simply live-stream the battle while they clear the dungeon, which would benefit both her stream and their party. They also promise to share the rewards. Catherine becomes interested, realizing it aligns with her plan and could make money, so she agrees. When she turns around to invite Cholsu to join them, she finds him missing. Instead, she discovers him hanging upside down, tied with a rope and badly beaten. Shocked, she calls out his name. The story returns to the present where the old man continues explaining the truth about Heaven's Door to Catherine. He says that players who lose inside the game cannot recover what they lost, and despite people dying inside the game, there are never any news reports about it. This strange reality is possible because the government is protecting the game. Catherine's servant confirms that many players know about the retirement system, where death in the game can mean death in real life. But since there are no reports in the media, some people believe it is just a myth. The old man explains that the headline "People dying while playing a game" would normally cause a massive scandal, but governments suppress the truth. To deal with this danger, a secret organization called Iscariot was created. Their role is to recruit people with powerful hidden classes and train them to rescue players trapped in life-threatening situations inside the game. Kim Cholsu was selected for this role because he possessed the hidden class Goblin Summoner. However, before he could begin his mission, he was hit by a car and lost his memories. Without his memories, his Goblin also lost its power. Because the organization now considers him useless, they issued an order to eliminate him. Catherine is outraged and asks why they would kill him instead of simply abandoning him. The Super Wizard explains that hidden classes can only exist once in the entire game. As long as Kim Cholsu holds the Goblin Summoner class, no one else can obtain it. Since the organization needs that class for their mission, they plan to kill him so a new Goblin Summoner can appear. Catherine angrily asks if the old man agreed to this. The old man insists he did not and claims he wants Cholsu to live because Cholsu treated him like a friend. Catherine refuses to believe him. She accuses him of orchestrating everything from the beginning, selecting Cholsu, sending him into the hidden dungeon, and manipulating events so he would become the Goblin Summoner. She questions whether the people who died with her in that dungeon were simply expendable sacrifices. She condemns both the game and the people behind it as insane, saying they destroyed Cholsu's life and now pretend they want to save him. Calling the old man Sungriel the Cunning, she decides she will not trust him. As she leaves the room, she says they will at least feed him so he does not starve. The old man desperately tries to stop her, but Catherine shuts the door and declares that, unlike him, she will not ruin someone's life for her own purposes. She says she will show him what will become of Kim Cholsu. The old man shouts helplessly from inside the locked room as the door closes. The scene shifts to a high-difficulty dungeon where Catherine, Kim Cholsu, and the knight's party enter together. Cholsu looks around and repeats that it is a high-difficulty dungeon, while Catherine excitedly tells her live-stream viewers that if they clear the dungeon, they should send her 1,000,000 balloons. Cholsu asks how difficult the dungeon actually is. The knight explains that high-difficulty dungeons are not only about strong monsters, but also require teamwork. Each role is important. A healer restores health, a tank blocks attacks, and DPS characters focus on dealing damage. Unlike hunting monsters alone, clearing such a dungeon requires coordination between all party members. Hearing this, Cholsu wonders what role a Goblin Summoner like him would fill. The knight says that extremely high-level players could theoretically clear the dungeon alone by instantly defeating enemies, but such powerful players rarely appear here. He advises Cholsu and Catherine to stay in the back because the dungeon is dangerous. Suddenly, the healer notices enemies approaching and tells everyone to prepare for battle. Catherine becomes nervous and asks what is coming. a massive creature suddenly crashes down from above, shaking the ground. A level 65 Dragon Knight appears. A glowing red danger zone forms beneath the creature, and Catherine happens to be standing inside it. Realizing the danger, Chulsu quickly rushes toward her, leaps forward, and drags her out of the red zone. They both fall to the ground just before a huge explosion erupts in the marked area. Shocked, Chulsu says they almost died and apologizes, explaining that the red mark on the floor looked dangerous, so he acted immediately. Catherine is stunned that he reacted purely based on instinct. Meanwhile, inside the blast radius, the Knight's party protects themselves with a powerful energy shield. Once the explosion ends, they drop the shield and continue fighting. The Dragon Knight roars and attacks again. One of the party members confidently declares that as long as he stands there, the monster's attacks will not break through their defenses. Another fighter, Hyun, leaps into the air and strikes the Dragon Knight with the powerful skill Giga Slash, slashing its chest. However, the monster retaliates immediately and lands a devastating punch on Hyun, severely injuring him. The healer quickly rushes over and begins restoring his health. The Dragon Knight then shifts its focus to the healer and charges toward her in rage. It jumps high into the air and dives down with both fists aimed at crushing her. Just before the attack lands, a sorcerer named Genius Kim traps the monster inside a glass-like magical structure, stopping its attack. The sorcerer calmly explains that the monster targeting the healer was predicted. Two other party members quickly move in to attack the trapped Dragon Knight, striking it repeatedly while warning the gunslinger to keep his distance. Eventually, the Dragon Knight breaks free from the trap and drops to one knee while roaring. One of the fighters mocks the creature, saying a knight should not kneel so easily. Another warns them not to get overconfident because the monster is attacking again. The Dragon Knight once again charges directly at the healer despite taking heavy damage, shocking the party. They realize the monster is not foolish and is deliberately targeting the healer. At that moment, the knight steps forward and unleashes a war cry, releasing a powerful shockwave toward the monster. The Dragon Knight suddenly stops in place. After stopping the Dragon Knight with his war cry, the knight shouts again, telling the monster to focus on him instead of the healer. The Dragon Knight briefly turns toward him, but the healer scolds the knight for not taking the situation seriously because the attack could have been dangerous. The knight laughs it off and apologizes. However, the Dragon Knight suddenly shifts its focus back to the healer and charges toward her again. Just before the monster can land a punch, Hyun appears and strikes with his sword, cutting off the Dragon Knight's head. The creature collapses and dies. The healer comments that it looked like the monster was still targeting her. Hyun wonders if he only imagined it. Meanwhile, viewers watching Catherine's livestream comment on how powerful the party is, praising the three strongest members and predicting that the dungeon might be cleared in a single attempt. Catherine acknowledges their skill on stream, while Kim Chulsu excitedly praises the party and wonders how they can fight so well. The knight explains that the monster they just defeated was the gatekeeper of the dungeon, the Dragon Knight, and tells everyone to move on to the next area. Chulsu enthusiastically follows him. Catherine internally wonders why Chulsu is so excited about everything. At that moment, Chulsu's goblin appears near Catherine. She tells Chulsu to control his goblin, but Chulsu casually replies that the goblin can keep up on its own. Catherine is surprised by how casually he treats it. Hyun then approaches the live stream and introduces himself as the party's main DPS. He talks about the large number of viewers watching him, but Catherine becomes irritated while watching his self-promotion. After some time passes, Catherine complains on stream that they have already been there for 30 minutes without progressing. Hyun explains that the group cannot move forward yet because a dangerous-looking bridge blocks their path. He jokingly says that the smartest members of the party are currently analyzing the problem. He mentions Demon Slayer Kana, who studied at Yonsei University, Genius Kim, who studied at Korea University, and Kim Chulsu, jokingly saying he studied how to take loans. Genius Kim then finishes his calculations and gathers the group. He explains that the statues near the bridge are likely traps rather than harmless decorations. The floor is covered with pressure plates, meaning that stepping on the wrong block will activate the statues. Kim Chulsu asks if stepping on the wrong block will simply block the path. Genius Kim becomes irritated and clarifies that the statues will attack if the wrong blocks are stepped on. He explains that normally they would send clones to test the safe tiles, but no one in the party has the illusionist class, which specializes in illusion magic capable of creating clones. Catherine quietly asks her viewers what an illusionist is, and the chat explains that it is an upgraded class for magicians that uses illusion magic. Since they cannot test the tiles safely, Genius Kim decides on another strategy. He instructs the two tankers to lead the way while the healer stands ready to immediately heal them if they take damage. The party forms up at the bridge as instructed. Genius Kim then tells everyone that once they cross the bridge, the dungeon boss awaits on the other side. The party begins crossing the trap-filled bridge toward the dungeon boss. As they move forward, someone steps on a wrong tile, and one of the statues immediately attacks. A tanker blocks the attack with his shield, and Hyun casually comments that the attacks only tickle. The tanker sarcastically asks if Hyun would like to try blocking them himself. Another statue strikes again, putting more pressure on the tankers. A black-haired member of the party starts complaining to Genius Kim, accusing him of deliberately stepping on traps. Genius Kim angrily tells him to lead the way if he thinks he can do better. The black-haired man accepts the challenge and pushes forward. Meanwhile, the healer tries to calm everyone down and continues healing the injured tankers, reminding them that fighting among themselves will only make things worse. The black-haired player internally complains that the others are acting arrogant because their party has been successful recently. A pink-haired teammate tells him to stop whining and focus. The black-haired man angrily responds, claiming he is not angry and pointing his gun at the pink-haired teammate while yelling that the mistakes are unacceptable. Despite the argument, Catherine observes that their teamwork is still good enough that they should eventually clear the dungeon. Kim Chul-soo quietly suggests to Catherine that maybe they could just destroy everything instead of solving the puzzle. But the group continues trying to cross the bridge properly. As they approach the last statue, the knight notices that its spear looks longer than the others. The black-haired man impatiently tells everyone to hurry, because only a few tiles remain. The knight becomes irritated by the constant complaining, but forces himself to endure it because Catherine's viewers are watching the live stream. However, his patience finally breaks when he accidentally steps on another trap and starts shouting in frustration. The black-haired player explodes in anger and accuses the knight of sabotaging the team. At that moment, the final statue suddenly thrusts its spear forward and impales the pink-haired player. Everyone freezes in shock. A system message appears announcing that Demon Slayer Kanna has died and returned to town. As his body fades away, he admits that he became overconfident. Genius Kim quickly analyzes the situation and realizes something important. The final statue does not attack the person who steps on the trap. Instead, it randomly targets someone in the party. He warns everyone to freeze because if the healer gets hit, the entire dungeon run will fail. He proposes a strategy. One group should remain in place while the other group advances, reducing the chance that the healer will be randomly targeted. The black-haired player refuses the plan, accusing Genius Kim of prioritizing his own safety. Kim Chul-soo internally wonders why the man is acting so aggressively and notes that viewers probably will not like his attitude. Catherine steps in to calm him down, explaining that if normal members die, the remaining party might still clear the dungeon, but if the healer dies, the entire raid will fail. After hearing this, the black-haired player reluctantly agrees to continue. The tanker moves forward carefully and steps on a safe blue tile, allowing everyone to breathe in relief. The others follow behind him while Genius Kim encourages them to keep going. However, the tanker soon steps on another wrong tile and panics. The statue immediately attacks again, this time killing the black-haired player. A system notification announces that My Goodness 30cm has died and returned to town. As his body disappears, he angrily curses and complains about being the one targeted. Genius Kim urges everyone not to panic because only a few tiles remain before they can cross the bridge. The tanker continues forward but steps on another trap. This time, the statue's spear strikes the knight, instantly killing him. While crossing the trap bridge, the party receives another system notification announcing that Ranked Tanker has died and returned to the nearest town. Despite this, the tanker continues forward but again steps on the wrong tile. The statue throws its spear toward the healer, but Genius Kim jumps in front and takes the hit himself. A notification appears stating that Genius Kim has died and returned to the nearest town. As his body slowly disappears, he gives a thumbs up and confidently tells the others that he is a genius and asks them to finish clearing the dungeon. The healer is left shocked by the sacrifice. Hyun tells everyone that they heard Genius Kim's final words and that the only thing left now is the boss. Hyun, the healer, and the remaining tanker rush ahead into the boss room, determined to avenge their teammates. Catherine becomes furious, Realizing that the remaining party members did not care about the risk she and Kim Chulsu were also facing earlier. She angrily points out that they were also potential targets of the statue traps, even though the party had earlier told her she could simply sit back and watch. When Chulsu asks what they should do now, Catherine angrily declares that she will at least take half of the boss's loot. She then rushes forward and orders Chulsu to follow her. Inside the boss area, Catherine and Chulsu hide at a distance and observe the fight. Chulsu asks if the boss has already been defeated, but Catherine replies that the battle has just begun. The boss appears as Larmus. Viewers watching the livestream comment that the level seems too low for a high-difficulty dungeon boss. Hyun arrogantly mocks the monster, saying that the earlier Dragon Knight Guardian was more impressive. However, the monster suddenly attacks with a powerful kick. Hyun barely dodges and falls to the ground. He equips his legendary shooting boots and launches a counterattack using a powerful kicking technique called Shooting Star Kick. The monster flips in midair and counters by punching Hyun in the face, slamming him to the ground. The healer rushes to heal Hyun, but the monster suddenly appears behind her and prepares to attack. At the last moment, the tanker blocks the strike with his shield and shouts at the monster. He uses his war cry skill to draw the monster's attention. For a moment, the monster focuses on him, but it suddenly ignores the taunt and attacks the healer again, kicking her into a wall. The tanker is shocked that his taunt failed and wonders what kind of monster they are fighting. Watching from afar, Chulsu becomes worried and suggests they should help. Catherine refuses, saying that if the three experienced fighters cannot defeat the monster, the two of them have no chance. She insists they stay hidden and escape if the party is wiped out. As the monster slowly approaches the tanker again, something unexpected happens. From a distance, a small stone pebble flies through the air and instantly cuts off the monster's head. Chulsu's goblin appears nearby, shouting excitedly. Chulsu praises the goblin but awkwardly corrects himself, saying it was both a good and bad job. Livestream viewers are shocked and comment that the monster appeared to die from a rock. The monster's head falls to the ground. The tanker, unable to understand what just happened, wonders if the boss is really dead. The healer warns everyone not to lower their guard because it could still be a trick. Hyun suddenly stands up and starts celebrating, claiming the monster must have died from his attack. He happily walks toward the body to collect the loot from the high-difficulty dungeon. However, the severed head suddenly begins moving. A new body starts growing from the head. Hyun immediately realizes the danger and curses in shock. The tanker and healer also realize what is happening. The healer identifies it as the boss's true form. The head transforms into a giant monster called Cybelarmus, the true form of the no-winged dragon. The creature roars loudly, terrifying everyone present as Hyun shouts the monster's name in shock. While watching from above, Catherine becomes shocked when the monster suddenly transforms. The boss's name changes from Larmus to Cybelarmus, revealing its true form. Kim Chulsu also reacts with surprise, realizing the creature is actually a dragon. Catherine wonders how the transformation happened. Chulsu casually explains that his goblin had been sick until recently, but after following the instructions of a very smart doctor, the goblin became much stronger. He confidently claims that most monsters can now be defeated with a single rock. The goblin laughs loudly while viewers watching the live stream are shocked. Many of them begin commenting, questioning whether the game is bugged and wondering if goblins can really become that strong or if it might be a max-level goblin. Catherine becomes confused while thinking about what the old man previously told her, that Kim Chulsu had lost his power and was now useless, which was why his life was in danger. Seeing the goblin's strength makes her suspect that the old man may have lied. Meanwhile, Chulsu suddenly strikes the goblin with a whip and praises it for doing a good job. The goblin cries out, and Catherine is shocked, asking why he is hitting his own goblin. Chulsu awkwardly explains that the whip was already in his inventory and claims that whipping the goblin is actually an act of love meant to help him. He hits the goblin again and insists that this method works much better than treating it gently. He also claims that he feels terrible every time he does it, saying it feels like he's coughing up blood. Catherine angrily points out that he is literally bleeding. When she checks his status window, she sees that Chulsu is suffering from the bleeding status effect. She realizes the whip he is using is the rare Bloodworm Whip, a cursed summoner weapon made from blood-soaked leather. The item causes the user to lose consciousness if it is not purified, while also sending the summoned creature into a rage. Catherine suddenly recognizes the whip as the item she previously sent to him. She becomes shocked that the goblin's enraged state still looks relatively calm, which means the goblin must normally be extremely weak. She scolds Cholsu for not purifying the cursed item, explaining that the whip would become extremely valuable if purified and could still be sold for a high price even in its cursed state. Cholsu is surprised and admits he did not know any of that. He then asks how Catherine knows so much about the whip. Catherine becomes awkward and nervously tries to brush off the question without explaining. Wait, guys. Just a moment. Do you remember this panel? We actually saw this exact panel right at the very beginning of the story. And now, we've finally caught up to it. At this point, I feel like the story is about to become even more interesting for you guys. So let's jump right back into it. I hope you enjoy this. And I also want to offer my apologies for interrupting the flow of the story. I just couldn't help it because I found this moment really interesting and was genuinely excited to share it with you. Below in the dungeon, Hyun struggles to fight the boss, shouting that this is the true master of the high-difficulty dungeon, the unwinged dragon Cybelarmus. The monster roars and releases intense flames across the battlefield, overwhelming the adventurers. Watching from above, Kim Cholsu panics, realizing the party will die if no one helps. He immediately tries to climb down the cliff to assist them despite Catherine telling him to wait. Cholsu insists that although the party did most of the work, he wants to help them clear the dungeon together. Viewers watching Catherine's live stream begin reacting excitedly, wondering who Cholsu is and speculating that he might be incredibly strong. Some even start calling him the strongest player in Heaven's Door. Catherine silently hopes that Cholsu will finally live freely without being controlled or betrayed like he was in the past. She then tells him to smile, because everyone is watching and it might make his face look a little better. Cholsu smiles brightly and thanks her. Standing confidently on the cliff, he tells his goblin that everyone is watching them, warning it not to act embarrassingly. The goblin laughs and prepares for battle. Cholsu declares that it is time to show everyone who they really are. Remembering Catherine's words, Cholsu forces an exaggerated smile and commands the goblin to begin their fiery debut. Catherine reacts with irritation at his awkward smile. The goblin leaps down toward the battlefield just as the dragon prepares to unleash a massive flame attack. The healer warns the team that the attack is coming, while the tanker worries that his defensive skills might not withstand the flames. At that moment, the goblin lands in front of the dragon. The adventurers are shocked to see a goblin suddenly appear. The goblin calmly licks its weapon as the dragon releases a concentrated blast of fire. The goblin blocks the flames and strikes back with a single powerful attack, instantly destroying the dragon. The adventurers are stunned. Hyun cannot believe what happened and realizes that the goblin, likely a summoner's minion, defeated the boss in a single hit. The tanker then notices Cholsu standing on the hill above them and realizes that the goblin belongs to him. Cholsu receives a system notification confirming that the Blaze Mountain High Difficulty dungeon has been cleared and his level increases from 50 to 54. The scene shifts to a bar, where players watching the live stream react with shock after seeing the dragon killed in one hit. A gray-haired man becomes irritated by the noise, but one of his companions shows him the footage. When he learns that the dragon was killed not by a player, but by a goblin minion, he angrily reacts to the revelation. In another location, a man interrupts his master Horace Philiver while he is with his girlfriend to show him the same footage. Horace becomes interested, realizing that someone capable of controlling such a powerful goblin must be extremely lucky. He identifies the person as Kim Cholsu. Elsewhere in a snowy mountain region, a high-level summoner named Irene watches the live stream. She comments that everyone is talking about Kim Cholsu and that it was only a matter of time before he became famous. However, she becomes irritated when she sees that he appeared on Catherine's stream and declares that she will meet him once she finishes her current trip. After the dungeon incident, Kim Cholsu suddenly becomes famous across the internet. Posters and headlines spread everywhere asking who the goblin summoner Z Kim Cholsu Z is after his goblin defeated a boss in a single hit. Soon after, a fan meetup for Kim Cholsu is organized. A huge crowd gathers and forms a long line of fans waiting to meet him. Catherine manages the event, loudly ordering people to stand properly in line. Her servant is forced to act as security, warning the crowd that anyone who does not line up correctly will be sent to the back. Internally, the servant complains about having to guard Kim Cholsu. Fans excitedly approach Cholsu. One girl declares that she is his biggest fan. Cholsu becomes confused and wonders why someone pretty would like him. The girl awkwardly explains that she likes his villain-like appearance. Catherine jokingly says she likes his smile and tells Cholsu to smile for her. Cholsu does not understand why he needs to, but Catherine forcefully pulls his face into a smile. The fan screams with excitement, saying she loves him. Chulsa becomes even more confused when she reacts positively. Catherine then tells him to look around and realize how famous he has become. She explains that he is now a real star. Chulsa still does not understand why people like him so much, thinking that all he did was clear a difficult dungeon. Meanwhile, the goblin is sitting nearby drawing strange pictures. Catherine scolds Chulsu and explains the real reason for his popularity. His goblin defeated the dungeon boss in a single attack, something no one has ever accomplished before. In addition, Chulsu is the first summoner known to control a goblin. Because of that, he is considered extraordinary and unique. She tells him to stop belittling himself and recognize that he is special. Chulsu quietly processes her words. He begins thinking that maybe he truly is special since so many people admire him. With an awkward smile, he starts believing it himself. The scene then shifts to a secret meeting room where several mysterious individuals discuss the situation. They acknowledge that Kim Chulsu has become a celebrity. One of them wonders whether they will still be able to control him if his goblin has regained its strength and he becomes too arrogant. Another person questions what number 3 is doing, since he cut off contact after creating this situation. Someone else points out that because Chulsa now has so much public attention on him, eliminating G67 will become much more difficult. One of them complains that they should have eliminated him earlier. Their leader, number 1, Senator Kim Dookie, tells everyone to calm down. He explains that the situation may not be as bad as it seems. He reminds them that the higher someone rises, the harder they can fall. According to him, once a person gains fame and something valuable to lose, they also become vulnerable. He concludes that celebrities are especially weak to scandals, implying that such a scandal could bring Kim Chulsa down.